Hello, Apex fans, and here we are getting everything set to take you through the action today for the MEA region. We're going to have 8 rounds today, so we've got plenty of action. Also, my name is Matrim, joined by Lawler, but can we give a shout out to the production who has been chaining game upon game together? These guys have been busting their butts for you guys today to present a whole bunch of Apex action. So, Lawler, 8 rounds. We've got a lot of dark horses, teams that really rose up through the qualifying rounds, so it's going to be kind of hard to track because there's a lot of new faces involved in this event.
Yeah, speaking of new faces, mine's kind of close, so I'm gonna like adjust this bad. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oh, keep going. Are we good? There we go.
There
Go
we
a
go.
little bit too close and personal for everybody. So we're gonna take a step back here. But matchup, yeah, man, I'm excited. We had 40 teams obviously competing. I think 19 technically in the second semifinal, but we're taking the top 10 from each coming together. And there's been some very exciting ones. And I'm gonna apologize on behalf of both myself and Matchroom right away. Some of these names I just can't. My stupid
Yeah,
American, I can't say some of these names. I'm gonna butcher them, and I apologize ahead of time. But we're gonna do it together. You know, we're gonna get through this. So I'm really looking forward to the format and everything we've got coming underway.
So you can see what we've got going on. We're smack in the middle of everything going on for today. We had 8 rounds to start everything off in APAC North. Then naturally we're chilling in MEA today. Sorry, you're too used to saying EMEA. And then back behind us, we're going to have South America bringing in the action. So you can see a grand total of 24 rounds of Apex action today. And then we're going to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, for everybody who's been like, hey, I need more, Apex Legends in my life, don't worry, we've got plenty of it. And a whole bunch of money given out as well. As we take a look at the prize pool, $100,000 total for everybody. But the big thing we're paying attention to is our top 5. You can see the distribution on the bottom left, line share being 2,500 for first place, 1,000 for second, and goes down from there. Also, the important thing to pay attention to in all these is how the points play out. In our point system, obviously a big emphasis on kills. We don't want too many rad cams, which, I'm sure our observers will do a fantastic job. Maybe some poems will make their debut again this time around. But 1 point per kill, and then you can see the placements there. So for a lot of teams that like to play aggressive early on, sometimes it can outweigh. I mean, you're talking a squad wipe early on is the same as ending top 6, top 7. So hopefully we get some aggression here, matchup. Nobody wants a passive play, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the way we're going to see a couple of these teams bring in. We're seeing 2 star performing teams from each one of their lobbies, one that really leaned into placement points, and another one that was just like, screw that, I'm just going to kill everybody that I see around me and use that to propel your well through it. That's really what we're going to be looking through. With as many rounds as we've got, really holding a high points per game average is going to be the way that's going to propel you into victory and getting in those top 5 spots. Whether you do it because you realize you can't catch the circle and you just murder your way to everything that you see around you, hoped in as many points as possible, or you play position and late game and then just try to assert your dominance on everybody around you. Those are going to be most of the tried and true strategies that we're going to see to try to really push that points per game, as well as rats. You always got to try to see somebody sneak their way into that top position and maybe just stab another team in the back and turn a game on its head.
Hey man, something I enjoy a lot about GLL. Obviously, we got the Spring Masters. You and I have also done the Summer Masters together and stuff as well last year. But the fun thing about it is this observer and this production team always does a really good job of finding rad cams, and they're always fantastic. They always put like a I can't even say it. Cinematography is what I want to say, but I want to say it in a way that it makes sense. But they do a really good job of giving us an appropriate angle so it looks fantastic. It's got some, I guess, cadence to it. Like it's a feeling that it invokes inside of you, that these rats that are just fending for their lives. And usually we try to pair it with some poems. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. I've got a couple prepared. I don't know how early I'm going to bust those out, but we've got 8 matches, man. We got 8 matches today. So we'll see when we sprinkle those in. So I'm looking forward to it.
Here's a rough schedule of what to look at for today. You can see as we're working our way through the action, it's going to be a repeat into tomorrow. So roughly think about every 40 minutes, there's going to be a new round. Yes, Apex games are pretty quick, but we've got to go ahead and get the scores together to give those to you guys. And the players are going to need a break. Let's be real. 8 games is a hell of a lot of games to play. So you want to make sure that you give the players a second to sit down, refine their strategies, because there's going to be a lot of that's going on. Whenever you're looking through somebody that's climbing through the lobbies like this, you're going to have to make modifications, be it on drop locations, be it on play style, and you need a little bit of time between every single round to try to modify that.
Yeah, I think that's the best part. Obviously, as you mentioned, 8 matches is a lot. But the exciting thing is you're going to see some development throughout that as well. We're going to try to do our best here to, through all 20 of these teams, provide some storylines and people to pay attention to. I mean, looking at all these rosters, the two that come to stand out are obviously the ones that are the top dogs by quite a bit in the semifinals, 25 Esports as well as Flying Camels. Flying Camels in particular, just fragging out of their minds. On average, other than like an accidental round 9, I think in the semifinals, they were hitting at least 12 kills a game. So a lot of eyes on them with their averages. That basically outweighs most of their placements, but again, a lot of really good first place victories for them. So between the way that it's going to play out, it's going to be interesting to see on not only the meta shift. Obviously, certain teams may mix up who they're actually playing for their legends and how aggressive they want to be. Obviously, you're going to probably see a lot of Gibraltar. You're going to see a bunch of Horizon, obviously, with that high ground capabilities. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what you talk about over the course of 8 games. How we're going to see these adjustments, how our team's going to adapt to, you know what, maybe I am being ego challenged at my spot. You know, there's going to be a lot of developments over the course of 8 games because it, like you said, it is a lot. There's a lot of stuff to take into account because it is not just a one and done. You really got to figure out how to stay consistent throughout the entire day to get towards that top spot. I cannot hear Matrim. He is muted.
That one's on me. That one's on me. I had to cough for a second, and I accidentally muted. That's me. That's not production. See, these guys are working hard. I screwed that one up. I'll take it. Go ahead and bring me the caster memes on it. But what I was gonna say is, there's a couple of fun names inside of this as well. It's a Me is a team that I have no idea who it's on, but their commitment to meme makes me ridiculously happy because naturally it is Mario, Mario wife, and Mario son. So as we progress through this, every single time they get a kill, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say it's a them or it's a me. It's got to be a thing.
You know, I have a soundboard here with a sampler that I can do some fun stuff with, but due to copyright, I don't think I can.
Oh, you're right.
You know, I don't know if I can get the A-OK from production. Like, I'll do some mixing work behind the scenes while you're talking, and I'll every time, you know, like 1-up sounds every time they get a kill and stuff. Like, I'll make some stuff happen. So give me the A-OK and I'll do it.
All right. It seems like we've got goals here. You can see that you already know that production's back there like, please, God, no, don't do this to us. We're already so tired after everything. All right. So we talked about Flying Camels a second ago. These guys had themselves a phenomenal run through whenever we're looking at the qualifying rounds and how everything's set up. What I really have my eye on is the way that we're seeing almost a split or a dichotomy between the two highest point totals between the two lobbies, where one was a little bit more passive, controlled in play style, and one was a little bit more frag heavy. Usually whenever you see those two mix, it's going to be about drop location. So if these guys are pretty close to each other, usually the higher frag team is always going to be on the chase to go after the more points position team. So we might see a couple of very hard shifts as regarding to drop locations to get separation away from these two teams to where they're going to try to meet towards the like mid or later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how that plays out. Obviously, conflicting playstyles in their own regard, but credit where is due. Both teams do put up some pretty high score games when it comes to kills. The benefit, I think, for Camels in particular, because they do have the upper edge when it comes to, you know, the killing side. A lot of their first place endings is because of that. You know, they are getting a little bit extra because of how far they've get. I mean, you're talking first place, second place, third, first, second, third. Their worst results are 8th and 6th. So no matter what, they're in the top half almost every single time. So they had a really good performance throughout the entire thing. And I think that just carries through even more. I mean, you want to talk about some of these other teams. Probably my favorite name, just because we have to, is Bruv. Like,
oh, Bruv. Yeah, with 100%.
You know, they had some pretty low kill games, but the fact that their placements, you know, 3-1, 4-1, like 5, every single time, like you can see the difference in play styles to where, yes, you may not be getting the kills, but if you are willing to just get to that final end, it is going to bump you up quite a bit. So you really see that take a jump when you start getting into the top 4. I would say top 4 is probably that special place of like placement's really important. So I feel like we may see a little bit more aggression in the beginning, and then towards the tail end, it'll slow until we get into those final fights. For those that weren't able to tune into the last broadcast that just happened, shout outs to Nathaniel and Axtos, good buddies of both of mine.
Oh, yeah.
Love those two to death. But You saw in their final fight in the last game, 3 players Gibraltar shields all down, and the team that won with FK was just a matter of dropping their bubble last with Gibraltar and then playing the portal game. So again, you're gonna see some kind of cat and mouse. In the FGC community, they call it footsies. That's just the way that it goes, and those are the difference makers. And that's kind of the exciting thing, and the reason why I enjoy battle royales, primarily Apex Legends, so much is those top 5 fights. Those last fights just really come down to the small, minute differences, and really draw home like this team gets it. You understand, like, we really know how to stretch thin everybody else. Because not only did they drop bubble last, but they got the other 2 to fight together first too, and they just third party. So again, big brain moves. I'm looking forward to that here from a lot of different teams, especially in particular a team that literally classifies themselves all aim no brain. So maybe we get some fraggers, dude. Like, who knows, man? I'm ready to see some people pop off.
I mean, Rexu has a lot of potential inside there. We've seen him step up a lot. I know we're talking a lot about Camels and 25. Just to give you guys a reason why, whenever we looked at the standings for the rounds moving into this in the semifinals, Camels had 171 points. Back behind them was 1907 that had 126, and then a huge drop-off yet again into DNMK. That's going to be back behind them at 95. Then it gets a lot closer with Grub just 1 point back behind them. On the other side of this, we've got 25 esports that had 131, then Josavmo, which had 117, then another drop down into Dojo Unity at 99, then the Dark Reapers tied with the Blind Peakers at 75 apiece. So if it seems like we're not talking about your favorite team enough, it's just because we saw huge gaps, and specifically the top 3 in each one of these lobbies, all strong performances, but we had some very dominant winners in both of those lobbies.
Yeah, I think the best part about that as well is that is because they are playing in a different lobby. You're looking at the teams that are in those bottom halves. So I'm talking the 11 to 20. Some of those teams don't have any points whatsoever, whether they be just falling out short, dropping out, it doesn't matter. So you do get some of these really high point totals because those are the ones that may be challenging for the same spots against the topic dogs, right? Like you, or in this case, Camels. But there is times where you have teams that are kind of on the way out where they really don't get their footing because they've been, you know what, this is our spot. This is where we're going to go. And they lose the challenge every time because the other team just happens to be better. It does happen quite a bit in qualifiers. So it is a new day. This is the best of the best in the region. We have 2 teams that obviously leaders in their respective semifinal, and you expect to carry that over as well. And that's where we're going to put a lot of our focus. But again, a new lobby, different dynamic, different drop options. Who knows how that's going to play? And that's the exciting thing. Over 8 games, maybe you get some of these top dogs landing at the same spot. Maybe they've got the same strategy, and all of a sudden, you know what? Now we got to adapt. Now we got to change it up. So I am looking forward to seeing the first initial lobby. How is that going to play out? Where are people going to drop? Are we going to see some expectations met? But ultimately, I just want the action to happen. I want people to go ham. I don't want any passiveness. I want pure chaos. I am what they call chaotic neutral. I'm a big fan.
It's so weird whenever you look at lobbies like this, because a lot of these teams should be at least minorly familiar with each other based off of climbing through the lobbies and just the fact that they're from the same region, so they should communicate to some form and fashion. Just to do scrims, you have to know most of the teams. That's the kind of the joy of Battle Royale, is that you end up with communities instead of just kind of rivalries as it moves forward. So whenever we're coming in, you can see that the drops are starting to happen now. The thing to keep an eye on is one of 2 things are going to happen. Either mixed drops, and we're going to get that action that you so desperately want, Lawler, or we're going to see everybody go, okay, let's get a feel for what's happening around us right now, and playing in a little bit more of a like a passive, gather information, get a feel for what's happening, and then start to make a little bit more moves. Given the fact that we're not seeing the leaderboard light up, only really one knock that looks like it's come in already, is the fact that most people manage to scout out their drops pretty efficiently.
Jumping in line with 1907, this is our second place team in their own semifinal. Semifinal, 126 points, so just shy of 50 behind Camels. This is going to be a team that, wow, a fight actually out immediately. We're going to swap gears over to ATK. 1 player left. And going to clutch it up. So, again, I talk about wanting aggression early. And right out the gate, man, you get 2 people fighting for the same spot. ATK on top. This is a team that was in the second semifinal. Middle of the pack, 6th place, but only 1 point behind 4th and 5th. So, again, trying to make their name known right away. You can also get something that I love about this production. You got the team tracker on the right-hand side. It's going to show us all the teams, and there's also those 3 dots. You see Onyx getting removed as well. Those 3 dots standing for how many players are left on the team. So as much information as we can throw at you guys, we will in a simplistic fashion.
Yeah, this is kind of a big turn at the start. Remember, we were talking about DNMK very early. The fact they had themselves a very good performance inside the lobby. Sure, going out first sucks, but there are 16 rounds, so it's not the end of the world for them. You can see the setup right now. We're making our way over towards the northwest. A couple of small firefights already breaking out. Just gonna roll right up into the face, going for the spray into it. Doesn't manage to connect, does go down. Quick exchange going over here now. HLDC on the run, just demotivator. The last one up for his squad. And looks like he's gonna be our first rat trying to find his way into the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Not sure if he's going to be able to double back and find his teammates either. So will be an interesting investment. Luckily, with the Bloodhound being able to use some of those abilities to kind of scout out the situation. But at the same time, the activation of that ability is going to let people know he's nearby. And you're seeing a ton of Bloodhound playing lately, obviously for the reason that buff that came in a patch quite a bit ago, increasing the range and giving that vision. Obviously, vision key, being able to know where your opponents are. As we jump on with Bruv. I don't think I'm ever not going to get used to saying that. I enjoy it so much.
Woo! Nice shots coming out from them. Following through, Bruv. Nice lineup and quickly hunts down the last one. We missed our first It's a Me kill, by the way. We were looking on the opposite side of it, so sorry about that one. We told you we followed up, but don't worry, that meme's going to get old as we progress, but we're still going to death grip it anyway. Bruv,
16
good strong
rounds,
performance.
man, and that's, oh, man.
This is what you're going to get. I'm sorry. You're in for the haul with us. You know the fact that you're making the joke in your head as well, so don't blame me for it.
Taking a look at the circles, obviously getting advantage with that Pathfinder passive. Ending roughly in Countdown and Skyhook. So you're going to see a lot of teams, especially you're looking at the bottom right with It's Me. You're going to have to take some migrations out of Lava City earlier than later. You also have HLDC, and it looks like 25 possibly intersecting here, but 25 going to move early. Shots coming out on Dojo.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of an interesting spot right now, given the way that the situation that's kind of gathering on around them. They've got control over a nice vision point, but looks like they might be getting harassed a little bit while they were trying to get their switch over and get their crafting into play, but it doesn't look like anybody's wanting to aggress too much. You can see that nobody's really around position, and they have so much control and vision to work with, and just look at the amount of crafting mats that they're managing to stack up right now. This is going to be ridiculously powerful for the late game sections. Specifically in the mid game as well. As you can see that they're already starting to stack up multiple armors. That way, if anybody does aggress to them, they can go ahead and do armor swaps as they make their pushes in and just be ready. This is going to be a full-on defensive lineup. You can see that there's usually 2 different strategies on how you want to play Apex. You're going to go ahead and be the aggressor, flying around the map, going for the kills. As you can see right now on the chase, Australis going after him. And I got to be careful on how I say that. I keep wanting to say Australis, but it's Australis. So they're just on the hunt, trying to rack up as many kills as possible. So on the flip side of that, you saw the full defensive line setting up their armors, getting everything prepared for that one. So it's going to be about whenever you see the aggressive team meet the defensive team, that's whenever your real action kicks off.
I will say out of Pat here, he is someone that I think Nathanius, our former caster, needs to take notes of. A caustic main that embodies it to the furthest degree, being as toxic as possible, sitting in a corner with all of his traps. So you see Pat here being super aggressive. I love to see that out of a caustic and utilizing it to kind of trap them in rather than hoping they come to you. So Australis doing a really good job of playing the aggressor, like you mentioned, trying to gatekeep some of these teams. Obviously, they do have pretty good vantage point here on the outside. As we jump over to Dojo Unity again over the training yard. Peeking those angles, seeing if there's anybody high grounded in there. Most definitely is. Already has it spotted out. Going to ping it for the teammates. And with that, could use the portal. Do not want to waste any time with that engagement. Especially a lot of noise being made. So going to reposition, but gets picked up by the sonar.
This is such a hazardous place to play whenever you're holding this area. People that manage to get into the train cars, I guess the floating train cars, the raised cars, whatever you want to call them. There's like a million names for them. People call them heaven cars, all kinds of different stuff. But whenever you get control specifically of these two, you can see how you can bounce down. You can use kind of the crates that are hanging up there, jumping back and forth around the train yard, really getting a lot of attention as it goes. And if you can control, I like the way that they have everything set up. The Bloodhound holding on top of the building, regularly doing scouting so that way they can harass and control way more of the territory, because that becomes the problem. If you're holding the high ground, you don't necessarily get the best vision down inside that building. So that's a good counterplay to make sure that they maintain a lot of control from this position. Well played, ATK.
Keep an eye on the team tracker. A lot of the big dogs still in play. You're looking at 25 and 1907 still up at the top. Those are our top two from one of the other lobbies, so good performance there. Trying to look at the first semifinal, and a big surprise actually. I think it was Onyx was a team that was kind of in that teetering spot as well, knocked out pretty early. So again, some of these teams, early aggression not being the beneficiary of. You got 3 teams nearby, or no? Yeah, you do have 3 teams nearby. So this could get dangerous. Obviously, ATK with the high ground, probably in the best position, just waiting for this to develop. They did automatically use Bloodhound's abilities to track that team down that was trying to rotate out. I think that was Dojo Unity that was on the back end. So Alien Cosmos on the opposite side as well. Trying to take some poke, maybe looking for an entry frag and a down and see if they can push in. But again, needing to be careful. A lot of ultimates coming into play already.
Whenever you opt into these high ground positions, specifically in this territory, it's a lot about how you bring in your meds. If you have meds and tools to survive, because you're going to harass a lot of teams from this point, but you're also going to be very mutually harassed. You can see Alien Cosmos having to lean back in. They've only got the white armor, a couple of blues. Comparison on that, ATK on the other side with a lot of control, and you can see that they're very much asserting it on all the teams around them. Now it becomes much more hazardous for the teams that are in the other raised positions on the other side of it, Alien Cosmos most notably, going for any peek. Right as soon as you can see Pozinski takes a peek around the corner, loses all of his armor, has to move back into a defensive position. Dojo just kind of creeping around trying to get a little bit more, but do note I did see that 25 was, I believe, around towards the north of, or the south of their position, getting a little bit of an information. New circle has popped, and it's really not going to favor these teams playing right along the edge of this point, so instead going to move away from it. Brub still in the thick of it, running through these kills as they make their way through. You can see Salome already sitting on 3 just by his lonesome. Nice retreat away from it. Sprays going to be coming out from Flying Camels, and this is going to be a beautiful chase down, already on the hunt, wanting to make sure that they secure his kills as they're coming through this one. And look at the cover and communication off of this. There's just nowhere to go. These guys have absolutely dominantly taken firm authority of this position, and this is what we were expecting coming out from Flying Camels.
Hey, we talk about Flying Camels and their ability to frag out. You can see exactly why the tracing of Atrocity and Microfibers just do not miss, and they're going to wipe that squad. Fantastic shots and chasing them down again. That aggression really paying off. I was curious on what we were going to get out of the Middle East and Africa regions, and again, I think it's one of the regions that's definitely slept on. For whatever reason, they just don't get the credit that I think they deserve, and this is part of the reason. That decisiveness, the lack of hesitation to just go in immediately. You have everybody retreating, dropping those cooldowns to get out. It makes it so easy for Camels to just fly up and then take advantage. So again, going to be rewarded, bunch of loot to play with, and man, Flying Camels living up to the name.
And our first rat cam of the day, hiding out, chilling next to the tire. I mean, maybe he's just expecting, you know, we've been seeing a lot of temperature changes.
He's fine.
There's been a lot of temperature changes. You got to make sure that you check the tire pressure on your cars whenever it keeps going from hot and cold. You know, you don't want to risk having a blowout while you're driving. So he's just doing good car maintenance right now. In 1907, and a little bit of trouble. Look at the jump down coming through. Already got a 1 down in this position. Draconian still just trying to hold the point, trying to force them away from this area, but there's just too many numbers. Now Pinky Finky, the last one up for 1907, and in a lot of trouble. Hoping the fact to harass away, but you can see wide open terrain around them, definitely spotted. It's just going to be a matter of trying to make sure that you burn as much octane as you can to get out of this position.
Yeah, Krellik's doing a good job of getting both those kills and securing them. Obviously 2 points guaranteed, but the other side of it too, Draconian getting credit where it's due. Low and in a really bad spot, still going to turn and put some pressure on it. It does buy quite a bit of time for the teammates, so I do like the play. It's unselfish to the furthest degree, but again, I think you see if they can re-engage, obviously wanting to get it and grab those banners.
I mean, Octane
with
can
Octane,
do it.
a lot of, yeah, a couple of jump pads out of there as well. Might be able to secure this.
It's going to have to be pretty sneaky as he goes. 93% on the ult. Should have it just a second if he needs it for escape. Picks up 2 of them. Doesn't even need it. Now he can just creep away. You can see the fact the res beacon's not even that far away from this. So that is a great play coming up from 1907. The problem comes into play. Once you call this back in, it's going to be really hard to get repositioned. Do you know the path circle is right next to him? Going to go ahead and throw that right into the geyser to follow through. I'm willing to bet off of it. Go ahead and get a little bit more airtime to get that reposition. And it looks like they could be open. So now it's just a matter of making a little bit of a foothold inside the zone.
Yeah, a little bit difficulty. Obviously, only round 2 closing in, so it won't tick for that much. The nice thing too is depending on what's looted for Draconian and Catherine is the fact that the boxes are still there, so should be able to get a majority of their loot back. I do not think the team that took them out actually ended up dropping down, so good positioning here from Flying Camels as we jump on board at a good choke point, but trying to rotate out using that give a shield, but back into the thick of things. Atrocity having to use a shield battery. Does have that quick recharge and back into the action, ready to go.
We're starting to see everything condense down. You can see a lot of teams already eliminated at this point, and it's been firm, full squad wipes for the majority of it. So now just a couple of teams going to have to be moving. Looks like we've got FAV, It's Me. Back to the south, we've got about 3 teams that are going to be moving. No surprise, 1907 going to be the tail end of that, is they're going to have to try to loot their way through this. And I wouldn't say that we've seen a lot of teams really push and rotate through these areas. So these corridors are going to be very, very looted at this stage, and it's going to be very hard for them to get into fighting shape. But maybe you can come across a couple of crates or something else to give you those extra couple of tools that you need. Really, that's what you kind of almost look for more than anything else, is you know that almost everything's going to be looted at this stage. Maybe a crate's going to have some ammo. Maybe it could just have even a white or a blue armor is better than nothing at this stage.
That's Flying Camels on the bottom on the left-hand side. Getting put under fire by Baldanica as well as ATK, so gonna have to heal back up. Either way, that good early push, that's something that Flying Camels, I think, did a really good job in the semifinals, as well as recognizing that may be risky, but we have to push into position early. All this is going to shift north for the most part. We still have 11 teams, I think, available, so still more than half, but just barely. Shots coming out from 1907, trying to apply some pressure.
Good loot already. Strong positioning as well, pushing them out, and this is a great comeback from 1907.
Jeez.
If they can really string something together here and get a couple more kills, they'll be in a prime position. They've already got control of the southern part of the circle. You can see that they've already also got themselves a place to potentially maybe craft if needed, but they are just taking control of this area. Gonna go ahead and throw out a grenade, starting to get a little bit of harassment coming in from their 6, so having to retreat away from this. That's gonna stall out a little bit of their aggression, but you can see already back in fighting shape. Well played coming out from 1907.
I really like the aggression. Despite knowing there's multiple teams in the area, they're just not hesitant about it whatsoever. Very decisive actions, which applies pressure to both sides. Obviously, it does bring a lot of attention to them with all those shots going out. That sound just, it kind of just draws it, makes your ears perk up and go, wait, that's an engagement. I want in on that. So obviously having to back off, but playing it smart, applying some pressure, trying to get rid of some of those mats on the other side, but still not afraid to back off and pull off. A lot of teams tend to tunnel vision in those situations, where they just see blood, they see red, they're like, we have to go. So really good idea here from 1907 to back off. And like you mentioned, obviously down to only 1 member at one point, but now under a lot of pressure. It's Draconian, Pinky, Flinky, and Catherine gonna have to try to put a fight. They drop down the Gib and then drop down with the Mastiff right on the head. Gonna be an easy revive, but Pinky gonna drop the Phoenix shield and should be able to get back into the action relatively quick and rewarded for their troubles.
I love this. Get control this territory. You know the fact that you should have your back pretty clear from this point. You've got the wall that's going to be to the north. It's going to buy a little bit more space. Really limits the third-party potential coming through. And Flying Camels, yet again, with great awareness of what's going on, just going to jump down, go ahead and take out the very last member of HLDC. So get a little bit more control into this. Really, we're starting to see it's a battle between the north and the south, as it's going to be Flying Camels up to the north, and it's going to be 1907 to the south. The new circle has popped, and it is going to favor where we're seeing Dojo playing at, Easy playing from, as well as 1907.
Trying to look at more so the loadouts of some of these players. Obviously, Microfiber's kind of the tried and true with that Volt, as well as the EVA 8. Especially if you have the hop-up attachment with that double shot, it's just absolutely lethal. So Microfiber's kind of playing the ideal route. Curious on what the teammates are rocking as well, but one thing that is tried and true that we've seen every time we've been in their perspective is just tracing like no other. I'm a little envious of it. My FPS aim has gotten worse and worse as I get older here, and just, man,
we're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about
the envy, dude. The envy. It's unreal how good these guys are. Just even with how much movement's applied and everything else in these games, it's just second nature to some of these guys.
Especially with the speed that you can see that comes into Apex, tracing and following through it with everything that's going on. I mean, you can see people trying to trace as we see jumps coming in. A lot of play coming out of this one, and we're seeing a lot really of Octane coming into play onto this one. Just look at this. These guys are on the hunt. Flying Camels has a plan, and their plan is to murder everything that's in front of them right now and just stack up as many kill points as humanly possible. Look at the way that they're moving through this. You can see the fact that their communication on point. They're calling out how to move through, where threats are going to be coming from, identifying how they need to navigate position, and really just popping shot after shot to make sure that they get control and a way to move through this as safely as possible. But on the other side of it, it's the defended set up ATK that we've been seeing frag out from this position and getting so much control. Remember, these guys have been stacking up utility for days, but they're starting to get too many threats, too many teams that are encroaching onto them, but they're just flying right into their face. Shots coming through, and ATK is trying their best to hold this one out. Already one down, but quick exchange onto it. Second one, trying to line it up and just polishing through this one right now. Good defensive lineup coming up from ATK, still just trying to control, but you can see too many threats coming from too many different angles. They have to play this one so carefully.
Passively down, trying to draw it out and get some of these kills no matter what. Secure, there's one for Flying Camels. We talked about the passiveness from some of these teams, and again, Flying Camels says, you know what, you can play passive, we're going to overwhelm, and they just literally fly in, and it really showcases, if we want to kind of micromanage their play style, it really works well because of their composition. You're talking the ability to go in early with those jump pads with Octane. You've got some defensive side in case you need to stabilize with Gibraltar, and then you have the vision that comes out from the Bloodhound. So again, very meticulous in their decision making here as they're trying to gatekeep the edge of this circle. Another team on the other side, they see him on the other side of that zone in that Gibraltar. Only 6 squads remaining, and it looks like team of 1907 FB doing a really good job. Still a big surprise for them, down early but not out, able to come back at full strength, get another kill for themselves. So man, I hate to be the biased one in the favoritism, but Flying Camels is really winning me over.
I mean, their name alone inspires me to want to love these guys. They know exactly what they want to do, and they're living up to it. These guys are just flying around everywhere, fighting everything that moves around them. Instead, now they've realized discretion is a better part of valor from this stage. Whenever you look at this point from the game, it's going to be a third-party fiesta. So you've got to go ahead and wait it out, start listening for firefights, take a second, plan the approach. And I like this. They know that they're, again, firmly defended. You're starting to see a lot of really solid map awareness and how to play these territories. You don't always necessarily need to aggress out, but here is the issue with what we see coming out from Flying Camels.
Oh, no.
They don't have a lot of information, so they've got to opt into the play, and that is a beautiful spray coming in. Cake Man just absolutely destroying them, but somehow they're going to be able to get this one back through. That was almost terrible for Flying Camels.
That was insane for Monaco. This is our 8th place team in the first semifinal, but to 1v3 and almost win that, unbelievable. Wish we could have saw that from their perspective, but it's not going to work out. Flying Camels now in a very dangerous situation on the outside of the zone. Going to have to use this Gibraltar shield quite intelligently. Going to drop down the ultimate, try to give them some cover, and rotation is going to be more and more difficult. A lot of eyes here on Flying Camels. Possibly butting off more than they can chew, trying to use these angles and peek at a different direction. It looks like they've got some space and some Deathledge cover. So again, despite that, still applying pressure on the other side. One of the team members goes down. Atrocity trying to get one, and with the help of Microfibers, having to rotate in and using that ultimate. Dangerous situation. Taking their time, and they actually get into the circle.
This is hellish. Just look at how much is being thrown at them right now. Only down to 2 members from this point. They're going to have to play this one extremely cautiously. They know the threats that are around them and are trying to take them out as they go. Beautiful angle onto this one. They're absolutely destroying off of it. Trusty does go down, but they should have a couple of follow-throughs off of it. You can see that really Flying Camels is trying to figure out, do we go for the play? There's nowhere to go. It was a 3rd and 4th party stacking on top of each other. Alien Cosmos. We saw them very early in this position, repositioning back over from here. We saw them holding down that high ground where they were playing from the crates earlier. We're down to 4 squads left. While we can see where they're playing from right now, it's 1907 on the other side of it. Again, that go back and picking up the res and getting everything situated has gotten them into this stage. That is just such a Herculean task to lose 2 members early, go back, get the res, make it into this stage of the game. These guys are amazing.
Down to one of our final circles. We do have roughly 4 squads remaining. All kind of with their individual place. The only one that is on top here is the team that's shooting here. They have another team below them. I think it's Dojo Unity down below. So obviously all these teams taking advantage of that high ground, going to be difficult. And honestly, with Dojo, if they can kind of just stay down here and buy their time, they were in a really good position in that circle. Possibly third party.
Oh,
As another team gets dropped down. Good clean plays here from Joe Savimo.
I mean, these guys are doing a great job on getting control over area. You can see that they're trying to creep in, trying to get as close towards the center as possible. 3 teams alive at this point, but you can see tons of armor, tons of utility set and ready to go for Joey Savimo. So now it's about how Joe opts into playing this one, moving their way through it. They've been paying attention to what's been happening around them, but everybody should have a pretty good awareness on where everybody's at. Now it's just a matter of leaning into your aim to open up some type of path to creep your way forward. Shields are now starting to come down. It's about cover and movement from this point forward. Bouncing from point to point, it's essentially control leapfrog as you're making your way through this one, trying to fight on 2 different angles. You can see, trying to hold back, take them out, make sure that nobody can push from that door, but they know that they're going to be aggressed on from the right, so they're having to control 2 different areas. Pinky still trying to make the play off of it, and it's 1907 on both sides of it. Dojo trying to use this opportunity to come up behind it, but it's going to be 1907 that's still managing to control and hold this. They're finding the opportunities for him. It clears another one out. Now we're down to our last 2 teams. New kill leader popping up for 1907, still on the hunt, aware of what's happening, but has to move away from the harassing shots.
You see Piggy going up high, and you're going from a position where, oh, it automatically knows in the rat spot, trying to get it down with the Peacekeeper. Needs one more shot, but can't clutch it. Gonna get knocked, but the backup is there, and it's gonna do it. 1907 from the brink of elimination, revives 2, comes back, and takes your first champion spot.
1907, what the hell, man? How do you do that? The recovery in that is absolutely phenomenal. And you saw the way that they navigated it. They knew they could do it. They leaned into the octane, but they had the zone coming in back behind them. And then were continually moving forward, looting as they went, and managed to pick up that much. That's just nuts, Lord. I don't even have another way to describe it other than that's just absolutely mental.
I don't even know how that came to be, and credit where it's due. Obviously, Flying Camels a little bit more than they could chew, obviously, in that situation. Towards the back end, obviously, they came in, but the big surprise here, 1907, obviously, this is our 2nd place team in the first semifinal, but they were roughly 50 points, I would say, behind Flying Camels. The difficulty, obviously, for Flying Camels, this spray, and we get to see it, just unbelievable. Using that Eva, and I'll correct myself. I apologize. Pop-ups and stuff like that were removed. I don't know what I'm thinking about with the double tap. Both the gold barrel double tap stuff was removed back in like February. So like I don't know what I'm on about.
And re-knock positioning, that's just huge. And here it is, 1907. Look, once they realize that they have control over this end game, they just chase it down. They know exactly where the rat is. I mean, the zone's gonna hit pretty hard, so I mean, they're just gonna go ahead and send it down. They knew the fact that they could just leave one up and they were gonna win it regardless, so no harm in just taking a little bit of a risky play and trying to secure the kill point, because that's going to be pivotal. We saw a couple of times where we had a tie moving into the middle stages, as well as just 1 or 2 points separating out. So try to make sure you get every single point as possible. But color me impressed. 1907, a hell of a game. Amazing set.
The amount of aggression, man. Nobody really sitting back. I mean, obviously, I think it was Demotivator who had to check the tire pressure and stuff like that. So that's an understandable situation. But for 1907, you know, using that octane, getting in there, getting the banners and coming back, and then just being absolutely kitted by the end, doing a fantastic job to bounce back. That was impressive. It was absolutely impressive to see it, and a lot of aggression from this region. I'm loving it, man. We got 7 more to go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the way you want to see Apex played, right? Just bring in the aggression. But guys, we got to go ahead and take a quick break, let the players reset, make a couple of maybe strategy changes. To be honest, I got to get a drink of water. So we will see you guys in just a few moments. See, that wasn't so long, guys. Already back, getting everything situated. We still have 7 more rounds just in this region, and then another 8 after that. So if you're in for some Apex action, you have a full weekend of, 48 rounds that you can watch moving through across 3 different regions, and a lot of new players and chances to find out new people to root for. And that's one of the things I always love about this whenever we're looking at different regions across it and breaking them down individually. Like, I mean, 1907 was amazing, but like, what all stood out to you in Lawler? Like, there was so much in that first round.
I mean, the Rat Cam obviously gets special love in my heart. Always have, always will. So, Demotivator, shout outs to you, man. Filling up those tires. Do what you got to do, man. But yeah, I think there was just some interesting plays in general in MEA. Obviously, there's a lot of aggression, and I don't want to discredit anybody by any means. There's definitely some decision making that I don't agree with, just due to the level of aggression. which I'm all for. I'm personally much rather have you make the bad call and be aggressive than sit and wait. Like some of the regions, like
Mhm.
Europe is known for being quite passive. And it's just more so recognizing that the positioning and taking that fight usually isn't advantageous because of the placement and everything else. But MEA is just like, heck it, like, let's just go. So that is my first takeaway. MEA likes to go, and I'm a huge fan of that. So
Yeah.
keep it coming. I'm down.
I mean, that's the way you're supposed to play this game, it feels like. It's all
Yeah.
about the speed.
All W
It's about
key? Yeah,
aggression
man.
coming through there. I mean, that's where the fun comes into play. But it sounds like we've got some scores for you guys. So we're going to go ahead and show you guys the present standings from that last round and how everything came through. Not going to be surprised to see 1907 up at the top. 16 kills and a win? Are you kidding me? What are you doing to them, 1907?
Yeah, that one is kind of remarkable regarding the situation they were in. Obviously in that kind of cavern, and then having the low ground, two of their players get knocked, still able to come back. They revive the whole team, and then they just frag out, man. That is the benefit, obviously, not only getting further into the area. They were the team that was kind of fighting in that pivotal point where they were able to gatekeep a team that was inside that building, but also had the team on the right. Everybody was with red shields fully up. So with the Evo shield, I mean, they really put themselves in a really good position. So yeah, 1907 FB doing a really good job of bouncing back from a tough situation. Flying Camels obviously in top 4, still with a bunch of kills. But ultimately, man, it's a pretty tight race at the top, other than that big jump up. Like, again, we're here very early on. There's a lot of Apex to go.
And just, I've glanced back at chat. I kept seeing everybody be like, why aren't they calling Fenerbahce? Why aren't they calling? It's because the fact that their tag is 1907. And just to make everything a little bit cleaner for everybody that's watching, we're trying to lean into the tag a little bit more so that way you can know what's going on if you're not familiar
It's
with
that
the team.
easy association. Your eyes see 1907, it's just right there.
You know, 1907. And if you know the team, then you also know the fact that they're 1907 Fenerbahce. It all makes sense if you break it down. So we're just doing that to make it a little bit easier for people that are watching maybe some of these teams for the first time. We'll bounce back and forth between them as we progress, but calm it down, guys. It's such a random thing to get annoyed by. It's their tag. It's okay. It's okay. Take it down a little bit. Now, we did have a couple of teams that performed quite well during the semifinals go out a little bit early. Most notably, it was DNMK that was one of the first teams removed. So I really want to see how they're going to bounce back in this next round, because we know that this is a team that can perform. The question comes into play, was it just the fact that contested drop spot? Was it just too many teams around them? There's a lot of different factors. So modifications off of this is going to be something I'm going to have my eyes drawn to specifically with that team.
Yeah, we talked about this in the pre-lobby too, is obviously we talked about we are weeding down teams. All these teams are significantly better than the previous lobby. It is the best of the best, our top 10 from both sides. So you may see that, and that's where these adjustments are going to come into play. The ability to, hey, we got ego challenged or someone took our spot right away. Do we want to push back? And now that we're aware of that, get ready for a fight right away? Or are we going to just let them have it and try to go somewhere else, which then creates this kind of domino effect. It depends on how teams want to play it. I think for a team like DNMK, they got to kind of stick their guns. They got to make sure they fight for it the first time around. And then if it still doesn't play out and now you're down by 2 matches, and that's when the gears start coming through. And kind of the benefit, I guess, is when you get knocked out early and you're just spectating from a side, there's a lot of things that you get to take in and communicate with your team about how we want to approach the next time.
Yeah.
So for DNMK, for getting knocked out early, I think they have a strategy coming into this one that they're willing to implement.
There's a running kind of dimmy joke that happens inside of Battle Royale whenever you're looking at these qualifiers. A lot of times people joke that being one of the first teams eliminated is awesome, because then you get to sit back, pay attention to what's happening, and you get to be the first team to try to react and really scout out what's going on through the rest of the lobby. So with that, then you can now use that information to make much more intelligent decisions for the remainder of the rounds, and now everybody has to start reacting to you. Now, if you do that is the question, because whenever you're looking at teams that are moving so aggressive, like per se Flying Camels, who are just bouncing around all the different sections of the map, whenever you look at a team like, let's say, ATK, you saw they were running the fortress strategy. They were firmly cemented in position for quite a while, and there was just too many aggressors, too many people that were all jumping into position to hold down. So we might see a couple of modifications coming out from that team as well, but you can see already set up in game. Everybody's coming through right now, trying to get the loot situation optimized as quickly as possible. Doesn't look like we're seeing too many teams stacked up just quite yet, but Epicenter looks like it's going to have a couple of friends that might be contesting against each other.
Yeah, it does look like one of those teams is headed all the way over to Overlook, and that's the high drop area. But you're looking at that circle, man, and that's gonna be spicy.
Oh, it is.
That
I
is a
love to see
fun
it.
area for us.
Oh no. I talked about DMK right before this, and they're already in trouble. Got one of them down. Second one's already down. One's already flushed out. Now it is just a one, and it's the Octane trying to get out of position. We saw a massive play come up. Octane earlier, reset for his team, but this is not good for DMK already. I mean, what do? You've got first round problems, second round problems. Again, still a lot of games to go, but this is definitely not the way you want to start. And you see them maybe get into position off of this. Another fight starting to break out on the other side of this. Looks like 20 is going to go ahead and be able to pick up a res on the teammate. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, but it's going to be harassing shots at range. And it's going to be Lord Silver and crew rolling back down through this point. Going to go ahead and connect on the shots. Take down Gutbuster. Now they're just going to chase it through. Going to go ahead and follow through. Quick pickups off of that one. A good play coming out from the team.
Yeah, easy secures here. You talked about an early fight in the epicenter, and we get exactly that. Securing it out and trying to spread out, get as much loot as possible. So nothing too crazy all around. ATK in a pretty negative situation. Gonna just have to rotate out and then come back later. Talk about those early fights. Gotta be careful. Back to the epicenter, and
it's the mutually assured destruction stage that can happen whenever you drop. Sometimes you just do so much damage to each other that both teams are now just in a ton of trouble. 20 still the last one up, seeing if maybe he can do a little bit of damage control, but you can see, you can hear shots around him. He has to be so cautious, not even anywhere near the circle. Remember, we saw it was way down to the southwest. So this is going to be a huge problem for him. ATK, though, managing to reset, at least managed to get back into position. So we saw the fact that they were in a little bit of trouble beforehand. So ATK managing to rebound just a little bit right now, but has to be really cautious of the threats that are around.
Use that Phoenix Shield, get back into the action. So both team members able to get revived and back in. HK just trying to see what's available at this point. Initial engagements are always kind of the difficult one, especially in this area, because there's so many different angles and there's a lot of loot. So if you can win it out, it's going to be rewarded. But good timing on the shot, going to get the crate and rewarded for it.
Hopefully get some nice toys out of that one. And see, trying to figure out, okay, do we even want that? Nah, I guess they're just going to retreat away from it. That's like the worst feeling. It's like you see the gold, you run up and you're like, oh, this is not anything that I want out of this situation. So going to go ahead and retreat away from it. A lot of teams already playing in position. Harvester still open, and where we're going to see a potential death funnel where you can see that it's going to be ATK playing from position, as well as a couple of teams all approaching into the northeastern area of the circle towards Harvester. That's all open territory. So potential for these teams to maybe make it into zone without having to contest too much. No real gatekeeping going to be happening in that area. Really, it's a lot of scouting out right now, as you can see. Teams showing a little bit more hesitation out of the aggression that was just brought in that first game.
Trying to disengage. A lot of shots coming out here. Rexu utilizing that Spitfires. Then you get some slowing down on that. But again, MEA living up to the name, dude. I see a person, I'm going to shoot that person. I don't even care if it's going to tell where everybody else is.
I mean, we saw there for a second that it was all aim, no brain with Rexu looking around trying to do a little bit more scouting. And then Bazinski's going to go ahead and retreat away from, I believe, where we see Savi playing from. So quick retreat going to be coming out from them. And this is kind of what I would expect for a game two. Get a little bit more, I guess, control of area. With how violent the first game is, a lot of these teams are starting to go, okay, we need to make sure that we're fortified before we have just a ton of flying camels coming after us. So let's try to position for that, see if maybe we can get some territory control. On the other side, you can see a couple of small skirmishes coming through and a full retreat back down into a defensive position for now. And oh, Chase is coming through off of it and bringing out the Revenant as well, making sure that they can bring in the ultimate, try to get away from a safe play with this one, and just trying to hold up in position. I like the aggression coming out from this.
Yeah, we're on board with, I think this is Favela Vondalos. Yeah, FAV. So Favela Vondalos in here in a good position. Obviously really dangerous too, especially with being able to go up that rappel. But again, just kind of holding their ground. Get a team above, kind of watching those spots. I don't think either of these teams is really going to engage. Just doesn't feel like the right play. Obviously, maybe if it's flying camels, they'll jump down and see if they can make something. But again, the smarter play here, there's no reason to do that so early. It's just too risky. Even if you are that confident in the fight, it's really not worth it.
And that's the risk reward situation that we're looking at right now, as a lot of these teams are in the full decision making process. Like, okay, what is worth at this time? Sure, we might be able to get a couple of kills, but how many people could we lose out of a push such as this? Is it that valuable based off of positioning for future circles? That's going to be really where we see a lot of the aggression, where we're going to see decision making come into play. Like, people will fight to the death for somewhere that they think could be inside the next zone or could be a strong position to play. So whenever we keep seeing this southwestern shift on circle into circle, that means that teams that are playing closer to edge, not so desperate to fight for a situation along those lines. A lot of our rotating teams still should find no contestation at the edge. Not a lot of gatekeeping that's happening right now. It's really just fight outside the zone, fight inside the zone, or hold down position. So not a lot of edge fighting that's happening at the time. Good awareness coming out, and yet
20.
again, it's just going to be good plays coming out. Flying Camels having good awareness on what's happening. Going to go ahead and flesh up 20, make him go back to the lobby, and the last one up for his squad.
Yeah, unfortunately for blind peekers out of Africa, that is 20 having to fight a 1v3. And against Flying Camels, the aggressive bunch, that is not going to go well. And utilizing that Bloodhound again in the circle as we jump back on here. Now to FV, putting some shots down in the Gibraltar shield, having to fight in the circle as well. Luckily, it's the lightest of the bunch, but able to get a shield swap, seeing if they can bounce back, going back and forth, utilizing the Gibraltar shield. It's not going to matter. Overwhelmed. And FAV going to get another drop down here. ATK, here's the shots and decides to get aggressive as well.
I love this. Great awareness. Doesn't even care. Early circle. Sees opportunity. And again, it's all about the risk reward. New kill leader popping off for ATK. Not playing so defensive this time. They're on full on aggression to every team that's around them. Even fighting outside in the zone. And a lot of skirmishes happening out there. No gatekeeping positions. Really, these teams are all gatekeeping each other as they're trying to make their approach into the zone. A couple long range fights, as you can see, teams kind of setting up. But do note that there is going to be the potential of a third and fourth party coming into play, where we see that Landon Juvenik is playing from right now. There's a couple of long range shots that are kind of harassing them from their butt, so they're just trying to make sure that they're safe there. Rat cam already coming into effect, and God, they're always so cinematic.
Oh man, this is rough to see as well. It looks like one of the teams only loading in with 2. This is actually Bruv, where they're missing Zakro, it looks like. So having to fight a 2v3 and probably going to be playing a bit more passive, obviously being at a disadvantage every single time they engage. So most likely playing for placement on that one to the best of their ability. Coming on board with Onyx. And we'll take the long route, the scenic route here.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise given the amount of teams that we saw on the other side of this saying like, nah, we'll just go ahead and reposition away from this. Now popping over here with HLDC. They're going to go ahead and thinking about doing some crafting, or are they just trying to bait out some shots? There we go, just finishing the crafting out. That's what we got going on. So now, really just with the way that the circles are setting, early teams that moved for positioning getting a little bit more favorable, specifically teams that dropped in the Southwest being heavily rewarded with early positioning and rotation that they can try to perform here. Question comes into play now. Corridors and entries are going to start getting a little bit more chaotic as we're starting to probably see too many teams still alive at this stage to be able to be comfortable from this position. And Sufinabachi holding down position right now. This is kind of a damage control point. I think that this is probably going to be due to harassment that we can see coming out from WRG off in the distance. And then I think we've got Josavia back over on the other angle as well, 25 in this position. So no harm, no foul, and being a little bit more passive from this point. The problem comes into play is you got to be careful with it, and Pinky Finky realizing that because he's scooted down the side of it, and those people in the high ground position still going to have vision of him, and that's going to have to require a Gibraltar shield already. And now Pinky, where the hell are you going to go next? Look like he's going to try to make his way up there, but there's no easy path to get back to that point and regroup with his team.
Well, they do a good job of utilizing Pinky there. The only one with that jump pad. So sometimes loot is too good to resist. They drop down and loot some of those boxes. Get a shield as well. So good team efforts. Should most likely be able to drop down a jump pad and get out. So we have an engagement here. Shots
not enough octane, not enough charging at this stage. You can see everybody is just flying around this map, and it's just making it so hard for these teams that are trying to defend up, I think, Waller, because like whenever you have Octane just popping off and sending the full squad right on top of a building, you're just getting attacked from not necessarily a long-range third party, which is what you see happen a lot in later stages of Apex rounds. Instead, it's just charge. And look, right here, just another charge coming right up into the face of this one. Just going to go ahead and say, there's opportunity to be had here. Let's go ahead and pick up a couple more kills out of it. And again, flying camels, the middle section, the middle rounds and the circles as they condense down, this is where they just seem to shine.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play by Atrocity as well. Obviously, Microfiber is a sliver of health, able to get the help from Atrocity, so they drop one down. Flying camels again. Not too many kills on the squad overall, but as you mentioned, that middle ground just trying to pick off some of these teams with positioning, and it's good shots here from Mario's son.
Oh,
he's
no.
at 3x and is going to get traded, so now needing to be careful. Mario wife going on the back end here.
Isn't Mario wife just Peach?
Depends on Bowser's perspective. I don't know.
I don't know. We're not going to get into that whole Bowsette situation. That gets way too complicated as we go through here.
Yeah,
but it's Mario going to go
specifically now. I have no idea.
Well, Mario's wife and son at least do manage to live. So Mario, your sacrifice was not in vain. Now they just have to be a little bit cautious. As this is kind of a dangerous place to try to leave, just due to the fact that you know that somebody's probably going to be chasing after you, trying to defend it up. That is a ton of damage back into Mario's wife, and HLDC is not going to let this one go. They are on full-on committed hunt onto it, just chasing them down. Where are you going to go? There's not a lot of options already spotted out, and that's it. It's not a me. It's not a Mario. They are out.
Yeah, it's a really good play from HLDC. Yes, the entry frag does not go well. You do get all the shields down on what it looks like was Yaga. But then immediately the other two engage, and just the numbers game really comes out to play. But we got another fight here. It's a little bit of a fist fight here for Flying Camels. Punches coming out and just being a bully. Poor guy. Can't do anything about it. Getting part of the beat down here and going to get knocked out.
I mean, that's just the way to die right there. You just see fists coming at you. There's just... We talk about how gratifying
this is
it
FB.
is.
This isn't Flying Camels.
Just to
Did you manage to get out of that cliffside like I was mentioning?
Yeah, you can see the fact that we did lose team tags onto this one. So, well, we at least have the teams that have their team tags on there, such as 25. 25 got themselves a lot of control.
Oh, don't say their number. People might get mad.
I know, gosh. 20. Imagine whenever 25 fights Fibonacci, and we have to say 25 versus 1907. Chat's gonna be like, I don't like
the numbers.
Numbers are bad.
I hate numbers. Math was always hard in school.
I mean, in fairness, it kind of was. That was always my terrible subject. Well, let's see. Kind of a calm has settled across everything. We still have 10 squads left.
You say
the
that?
calm never
There's explosions coming from the sky.
I know. Never
and
lasts
he's got a Kraber.
long.
Do it. Do it.
Give it to him. Give it. Go for the peek. Go for the peek. Oh, patience just a little bit too long.
That's just not going to peek again after hearing that noise, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the instant I don't want to look from around that rock anymore.
Yeah,
Caustic,
he's like,
that's
no, I'm good.
No, not Caustic. That's Gibraltar on the other side of it. Gibraltar, use your shield. That's your job now, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Gibraltar, I don't want to peek any angles with how big that body is.
You know, yeah, look, they just firmly are like, no, we're not peeking that anymore. You just get firm control over that Fibonacci. Looking back, shot's gonna go out, doesn't connect yet again. 2 rounds left. What you got for us, Pinky Finky?
Engagement, man. That's the name of the game. It just definitely feels. It's very weird to me to see this much Octane. I'm a huge fan of Octane just because of the mobility,
Same.
but Octane just getting utilized more and more, and it just feels like we're playing a bouncy house at this point. Everybody's bouncing around. There's so many jump pads on the map.
I feel bad for Pinky Finky because his full name is Pinky Finky Tinky, but it doesn't fit just due to how long his name is. But as a play-by-play caster, I have to say, I'm kind of happy that I don't have to say Pinky Finky Tinky takes the shots because, my God, that's a lot inside.
Sounds like a
that
nursery rhyme, dude.
It really does, doesn't it? He's just going to go ahead and run around and put everybody to sleep.
Oh, man. Shots coming out here from HLDC. Basically playing a little bit of duck hunt. Comes down and gets dropped down. Ventic going to be removed, so some points secured here for Yaga. Ultimate coming in, just gonna drop down the Gibraltar Rubble and completely negates it, but it's like Rexu on the back side with a teammate. This is based off of South Africa, another South African team. A lot of these teams, this is all aim no brain in a tough spot.
Dojo getting in the thick of it right now. Just gonna go ahead and assert some authority into position. Circle's pretty small for 9 squads. it's not going to stay that way for long. So now it's about information. What do you know? And uh-oh, HLDC, what you got? You've got somebody just firm pinned up. There is nowhere to go. Oh, drops out into the zone. Gonna have to be a little bit cautious with that one. Taking for a little bit of damage, but not the worst. Just got to get back out and get control. So a little bit more happening back into the east. So this is starting to free up a lot more of that territory, but so many teams already should be in a prime position to really hold out anybody on approach. This is going to be hazardous for everybody that's along the edge.
Yeah, this is the team HLDC. Demotivator was our former rat, checking the tire pressure as we mentioned earlier, but glad to see they're actually getting some fights in. I was curious on how they're going to utilize the Horizon. Obviously a big meta pick nowadays, just with the height advantage that you can get with gravity lift and everything else. Also CC at the end game with the black hole. So a lot of eyes going to be on that roster and seeing what they can bring together. So we take a look here. We've got FB. Onyx 25. That looks like Microfibers and the boys up at the top for Flying Camels. So a lot of big name teams, a lot of high fraggers still left alive. Gonna make for an exciting last couple circles. As Dojo Unity rotating in on the backside, they might run into a team here just a bit around the corner.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough rotation into the safe zone. They're just going to have to frag their way into it. Good connection shots onto HLDC. That's going to be Yaga that has to reposition. Demotivator already down, no armor in position. Instantly switches it back over. Yaga comes at the sacrifice though. Demotivator trying to get some damage into it, but it is just all by his lonesome. There's nowhere to go, and Dojo managed to secure another set of kills, dropping us down to 7 squads left, and again, a little bit more of an open path in front of them. So how much more can they manage to clear out? Find some way to make it in the zone.
Yeah, clean shots by Interact with the EVA 8, able to clean it up. But now the dangerous part, they're going to run straight into a team. It's going to be Microfibers and Atrocity. On the angle, zone coming in. It's going to force this team in no matter what. Just have to hold the angle and see if they can land those shots. They're going to drop down another one. Now there's only one player left for that roster. Trying to get up high, dodge the circle damage, as well as still apply some cover. So gonna take a little bit of zone damage and rotate around the other side. Smart choice here. Whoa! As teams flying in, you think it's Flying Camels based upon those actions, but it's not. It's gonna be a jump head trying to get away, but can. Onyx gonna get the melee kill here on El Diablo. And you thought he was in the fight. He's immediately out. He's up back in the air, getting dropped down. A bunch of chaos ensuing on the left side of the map. Teams just popping shots. 25 Esports trying to do what they can.
Onyx has just jumped into this. No fear, no aggression. 25 on the other side of it. You can see it is getting messy. Everybody's trying to make the play, trying to get some way into the next safe zone, but you can see the options are now very limited. 5 squads still up, and it's harassing shots. So really, it's a matter of who can find opportunities to third party off of it. You can see good awareness coming up from 25, realizing the fact that somebody's going to be approaching from back behind them, so having to make sure that they keep control over this. The problem with it is they're in a little cubby. One grenade going a little bit further than what they're looking at right now could be absolute catastrophe for them. They do have 1907 that's going to be on top of them, providing a little bit of support depending on how they move. But don't forget about Flying Camels depending on how they're going to be moving through this one. It looks like we might see Flying Camels coming in right back behind where we see Fibonacci trying to hold down. On the other side of this, we still have just positionals. That's the big factor for it. And look at this, Microfibers and the rest of the crew starting to get a little bit more of control into this area. Pops up, finds a deadly position, goes for the shots into it, and now a little bit more of a distraction happening towards the center of the safe zone.
Flying Camels on the high ground, probably in a good position to be able to work in. As for 25 Esports in a really tough spot, stuck between WRG. There was another team that looked like to their south side, and they're just getting lasered from both sides. They're going to have to pick a fight here shortly. Shadowcat down so low. It's going to be Onyx that's rotating in. So right now, Onyx, Fibonacci, as well as it looks like Flying Camels on top spot. Looks like our 2 top teams, both in Camels and FB, going to be ready to engage in the middle of the circle. You've also got Onyx on the outside side. Good entry fright from Pinky Viggy.
So
Gonna
much
drop
control
down one.
coming
WRG
out.
getting caught in the action. There's just so much happening on all angles. Need to be careful as Pinky trying to find a good position. Players on the outside knows there's somebody there. Whole gatekeeping.
This is all that happens.
Catches one on the back end.
There's just so much happening right now. Once the initial fight breaks out, everybody is now just bouncing between point to point. 1907 retreats away from it, trying to hold down. It looks like they're going to be exchanging shots on the other side of this one where we saw Camels make the play into. You can see Fibonacci in a firm, desperate position right now, but managing to avoid the ultimates as they come into play. Onyx still has control over the high ground, but it looks like Flying Camels is just going to reposition. They see an opportunity. Microfiber is going to go for the peek around it. Look at the damage. He just absolutely devastates Fibonacci on the angle. Shield's just trying to come through, and it's going to be Onyx on the other side. There is no nowhere for 1907 to go for a play from. They're just trying to crawl out, get information, and stack shields up so maybe they can get something out of this one. Gonna go ahead and throw down the Gibraltar shield to try to get the res, but you can see both teams now firmly committed. Endo looking at Fibonacci's direction, and where do you go? You're stacked up right against the edge. Looks like Flying Camels is realizing we don't want to overcommit into this, but it's gonna be Onyx on the other side of it, and Microfibers yet again finding the angle and just absolutely destroying it.
Microfibers at the beginning, before this all went down, it actually decided to go across, and now our top two teams, Flying Camels living up to the name yet again, gonna go engage, and just so much aggression from Flying Camels. Gets on the backside and puts down a ton of damage. One already down with that entry frag, and they're gonna clean it up. What a bounce back game here from Flying Camels.
You can see caught totally unaware. These guys just launched themselves in. They realized the fact that, okay, we've got control over here. They saw the bubble go down and they were like, all right, now we just know exactly where to send it. And boy, did they send it. That was so effectively done. And again, the way that these guys are playing this, when we're seeing so much octane in this lobby, just mean the fact that that's what we're going to be seeing as this progression. And I'm loving this. Usually we see Wraith fill this role, so that way you kind of sneak around, use portals. They're like, nah, we don't want to sneak. We want to come at you, and we want you to know that we're launching in to try to murderize you.
Yeah, that's a big performance too from both sides. You're looking at Flying Camels, who was originally in 4th. Gets a first place victory, so it's probably going to come down, obviously, to a lot of the kills. Wasn't sure. But man, that last fight was a big one as we take a look at the highlights and a little bit of everything. We had some fights at Epicenter and a couple early engagements, but much cleaner play, I would say, in the first half. You know, not as many teams getting dropped down. The teams that we had expectations of kind of making it further on. You see also it's me getting dropped down early, but a lot of the decision making coming out from some of these teams, and a little bit of bullying here too from FB, having some fun with it.
I mean, we saw just so, like, that's a prime example of what happens in Apex late game. Whenever like, one team realizes somebody is disadvantaged, you see every other team start trying to capitalize on it and try to find opportunities based off of it. Once 1907 repositioned away from the side, once they moved into this point, you saw both other teams go, well, oh, you're just all back behind one spot. There is nowhere for you to go for this. And just good job picking that up, having the awareness. And you can see the reset coming through. They're trying to get in position. And Onyx is just like, what the hell just happened? Enemies from every single angle. And I mean, this is what you want to see coming up. It's a very high risk, high reward style of play, and it's just a matter of how long is it going to continue to work for them is the question I have.
Yeah, I think it's just that overwhelming pressure. You talk about teams on a global scale, you know, TSM for a really long time with Imperial Hal and the boys, when they were the top dogs and like everybody was fearful of them, is because of their coordination of when they engage in fights. You're seeing similarities in how Flying Camels are able to utilize that. Yes, FB is caught in the crossfire. There's not a whole lot they can do. Both their angles, the zone, disadvantage everywhere. Their angle really pays off. So they wipe that squad, and then immediately, without hesitation, before anybody can heal up, they attack from the right side, they attack from the left side, and behind based upon that jump pad, if we're being honest. And now you've got 3 players that are in this situation, 2 players focusing on that one with the shotgun, and just the other 2 come in and clean up. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. So very decisive action from these top teams, and it's paying off. But unfortunately for FB, caught in the middle of it, and just not a whole lot you can do there.
Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and run to a quick break. We will be back in just a few minutes. Again, these are short breaks. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we are back. I know you guys love looking at our beautiful faces, but Lawler, I think that we've got some leaderboards to break down, and I know we've got a lot of people waiting on them. So let's go ahead and jump straight into those.
Yeah, a lot of action, obviously, and loving this region, man. Obviously, as we take a look at match 2, we were curious on how things were going to play out. And obviously, even though 1907 FB got dropped early, the points from the kills are going to bump them back up. So, Flying Camels, Onyx, Ravens, and 1907 Fenerbahce Esports, they were 1, 2, and 3, but points again. We talk about those kills, that aggression. Flying Camels really trying to bounce back after that 4th place in first round, and you're seeing how it plays out here as we take a look at the total leaderboards after 2 matches. And you're kind of seeing some of those teams that we've mentioned, you know, like Dojo Unity has been in talks quite a bit. Still in 3rd place, doing a really good job, but man, you can just see how well those kills are benefiting some of these teams.
We're starting to see a stack of very familiar faces off to the left side. ATK showing up, Josavmo as well. But a team that's I've got my eye on, and I don't usually like to pick at the bottom of the leaderboard, but DMNK Still
Yeah.
sitting on 0 right now. That's a rough start, so I wouldn't be surprised. Hopefully, we'll see them be able to bounce back. Also, 25 esports. I mean, they've only got 5 placement points right now, no kills to work with. This is a team that we had a lot of expectations coming into this, so hopefully they manage to rebound very quickly here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on how things play out. Obviously, there's still a lot of games to go, 6 more left on the day, so we're just in the tail end of things. But the way that things are developing and stuff, it is kind of surprising. I mean, obviously, we were curious on DMNK, you know, another early fight not going exactly in their favor. It puts them at a disadvantage, and that carries through. So, going to be curious on what those adjustments are being made because they've had to sit and kind of on their hands and watch for quite a bit. So, again, as the other teams that are playing aggressive, definitely being rewarded for it. Maybe they'll start to take pointers of that of just like, hey man, we're getting knocked out early, might as well get some kills for it. So, worst case scenario, we get even more excitement. Maybe or matchup.
That's
I'm
usually
down.
counterbalance, right? If somebody is trying to take you out early game over and over again and they want to scrap, the best way to stop it is just to scrap back. Instantly drop, commit to a fight. Like, if 3 of you just drop onto one person and just maybe even beat him down or grab one of you grabs a gun, that at least stops that early game harassment to a certain degree, because that's the problem that happens is if you start bleeding early in this and taking early casualties and somebody starts to feel like they can do it more and they will continue that aggression in your face. So until you at least swing back at the bully, you're going to have a little bit of trouble in the early game.
Yeah, sometimes we've got some pretty big bullies in here, and you're knowing the ones that are coming up. So I'm a big fan of those bullies because they're making these matches exciting as we jump into match number 3 here. Going to jump on board with Flying Camels, and our team names are back. Shout outs to the admins for putting in the grunt work on that one. But again, we usually try to jump on board with the previous winner. We're also taking a look at the location of where they're going. The first thing that I always pay attention to, obviously, and shout outs to the spectating team and everybody in the staff behind the scenes running a really big production day. They're covering what, 24 matches today for the production. So that's a very long day over across 3 regions. But that passive, that's kind of the first thing that I'm paying attention to is where's this circle going?
That is absolutely nuts. Early skirmishes coming into play, and you can see trying to get a little bit more information, and this comes the problem. You got to feed it over, figure out where the other aggressors are going to be coming from. Good coming out from Team Naka, getting a little bit of an idea. Quick spin back around. That's the type of control you want to start getting early. Now you can go ahead and flush this one out. No time to pick up shields for a lot of these people, so quick flush is coming into play. And the commitment coming in off of this into a numbers disadvantage. Team Naka in a little bit of trouble right now, trying to get shots, and only one up. Desmos does manage to turn this one back around. Should be able to get the res on both teammates, but that was risky there for just a second.
Yeah, it's exactly what we're talking about, though. You know, some of these teams that have been kind of challenged earlier on, and they're just saying, you know what? We need this. We're going to go in. We're going to try to fight the disadvantage. And if it works out, awesome. If not, you know, so be it. So, again, an early engagement here in the epicenter, not going to pay off for one of these teams. And Braga's a great start. You know, you're getting a couple kills, few kills, and a little bit extra loot. And pretty much the zone to yourself. So, kind of double downing on the situation as we jump in with DNMK.
Looks like they're pretty safe in positioning right now, so should be able to get loot up. You can see a couple of shots did come after them. They've already managed to secure their fight. We told them to punch back against the bullies, and look like they managed to accomplish it. Already got 3 kills to their name, at least, split across what I've already seen. So they're going to get control of a decent area to go ahead and get the loot up, not inside the next safe zone. So, I mean, really, it's just about looting up right now, but there's plenty of loot to be had in this area, so... And also an easy rotation as well. So finally starting to see it come back around for DMNK. This is to be expected. Circle's going to heavily favor 25 as well as Fibonacci. So this is going to be rough as we're starting to see really a team that has been in the end game repeatedly in 1907 at the tree and in a good position. Harvester still open yet again. Nobody seems to like Harvester inside of this lobby at all. 25 also in a good position. We were talking about, and we want to see a little bit more coming out from them, so opportunity abounds. But our epicenter teams that were caught up in all those fights are going to have to make a little bit of a rotation into play. Do note we also have Flying Camels that's way up to the northwest. They've got all of Skyhook to themselves. So until we start to see them rotate, I mean, they've just got plenty of control to work with and plenty of looting to be had.
Unfortunately, that's a disconnected rat. Unfortunately for Dojo Unity. A team that I was actually pretty keen on. I thought that they were going to be able to rotate down into that Harvester area early based upon their location. But unfortunately having some connection issues. So hopefully they bounce back. You can see them here in Fragment West East area. and hopefully start migrating south earlier than later. Obviously, Harvester, like you said, uncontested, could be in an early position. You're looking at some of these other locations as well, and my eyes are kind of on that top left area. You've got a team already in train yard, and if you see some of these other ones coming down, what is it going to be? The benefit, obviously, we jumped in with flying camels on their drop in and spacing out. You know, a lot of confidence from that roster to just kind of go and overtake an entire zone and area between trials and skyhook and everything else. So plenty of loot to work with, and it gives them such a huge advantage. I mean, you talk about getting early loot in the game and just being geared up. It's going to help them carry through in that playstyle that they do have, you know, living up to the name with, you know, dropping that octane jump pad and just going in. So curious to see on how that one will play out. But other than that, pretty quiet here in the first couple of minutes. Everybody just looting up, doing their thing, other than that initial engagement we saw right at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty calm, and given the fact that we still have so much of the north open, again, not a lot of gatekeeping teams, the strategy feels like it's play. You see somebody, you charge them, you kill them, or you charge them and you die. So gatekeeping doesn't seem to be a component strategy in what we're looking at for a lot of these teams. Really just leaning into an octane aggression meta right now. And really, I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to see any teams kind of start leaning into that a little bit more, because that's the kind of the thing about octane is the best counter to an octane is usually either a wraith or another octane just to get you out of position. And uh-oh, it's a Mario. Let's see what you got. You got good vision, 2 different firing lines into it. Should be aware of the approach, but Mario's son in a lot of trouble already. You can see Mario trying to come in, provide a little bit of reinforcements. Mario already down though. Mario's son, what do you got? There's too many angles. Jumping up into this, you're walking into a disadvantaged fight. Does at least manage to get the flank off, gets the shots into him, and there we go. Gets the first down into it. Forces the bubble to come into play. But now a couple of retaliation ult coming into play off of this as well. So now retreating out of this. And Mario and Mario's wife got to figure out how they want to handle what's happening and if they want to get vengeance for their son.
Yeah, a little bit weird on this decision. Obviously, there's 2 teams there, and Sun always gets dropped down immediately. So for you to engage and make your presence known from behind just kind of puts everybody on edge. They're now aware of your situation. If you just let it play out, you can come in as a third party, and now those 2 teams starting to fight it out. Lord Silver was kind of the majority holder in this one, using the remnant. Gonna go for the revive as the other one kind of fends off the other 2. You can see the kill feed on the right hand side. Lots of plays happening across the field, and your protection here by Mario Wife trying to get the banner. So they do get it. Just need to get back to the beacon, but gotta survive the fight first. Taking these angles. There's an arc star behind. It could be enough. No, gonna move up just in time. So now has the shield, gonna secure a kill and turning this fight around on its head, doing a really good job. Shots on the right-hand side. Can they knock it down with the Spitfire? Can't find the angle. No, they do. They get the drop on Silver, but there's another team in the wing.
Whoo! Big performance coming out from Mario to go ahead and capitalize, pick up everything there. So now just going to go ahead and loot this one up, realizing the fact that they're pretty close to the safe zone. No real rush coming in out of that one. So I thought that that was going to turn against them quite quickly, but that was good awareness on how to third party into that and really just stepping away from that grenade at just the right time. So well played. HLDC now finding themselves in the thick of it, and you can see grenades exploding all around. Jump pad for option, and yet again the chase continues as that is just a theme. And beautiful shot coming out from Yaga. I want to see a little bit more of that, please.
Yeah, HLDC doing a really good job with that triple take, actually getting some shots down. So again, you have It's Mario in the middle, or It's Me, I should say. Mario's just part of it. They get in part of that involvement. You know, there's a lot of fights going on, and I talk about, you know, possibly waiting a little bit to get the engagement. HLDC shows a perfect example of it immediately after. A little bit more passive. They hear the shots going down, and they come in and play cleanup. It's free kills. There's no pressure on them, and they get to reap the benefits as we get down to our first round here of the circle. And we closing in just about 12 seconds.
A couple more teams now being forced along the edge. You can see that it's going to be OGC Neo trying to scout out, get a little bit more information. The question comes into play, though, when we have Himanachi that's in a good position, but that sometimes means that it's a little bit harder to pick up the kill points. Whenever you get multiple favorable circles that drop right on top of you, you're not really having to roam around and pick up kills. It all just comes into controlling the corridors around you. So while they do have control over that area, you can see the 25 has managed to move into a position next to them, and they do have first pick of everything. But that means the fact that kill points are going to be a little bit harder to come by regarding this. And I think we might see them maybe make an aggressive play here in a little while. It really comes into play. Do you just commit to holding position and go for placement points? Or with everything that we see going on in this lobby, Did you try to pick up the... Information galore, knowing somebody's going to be coming after them at any given moment, starting to throw out the grenades, try to get a little bit of weakness coming in before they have to take the fight right along the edge of the zone.
Well, team's moving into that harvest area, talking about it being uncontested, and now Dojo still hasn't made it down there, so Bruv up with the fight and having the angle. You talked about not too much gatekeeping. We're going to be able to see some of that here. Player peeks in, shots coming out, and actually Sloan not able to land anything, so gonna have to shield. G7 trying to find some more, just waiting for those peaks, and again, not sure who that other team is, but they're in a really rough spot right now.
Good connecting shots onto him. Now, really, what do you choose to do with this? Usually, if you're the gatekeeping team, you have the opportunity to choose whenever the fight happens. And here you go, 1907 getting a little bit more control of everything around them, finally seeing a couple of kills that they can take for themselves. Looks like they're not going to relent off of this when they see the opportunity in front of them. It's going to be Pinky Pinky just flying in, finding an angle to work with, and it's going to be a full-on retreat from the other team. It's just going to be a matter of, do they take the foot off the gas? And no, Bonacci realized the fact that they have an opportunity, but they want to make sure that they commit at the right time. Spots out, goes for the peek around, and beautiful awareness on how to play this one through. Pinky Pinky gets the damage, steps back away from it, and the rest of the team coming in with reinforcements. It is just control angle upon control angle, and there is nothing to be done right now. Pinky Pinky finally gets spotted out, does go down, but it's going to be a quick follow-up from the rest of the team just to go ahead and chase down the remnants of the squad. Going to go ahead and connect into it, and should be a quick res as well. But got to be careful. Multiple teams starting to approach into this one. Got to make sure that they're holding the angle, and good awareness on the doors, but it's going to be 25 esports that's just rolling through them right now, finding the opportunity and just taking this one with authority.
Little bit troublesome here from 25, though. A lot of emphasis put on thirsting those kills. You need to make sure you wipe that squad. You never know how it can turn the fight, but the big importance here for 25 is getting rid of a dominant team in FB. So again, getting rid of some of their competition should allow them to make back up. That is going to be helpful for the rest of the lobby, if I'm being completely honest.
And it's a great thing for 25. We were talking about that they weren't necessarily in a position on the leaderboard that we expected them to be in before this game started. Now you're seeing why. Once they made it past those early stages, they managed to get into a decent fight for themselves, managed to get looted up. We're starting to see them take more control, but it looks like they might have themselves a new opponent that's making their way towards them, as it's going to be Cake Man. 25 has to be a little bit careful with this one. It looks like it could be Salem that's got the angle. It should have some information on that rotation as it comes through. Astral is finding themselves in a little bit of a difficult spot right now, as it's going to be a lot of caustic around them to contend with. Got to be careful. Teammate does go down off them. It's going to be losing the Gibraltar quite early. So now it's just going to be a retreat, trying to make use of the caustic and trying to get into a reposition. Octane's going to be taking a lot of damage off of this as well, but going to be able to get away from it, but the cost. Two different team members, and it looks like it's going to be Flying Camels. You know that these guys are not going to let this one go. They're just going to chase it down. They are on the hunt, full committed right now, spotted out, get some damage off him, trying to connect while he's flying through the air. Can he manage to escape? And it looks like he does, but the question comes into play. What was the cost?
You know, you think they got away, but it was actually microfibers on the other side. Atrocity doesn't land those shots, but the teammate does. So again, in a different situation, we jump on board with It's Me, who's under a lot of damage here. And it's going to be up to Mario and his son. In a tough spot, as well as the ring is damage ticking down. You can tell loot is low, so they do manage to get the revive with that banner, but slow him down below, getting lasered down. And in the corner, using that shield, trying to buy some time. Has teammates up top and above. No, it's actually a completely different roster, so there's so many people in this area just trying to rotate through, but needing to be careful. You see Flying Camels on the back end here. They've got a lot of room to work with. All these teams being gate capped by the circle, having to be pushed in, and you know they're going to engage immediately. Microfiber's on his way up, Atrocity inside, and Vaz kind of having some difficulties with that wall, so we'll see when he gets to get involved as well. But you can just tell right now, this team ticking away at the damage. And actually, that Bloodhound, that ability actually gives away the positioning. So a couple more shots here from Microfibers, as they're just trying to secure these kills.
Fly Camels hasn't met a fight that they don't like at this point. Every single time they hear a fight, they know that there's an opportunity for them to just absolutely destroy whatever's going on around them. That does sometimes put them into risky positions, but I think that's one of the reasons why they're leaning into such a high mobility comp. See, HLDC now getting the high ground onto them could force them back into a more defended position. Not quite prepped for this off of it. That's going to be HLDC now getting more control, but keep in mind, HLDC not inside the new safe zone yet, so doesn't want to commit into this point. Instead, looks like they maybe wrap around a little bit more and try to take out the teams that could be asserting a little bit more controlled movements around them. They are aware of what's going on based off the positioning and rotation, and that is a beautiful spray into this one to unlock a ton of damage into it. Now they have to be very careful, though, as this could be a third party, as multiple teams are starting to look towards them as they hear this firefight. Flying Camels now starting to be the aggressive team that we know them to be. Peeking from rock to rock, trying to slide out, gets damage back in retaliation as well. Problem is, throwables are starting to come into play. Not a lot of options, trying to make sure that they take that out quite quickly. Do manage to get control onto it, but you can see it's just going to be a leapfrog from rock to rock, as now they're just trying to get a little bit closer. That's the way that this team likes to play it, but instead goes, finally, maybe this might be a little bit too big of a risk. It's going to be Mario and Sun coming in back behind this. Mario Sun gets taken out. Now it's just going to be Mario looking in the backside of Flying Camels and really refereeing this fight.
Gotta be careful though for It's Me. There's another team behind them as well. We talked about how Flying Camels wanted to basically gatekeep some of these teams, but weren't able to just because there's so much aggression coming on the other side. Might be able to get this actually revive if Mario can get down to the teammate, but got to be careful of the zone. Is going to tick and chunk quite a bit away as all these teams having to rotate back the other way. See one of the teams at the advantageous position, trying to put some damage down. Demotivator was the one who did it initially, and now just waiting for those targets to appear, and it's a bunch of other teams at the same time. HLDC doing a really good job of covering out this team as they rotate back in, finding another engagement, and Yaga just getting chunked.
Yeah, this is the problem with that fight. There's so many teams now know where they are, and now also, they have such a hard task in front of them. You can see that they're harassing as they go, but there's so much utility being burned by the other teams to stall this one out. It's going to be Flying Camels finding the angles, and look at the use of high ground, but it's going to be third parties coming in and Flying Camels as well. That's going to force them to make a little bit more of an aggressive play, running right up into them, but the damage is doing a lot of work into the backside of Flying Camels to stall them out. Trosty's finding the other angle on the side of this one. It's going to be a cost off of it. Rush trying to make the play around the outside, but yet again, it's going to be the bubble that comes into play. Yaga's doing the peek around, just trying to see if he can get some damage. Microfiber's still just trying to contest with the outside. It's the third party, and finally HLDC opts into going for the aggressive push. Manages to knock down Atrocities, but has to be very, very careful with this one. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get the res back into it. Flying Camels now getting control over the area. Now they have to figure out how did they contest with all the teams that have been third partying them for so long.
You know, it was such a good opportunity as well for one of the teams. You saw it, all aim, no brain, primarily Rexu on the other side of that valley. That was just lasering shots, so every time that they tried to move up, they were actually getting chunked from behind. I'm surprised Atrocity didn't go down, or Atrocity didn't go down based upon the way that they were playing. Every time he went in for that engagement, he was just losing shield. He's like, what the heck is going on? What's hitting me? And it's Rexu just playing spoiler on the outside. So Flying Camels, that aggression does pay off. They're actually lucky that HLDC does move up away from that cover, because if they would have just held their angles and waited it out, they probably would have survived. We got 25 and Anko up on the top. A couple shots coming in from Shadowcat. A good response here from Anko. They do have the hard cover, so interested to see how 25 Esports ends up rotating in on this one. Playing it patient, no need to rush it too much, and there you go. Bouncy house galore yet again. That jump pad being utilized.
I think every rotation now is just an octane rotation, is the way it feels like it's going through. 6 teams still alive. Really, it's about control points. You can see that several teams are already playing inside of very firmly defended houses right now. Other teams a little bit more scattering. Most notably, it's going to be 25 that's just still just trying to get a little bit more control over territory. You can see just trying to scout it out as they go. So with this, it's going to be Flying Camels trying to also aggress into point. 2 different teams look like they're just trying to step up against each other, but not really finding the opportune fight just quite yet. A lot of damage does come back into Flying Camels, and that looks like that's going to be the opportunity for 25 to try to capitalize. They roll down, rush into this point, instantly getting the knock onto 1, but you can see another team also rolling into this. Microfibers and Atrocity has to play this very carefully. They opt into going into a full undefended position, but look at the amount of teams that to really avoid so much of the third-party aggression and really sight lines that could be coming their way.
Flying Camels does lose one in that fight. There's another team on the backside. Atrocity's been trying to fend off. So Microfibers and the rest are going to have to push out, and it's an immediate push out here from Microfibers, trying to push up as quickly as possible. Again, you still have Aka still in the same position, able to gatekeep here a little bit as they ping the players on the back end. Not sure who that is on the edge of the zone, but they're doing a really good job of applying pressure. They actually forced the cooldown out of Gibraltar. And again, this is kind of the play. It's not the most entertaining at the same time, but it is the smart decision to just sit here, a little bit more patience, waiting for this to play out. No need to give up the positioning that they do have. You see 25 keeping eyes as well. I think that's Flying Camel still in there. Not exactly sure where Microfibers ended up rotating out to as the Octane, but a little bit of door peek. And a revive coming in. I think that's maybe what Microfibers was trying to do, is trying to get that teammate back in, and he actually does. What a heroic effort here from Flying Camels.
How do you land in this position, though? He's going to opt in, coming in right back behind it, finds the opportunity, and is going to at least be another body at this stage. I don't know if there's any loot in there to be had for him, but it's at least a way to absorb a little bit more. And look at this, just trading out, letting him go back over. It looks like he's trying to make a run back in to cover up, so that way maybe he can fend up, get his old loot. But this is going to be a hard fight to deal with. A lot of teams now being forced to play right along the edge. 25 has been an aggressor for so long. They have a lot of teams that have been trying to harass based off of it, but Flying Camels managing to recover what they needed out of that point and not losing anybody just yet. Problem is, they are still going to have to move. Anka on the other side of this, trying to make a little bit of a play of their own, trying to find opportunities to work with, but problem is, we're going to see Orpheus already go down off this point, and it's just a battle along these rocks, and you can see it's very hard to control what all is going on around you. There's so much information as people are just bouncing around, flying from point to point. You're taking a fight with somebody you think's right next to you, and suddenly they're nowhere to be found. Flying Camels, though, always harassing off the outside of it, finding a little bit more and getting a ton more damage into what's happening.
Yeah, they actually make a really good play. You talk about how they're going to do that with the positioning, and both players actually end up moving up. So Microfibers initially gets the banner, gets the revive, and then they recognize that they have to get back to his box. So two of them push up and apply pressure while the other player loots, and then they immediately back off. So now back at full strength as if nothing ever happened. It's now Onyx on the top side, just trying to fly away. Hidoka trying to run, but going to run straight into Microfibers. Going to be a difficult situation now. Again, a little bit more dunk hunt. It's so surprising to me that these teams aren't utilizing Wraith instead and choosing to put themselves out of position when they want to rotate. But now, again, Flying Camels with the aggression on the backside. Seeing if they can find one straight into the Gibraltar. Using that, that's one down. Can they find the other? Up in the air, gonna find the shots, gonna close it out. Flying Camels with back-to-back victories.
I mean, what is it? We're seeing these teams managing to find ways to bring people back in the most ridiculous of situations.
Yeah.
We've seen 1907 establish it. Right there, I think about at that stage with the circle that small, summoning in a down teammate, managing to land, covering them to regroup and get loot, and then to turn it around and find an opportunity to take the round. That's just, for lack of a better term, balls. I mean, you just have to be like, I have confidence that we can pull this off to execute that play. And by God, they managed to do it. That is a statement to everybody else in this lobby.
Yeah, there's been a couple statements throughout the day. I mean, particularly when we look at these highlights, you know, FB get knocked out early by 25 on the outside. Flying Camels obviously trying to gatekeep all these teams, and this is the fight I'm talking about. You can see Aventic and Rexu up at the top side just taking pop shots on the backside, and I thought, you know what, Atrocity's going to go down. He eventually does, but still gets a removal at one point. The aggression on the other side, but this play from I think it was, yeah, Flying Camels on the back end, and then they just spread out and just cover. That was post getting the revive back in, but some things never change. As soon as that aggression happens, you got a couple people focusing on up top, and they're just coming in overwhelm. At this point, it's just a numbers game. Like, they somehow don't get punished for that, and that's what I think surprises me the most, is to be in a position when you're down by 2. People know where you are, you have hard cover, and they still manage to get a revive because somehow Microfibers flies through with Octane and gets a revive off, where he's got to be standing there doing nothing, and then still able with the number. It's baffling to me. You talk about having the balls, the cojones, whatever you want to call it. Flying Camels, man, making it count.
And even forcing the other 2 teams to fight after that.
Yeah.
That's just so well played by Flying Camels. But guys, we're going to go ahead and take another quick break. You should know the routine at this point. Just going to be like 3 minutes. We will see you guys in just a second. Man, I love the break music. It just gets stuck in my head, and I just can't let it go. But you know what else I love, Lawler? Scores. Let's go ahead and take a look at those real fast.
Yeah, man, speaking of the scores and that break, Flying Camels living up to the name, man, showing them the money as they drop yet another victory here. A lot of people enjoying that emote of theirs for their icon and spamming it in chat. We appreciate you guys all being here for the MEA region of Apex. We still got more coming later today, but we're done now with officially 3 matches here of our 8. And again, a little bit of a mix-up. I think part of it has to do with the fact that you saw all aim, no brain there. being able to kind of play that top side and get some teams down. You saw 1907 FB getting knocked out early as well, still able to retain that spot in second place, but because of Flying Camels back to back, they put themselves overall in first.
I mean, this is starting to look a little bit out of control. Whenever you look, 34 kills already, and it's only been 3 rounds. Contemplate that. That's averaging over 11 kills per round so far. That is just crazy. 1907 Fibonacci back behind this one at 29 kill points with a total of 49 total points so far. And then look at the drop off. We've got Dojo Unity at 24, then Onyx at 20, Team Anka with 19, HLDC that's going to be in 18. And you can see this is why every single kill point matters. Whenever we look, sure, 1 and 2 quickly running away with this, but it is still so compacted back behind this. Just wiping a squad can really shift you up a couple of placement points.
Yeah, it's also good to see that everybody now on the board officially with some points, whether it be placement or otherwise, or kills. DNMK finally able to snag 3. So that early fight for them going in that favor, giving them some points on the board. You're also seeing 25 try to bounce back after their knockout of 1907 FB. So you're starting to see some teams kind of make a name for themselves. Onyx consistently towards the top. You're getting HLDC in fights after their first round that didn't go the greatest. So again, you're seeing things start to level out, and it's becoming closer and closer. Obviously, I think in lobbies like this, you always have like a favorite or two that are going to be towards the top, and you're seeing that gap. And that's happening even more so. So Flying Camels, 1907 FB, the two to look out for. Those are the ones that when you see those names pop up in the lobby, you're like, okay, it's not us that's going to be engaging them anytime soon. We might want to either stick away from that, or even more so, if we know they're in a fight, kind of like what 25 did, go in and get rid of them completely. It's not a bad idea. So maybe some more third-party action going to be happening here sooner than later.
Find your opportunities and exploit them. That's the thing you always have to be doing in a battle royale versus everything else. Sure, a lot of times it's trying to get somebody else to misstep and exploit that opportunity, but a lot of times you can see other teams start taking a fight. You know, we always talked about the third party, but once you add in Octane, it's like full body commitment whenever we're looking at Octane. There is no escape out of this. With the amount of Octane that we're seeing, when you drop one of those pads and your whole team jumps in, you are committed into this fight, and we are seeing that. And we're seeing it be a very strong way for these teams to really execute, is the fact that they just see an opportunity, they jump in, and they just take down an early player. And what we're also seeing is the fact that it's not off of downs. A lot of times you'll see an aggressive play with like a Wraith or an Octane coming, oh, we got a down, let's go. They're like, hey, I think we hit this guy for a decent amount of damage. Now it's time to go. And again, it's just
we call it an entry frag for a reason. You get one down, you're like, okay, now we can go. We have a numbers advantage. And they're like, nah, forget that. We're just gonna go. Like, send it.
Stick with the original word. The original word is the correct one.
Yeah, it's just like, what are we doing, man? Like, it's crazy. And like, it's the same situation that you see the contrast in play styles and stuff, that everybody chooses to go with Octane, right? Like, why wouldn't you go with Wraith? Wraith still has the same level of mobility, if not more, arguably. You also have the ability to back out if it doesn't go well with a port. Like, there's so many more advantages to going with Wraith as compared to Octane, yet they all still pick Octane. I don't know why.
There is one inherent benefit to Octane, and that's the fact that it's an instant aggression. So with Wraith, you have to drop the portal, you run through, you drop it, somebody else has to come through. So you kind of have to depend the portal for a second. With Octane, it's like, we want to fight, and we want to fight now. And I think that's what they're trying to exploit, because you see that they come in quick. I mean, it's Fire, Thunder, and Gusto, man. These guys just want to fight.
I mean, honestly, man, if you throw in that Octane, right, and then you bring a Wraith with it, at least you got some escape or disengage or something, man. It's crazy, man. I love it. I'm a big fan of this over aggression. I think it's a little bit too risky, especially in tournament play, but ultimately it's giving us some really exciting matches. So I am enjoying very much so all these teams, the aggression they play, and you're still getting some of this same here from Anka landing in their same spot in the epicenter. See if they're going to be engaged on right away. They won the last time that we were here and able to carry it pretty far on. But yeah, man, a fight here. DMNK again finding an early engagement, and the match ended by the admin because apparently there's maybe a little bit too many disconnects or something. I don't know what's going on. So looks like we're gonna have to remake this one.
Yeah, we'll wait for a notification from the admin, but I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. That was early stages. Sometimes whenever we're looking at like online tournaments, naturally when it's the lobby start that can sometimes be the problem, where somebody can be in the lobby and then gets kicked, or sometimes does happen where players accidentally end up swapping and being in the wrong spot whenever everything kicks off. So if I had to take a wild guess, it could be either one of those two. Those are the most common ones that we see happen inside of Apex. So with this, we've got to take a second to get everything situated. But that gives us more time to talk about, I guess, the birth of what we're looking at with the Octane super heavy full commit meta that's coming into play. Looks like they are filling up the lobbies. We don't have notification, but I don't think that it doesn't look like we're going to take a break, so we're just going to try to cycle this in as fast as possible for you guys. So just bear with the over talk for just 1 second. We're just kind of want to talk about
we
what's
want the
going
action
on.
too, you guys. We definitely want to get back into it. MEA has been living up to the hype. So yeah, I think it's fun to talk about kind of the different play styles. It's all about the play styles according to the music. So the style of which we're seeing, I think, is a really interesting one. And it's definitely unique, I think, to this region in particular. I was expecting to obviously Gibraltar. I think Gibraltar is just such a good utility pick for any team and what he provides, but I was expecting a lot more Horizon. You've seen some actually utilizing Bangalore a lot with just that smoke cover. So you are getting a different perspective of how these teams want to approach. And quite honestly, it's subsequent to their playstyle. It suits it very well. So it is exciting to see that, I guess, match them, but it's different than what I expected, and it's kind of a welcome change.
It's very frag heavy, and I'm going to be honest. I'm like you. I think that chaos is a ladder, and if you can exploit it in a battle royale, all the better for you. And we're seeing that teams that are capable of doing so, most notably Flying Camels, they bring chaos around them, and they lean into comms to communicate what's happening in that chaos and how to make a play. And I have to say, while it does seem chaotic run and gun, there is a method to the madness that we're seeing come from them. And it's a kind of scary thing to see, because whenever you look at very regimented playstyles and like established metas and established behaviors, if you can come in and you can shake that up and force everybody to play the way you want to play, that means the fact that you are now setting the pace of the game and you're setting the decision making for the other teams. That means that you get to be in control of the entirety of the game. And
I mean, you're talking about being able to dictate a match, right? Like you have the ability to determine how things are going to play out. And for a lot of teams that, do it in a little more passive approach or take a little bit more time with it, sometimes that coordination isn't there. There's that hesitation of like, should we go? I don't know. Should we, and when it's just constantly like, yes, every single time, you don't even have to think about it. It becomes second nature. It's natural to them. So that instinct of just, we see an opportunity, let's go for it, and just not even having to hesitate and just send it is allowing them. You talk about how it's chaos, but there's definitely some method to the madness. You can see it in that coordination of the way that they attack these fights. I want to talk about, particularly game 2 towards the end. They knock out FB and then it's just Onyx on the back end. There's a reason why Micro goes in on that left-hand side. He draws all the attention while the other two attack the other side. And that crossfire, it's only bound to be successful. So 1000% in agreement. There is methods to why they are doing what they're doing, and it's very effective. And until someone can challenge on them, why stop? The fact that they can send 2 players into some chaos and let their teammate loot and still come back with a full 3 and get a victory at the end. You know what? Do whatever you want, Camels, at this point. Go crazy.
That still blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like, we've all done that. Like, we're like, okay, look, there's like 5 teams left. We're going to go ahead and res you. And there's nothing worse than being that player that's like stepping out of the plane and just being like, well, this is how I die, because you expect the moment that you jump out, everybody else is already looking up at the carrier that's coming in to drop you off and is just expecting to just destroy you. But due to all the side fighting, they managed to find a way to make it work. And that's due to the fact that we saw them manage to herd teams into each other and have them fight each other. There is something to be said for that level of control as well. My question comes into play is, if we see the Octane suddenly start to fail, do they have a secondary follow-up strategy that they're going to bring? Because I often find that that's going to be the depth of teams is very important. Like, if your strategy is working, but people start figuring out ways to specifically counter it, because there are ways to counter Octane, are we going to see them maybe bring in a secondary new strategy, or maybe just lean into more tried and true meta?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Obviously, there's been some changes that have happened recently. Obviously, chat's talking about them too as well, with things like the hitbox changes to Wraith and stuff. And it's like, even still, like, Gibraltar's got big boy hitbox and like his utility still outweighs it, right? Like, you talk about what utilization does the kit bring, and that's why I think you're starting to see stuff like Bangalore with the innate, passive and everything else, and just the vision side, because right now information is king. That's why you're seeing Bloodhound used so much
Yeah.
in the changes that are made there. It's just being able to obscure that in certain ways is so underappreciated. And one of the benefits, obviously, to Apex, we talk about, you know, as many BRs as they are, Apex to me is still my favorite competitive by far because of not only the pace that it plays at, but also the utility that you can bring on an individual level. And I'm not talking about the items in game and the grenades and everything else. I'm talking about as an individual player, what you can do and how these team compositions really come together. It's a very unique thing to this game that I really enjoy. And that's always going to be pushed forward. So when it comes to your original question of Octane, what happens? I don't know if they're going to need to, man. I think we've seen it too many times in many years that we've casted this game that if a team wants to implement a playstyle, they'll make it work. I don't think one result or multiple results of being like, hey, man, the Octane's not working right now, let's switch it up. I mean, you saw TSM and CLG and all the big guys over in North America struggle with that, where like they're trying to do this meta push with EMPs and stuff, and they're just like, man, we can't coordinate this isn't working, let's go back to the tried and true Gibraltar, you know, and just stay defensive. Let's bring in some bubble shields and sit and hold the fort. And it's just like, you know what, man, it may not be the aggressive thing that, you know, like we're seeing here, but it's what they know, it's what they love, and it works out. So I think for a lot of these teams, as long as you're comfortable, you're in a good mindset, like they're gonna power through no matter what. I don't think we're getting rid of Octane at all over the course of today or tomorrow for that matter. It's get used to it. Here it comes.
I'm hoping that we see it. Oh, but here we go. A quick fight right off the get-go. ATK finding themselves in the thick of it. It's going to be, I believe, on the other side of it, DM&K already in that fight again. DM&K they just can't find a foothold to start a game on. And oh, was that an execution to finish it off? Came in at the very end of it, and chaos just everywhere. You said you wanted a chaos? Well, Lawler, we've got it. Where do you want to stay at? Because it's fight upon fight.
Hey, man, we talked about jumping on Anka again. This is the second, now third time that they're having to fight the same exact situation. And honestly, coming out the beneficiary, this is again Gutbuster with the Mastiff. Living up to the name, and another fight on the other side. It's going to be an early elimination, so a team getting knocked out by ATK. ATK going to be happy about that one.
DM&K, it's time. Drop somewhere else. This is not working. Okay, I know. We've got a lot of rounds to look at as everything goes through, right? Okay, sure, that's great. You got 16 rounds. The problem is we're a fourth the way done now. You can't keep going, well, we'll eventually win this and turn it around. It's time to drop somewhere else. That's just the plain and simple truth of it. It is not working here. Sure, you're getting some damage. You got a couple of kills on ATK, but you got to string together something more than this, because ATK seems to manage to find ways to turn it around and make it work.
Well, it looks like the lobby has stabilized here for our fourth match, as we're trying to get to almost to that halfway point, and we can see the circle coming out from the passive. And again, similar regard, just outside of Sharia, southwest of Harvester. Pretty similar, more so centralized on Thermal Station. We saw one there, I think, in game 2 that ended in that area. So going to be interested to see on how these play out, but we do appreciate you guys. Obviously, that little bit of the break, just making sure that competitive integrity is upheld. And again, right back into the action. Of course, MEA wasting no time with the fight. So
it's
again,
past that stage. No more measuring the teams around you.
No,
now it's time the fact you know where everybody's at. You know who your closest opponents are, and now it's time to start making statements and get control over situations. You can see 25 having you test where you can see Mag up on the high ground, around the position. Madra X also looking around in this positioning, but it looks like Shadowcat and the rest of the crew are just going to try to roll this one together. 25 making a quick break around this, and they've got the door in front of them, but look at the reposition around it. That was beautiful distraction, running up into one doorway, sending the other ones around the other side of it, finding it out, and just popping it off with a drop kick as well. Stylish.
You know, why not end a fight with a kick to the face? You want to really solidify that, hey, we're here to fight. 25 Esports does it just there. We're now back with 1907 FB. A little bit of engagement of their own. Trying to find a reposition, and here comes the aggression. Shots on the right-hand side, getting course. He's going to probably sweep around the other way. It's away from the canister. No, he's on the back side. You couldn't even see him initially, and it's good shots, but it doesn't matter. The cover from the other side. It's gathered. Savi trying to bob and weave and just gets overwhelmed. 1907 FB, man. What a fight.
Did you see the way that Pinky dropped down and was covering his teammates while they made the approach, realizing the fact that there were people at distance and took the shots at them? And
Oh,
instead
100%.
of taking the person directly below them, he knew the fact that his teammates could secure that kill and was better to comfort. That's the type of control you want coming in. That's the type of teamwork. Speaking of more teamwork, you can see Flying Camels coming in, flying with all the energy yet again. And we're already down to 16 squads left. This is just a mess, Lola. We're coming in to fight upon fight, and oh, it's a Mario.
Gonna let that one breathe for what it is and move along. But I mean, you talk about the difference. I mean, similar regards. You look at 1907 FB and Flying Camels, the way that they position in those fights, the way they take multiple angles and attack the same target from multiple angles, like it's just overwhelming for a lot of teams. So again, a difficult situation for the others on the receiving end. As we take a look at the zone, a bunch of teams still left. HLDC on the right-hand side, plenty to loot. You've also got FV up in Geyser area. But another fight breaking out. We got Onyx here. Curious on who their opponent is on the receiving end.
I think they're on the receiving end of it right now. They're just trying to run this one out. Low-key trying to live up to his name and low-key get away from this one. But it looks like
Rexu and the guys, I think that's all aim, no brain. That was our second place team from last game.
It's just everywhere right now, man. I mean, and look, it's gonna be 1907 from Notch again on the move, trying to make some plays. I think that we're starting to see the comfort levels cement in for a couple of our teams. We talked about the fact that early, first couple of rounds, you just got to get a feel for what's going on. Once you get a feel for what's happening, then you start planning around it, and you can see that's exactly what these teams are trying to do. This is so much early game, just I guess dominance coming out from a lot of these teams. You can see that HLDC also moving into an aggressive point, trying to make sure that they get control of positioning, spotting out, getting in more damage, and it's just authority. Like, certain teams are just stamping their names on sections of the map right now saying, this is mine, I dare you to come over here again.
Well, HLDC top side, the motivator you saw as well with that ultimate from Bloodhound on a little bit of damage, and they want to move up. So again, taking the high ground, and here's on if they're going to push this one. It's been kind of the name of the game here so far in our first three matches. They do find one, ping them out, and they've spotted their player that they're looking to get. So I wouldn't be surprised if one tries to push from underneath, and the other side, as they back off the other way, just trying to suffocate this player down. And again, this is the ones where you want to be as decisive as possible. You want to make sure that you get this kill done before another team can possibly move in. So good shots here. Maybe about a little bit over half the shield. And here comes the play.
Just a quick peek around. They know exactly where they want to go. You just have to be careful on the angles, keeping awareness on what's happening around them as well. And so they never want to tunnel vision too much, but it's like they're just going to go ahead and let that one get away. Instead, it's danger close position coming out, trying to aggress onto them, and it's just a lot of damage coming out from HLDC to go ahead and stop that one in the tracks. The motivator go ahead, gets the shots onto Rexu, so that's going to be down onto him as well. The question comes into play, how hard do they want to push this? They know that they have the advantage, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to overplay their hand. Instead, stepping through, finds the angle onto it, instant connecting shots onto it, gets another down, following it through on the other side, and that's just a quick pickup coming out from HLDC.
It's a really smart play, and this is also the team that's deciding to go with the Wraith instead of the Octane as well. So really interested to see on how it plays out, but notice their push. That circle's coming in. So that player's like, okay, my backside's covered. There's no one that's going to aggress from this angle. And they just go in and overwhelm two players. They get the first one. They overwhelm the other one that's still fighting that 1v1. And it ends up paying out. So great decision making there from HLDC as we take a look on the northwest side of the map. A couple players taking some shots here back and forth. But something remains constant. You got a team in 1907 FB that's got positioning, and they're not about to give it up.
Yeah, it's a lot of latecomers coming in right now. As to the south, it's going to be 25 making the approach into the tree. They should be able to find that one. HLDC, though, have themselves a little bit of a journey ahead of them. They've got multiple teams that could potentially hold them out. You can see having to really slow down and eat a lot of extra damage. And this is going to burn utility that they could use for these later stages. We're still at 15 squads left. So depending on how they approach, they might find themselves bumping into, see, it's going to be ATK that's just to the north of them. So if they opt into playing through the hillside, and yeah, it looks like they might be marking that one out. You can see that they might opt into that little bit of a valley run in between all of the hills there. So getting a little bit more aggressive as we go. Really, it's a story of
Uh-oh.
teams that have already got fortified positions and teams that are just fighting it out along the outside of the safe zone. Flying Camels being a known name for doing that right now.
Something to keep in mind too on your kill feed. HLDC possibly running the ATK on the right side of the map, so gonna be curious on if that one pops up or not. As Flying Camels spots one out, puts some shots down, but that's a fantastic arc star. Gonna actually force microfibers, which is probably what he wants, honestly. He's gonna end up getting into the fight and just straight through and gonna knock down that door. Donor grenade at the floor, getting rid of their cover. So now with the Eva just running across and actually taking a bunch of damage, trying to disengage and get out of the fight altogether. Shots going in, defending the teammate and doing a fantastic job. Bunch of shots and damage being put out.
How do you
Trying to turn the tide,
this?
they're going to body block it and stop them from opening while they heal.
I mean, you can see that they're trying to burn any utility that they can. They're trying to stop anything at doors, but Flying Camels is like, fine. We don't even care. They're getting harassed on the other side of it, and they just take fight upon fight. They'll dance around the shields. They don't even care. That's another knock. Following it through. Flying Camels just finds
what kind of confidence do you have
opportunities.
to have? There's another team rolling in. It's actually Australis trying to get
find
over,
angle.
and that's actually going to remove. We talk about getting rid of some of these teams. You see it in the kill feed. Flying Camels is still alive, all low on shields, and Australis comes in and just removes it.
Still more to work with right now. Australis realizing the fact that they can move a little bit further forward, but doesn't want to overcommit just quite yet. They know that there's an enemy on the other side. Spots it out, but it's going to be the aggressors on the other side of it, popping it through. It's going to be a Gibraltar bubble going down to buy a little bit more space, but Australis really taking this fight. Good control coming up from them. Not even taking too much damage as they make the approach. Finally, one going down, but it's just going to be a bounce back and forth as the res should come in quick. Hestia shouldn't be down for too long as there we go. But there's just a ton of loot now to work with. So just pick up whatever you need because, by God, that was a hard-fought section of the game.
That is massive for Australis. You not only take out Flying Camels, our leaders, but then you also come in on the back end. And I'm pretty sure, if I can remember, is on Dojo Unity, another team that's, I think, in the top 6. So a big replacement here from them. This was a team that was number 5 in the first semifinal that finally making their mark. We talk about, hey, you see that in the kill feed. Is there a chance for us to come in and remove some of these top dogs? And again, executed perfectly, and then still managed to win the sequential fight immediately after. So a really good job here. Glad to see them pick it up. And now we jump over to Onyx on the south side of the map, just outside a tree, seeing on if they can spot somebody.
I'm kind of
Again,
curious.
no urgency, no really reason to force it.
Like at this point, surely we're starting to get to the point that the circle's decently sized, that everybody doesn't really have great vision on each other. So is it finally going to be the break point? Because this whole round so far has just been violence from the get-go. Taking control of drop locations, fighting everything that's around you, jumping into fight, jumping into third party of fight, and it finally feels like there's getting to be a little bit of distance as range is starting to become a larger factor for a lot of these teams, and instead taking those longer range skirmishes that we're a little bit more used to seeing.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how things play out. I also think this is a huge opportunity for 1907 FB. You know, Flying Camel's the other team that's kind of in that area, and a big chance now that they're completely moved out. I mean, you're talking in the bottom 7. That's a big leg up.
I mean, it's just, there's a lot of opportunity for these teams, and we keep talking about it. This is all about decision making, finding your opportunity to work with, and no surprise, I'm not going ahead and stretching their legs just a little bit, finding opportunities to work with, as they've got a lot of control. You can see the fact that they're running a 2-1 split right now, Pinky Finky being the outlier in what is going on, but it looks like we're going to have 4 teams. TK, as well as I believe that we saw HLDC a second ago, all going to be rolling along a similar path. So could be a little bit problematic for these teams as they make their run through, as they're all going to converge in a very similar location unless they pull away from this point.
Yeah, Chambi trying to get a breakaway on this one, and I think they're well aware there's a lot of teams in this area, so just going to take the smart approach to rotate through as quickly as possible, try to find some cover, but fights come down. Charleston, another team just getting aggressive, and it's paying off.
It's Astralis again. These guys found their groove inside this round, and they are just trying to, they're like, okay, everybody wants to play aggressive. We could do that too. We'll go ahead and opt into playing in a very similar style. And it's rewarding them right now. They're finding a lot of opportunities, picking up a lot of kills through this, and really harassing some of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, really kicking open the doors and opportunities for others.
HLDC taking a fight here with FV. A lot of damage early on, so now in a tough spot. Nirvana gonna have to back off. Does get knocked, and another teammate on the other side. Shots coming out. Good spray. Trying to put on that damage now with the shield. It's gonna have to back out again. Positioning immediately given up. And HLDC, man, making it count with that entry. What a fight. What a push. And they're gonna be rewarded.
But they have to continue on their merry way, throwing out the Wraith portal. They have to make it inside the safe zone. So going to be right into a good position right now. 9 squads left, and it doesn't look like the violence is going to stop anytime soon. A couple of teams now opting into, fine, leave us alone positions. We just want a second to breathe, as ATK has found themselves a sneaky little spot that is safe for now, but you can see has a couple of teams that have vision on location. So really it's calming down slowly and steadily, but that's just because targets are dropping out and there's not enough people to chase down and kill anymore.
Yeah, I think we saw this same exact position. I don't know if it was the second round or the third round where a team was in that and they kind of got caught in between multiple. So maybe just to see how they can play it out, trying to get that recovery of the banner, but it's going to be a difficult grab. Here's on how the position is going to go. Don't know if they're just trying to play passive or how they want to do this. So Onyx in a rough spot.
Yeah. There's a lot. You can see this is why we still got so many squads left. Keep talking about the fact that there's a lot of death and there's not a lot of people to bump into, and you keep glancing up there seeing, but there's like 9 squads. A lot of them are solos, just kind of ratting it out and hiding. The rest of the teams are all starting to get vision on each other, but it's all range. Whoever opts into making one of these, I guess, very aggressive, where we've been seeing Octane jumps into combat, is not going to have to contest with the defending team that they're jumping into, but at least 3 other teams that have vision into their jump. So that means it's going to be a little bit more hazardous. That's why you're seeing now opting into being a little bit more patient with these aggressive plays. And I say that, you see one team jumping off into the distance, trying to catch a little bit of airtime, but really it's going to come as Charles is getting a little bit more vision. It's going to be 25 that do find themselves a spot, but it's going to be HLDC coming in right back behind them. 25 look in the opposite direction, expecting the aggression coming from in front of them, and instead it's going to be coming in right behind them.
That's so opportunistic, but again, the aggression coming out, trying to catch these guys on the back end. You talk about a re-engage on this. It's Alien Cosmos putting down the pressure. Gets the reload and gets the... Oh my gosh, he's got 2 teammates down. Going to be in a difficult situation. Trying to find a shield, and does, but now under an ultimate. Needs to rotate out. A lot of shots going to be put on a Cash. Can they get away? Trying to clear it up, and again, these are free kills for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, this is good opportunistic play, aware of what's happening around them, steps in,
so much
sees
loot.
it, just runs in, picks it up. I mean, Hanachi is just, they see the opportunity for themselves. They know the fact that the doors are starting to come open, flying camels going down, so this is their opportune round to try to catch back up. ATK, though, we saw them just trying to play defensive earlier, and you can get a feeling for why. It is just a bloodbath zone for everybody that's trying to move, and
no, you don't want to go that way. It's not worth it.
This is not the way you want to go right now. Hestia now in the thick of it. Astralis now finding themselves an opportunity, taking a little bit of a fight, and it is just fight upon fight on every single section. 5 squads remaining at this stage.
Only a handful left and a couple of rats, it looks like, still lurking around. So ATK and FB on top of each other. The Gibraltar that was on that back end, just so cute, honestly. What a fantastic skin. Just trying to delay this one as much as possible. You're kind of a sitting bear at this point, not a sitting duck, but can use that ultimate, see if they can rotate around. You also have El Diablo, who was on the back end as well. Somehow those 4 teams that rotated in on that angle on the top left was able to sit by that cliffside and get away with it. So again, placement point's going to be a big focus here for them and Onyx, as Australis has kind of been the focus for me this game. Able to remove some big name players. Trying to secure it. Can they get a victory? Can they really turn this swing in their favor?
Well, they've got the difficult task ahead of them. They've got to reposition with just a rock to work around. Luckily, they've got themselves the Octane. They are going to move in. It looks like 1907 didn't have vision on this rotation, getting a little bit of damage onto Pat, but that's about it. Do note that there's going to be an encroaching team back behind them. It's going to be all Diablo. It's going to be holding it down, rounding out R3. But with his positioning, he can really just backstab the way that we've been seeing this movement come into play, coming up from Hesty and the rest of the crew. Fibonacci do have themselves the control point to play from. They've got a lot of vision. They've got a multi-story, but we often see playing around these crates being extremely dangerous. Now, the question comes into play. If you're all Diablo, how good of a read do you have on what's coming? Do you realize that if anybody starts taking damage on the other side of this, as Pinky Finky is going for the flank around the outside, there is an opportunity for you to at least steal second place. You can step in, get yourself a nice angle, and you can see nowhere to go, really. Someone's having to retreat from that one, so does get back in point, but Pat's still taking the damage from it. Pinky Finky realized the fact that, okay, he took his throw, doesn't want to stay in that point, doesn't want to stay revealed off of that. Instead, clustering back up with the rest of the team. All Diablo finally gets some vision into what's happening, takes a little bit of shots, but very quickly regrets it on no life. But it's going to be 1907 trying to capitalize off of it, going for the reposition around. All Diablo finally gets spotted out, gets taken down, putting us into a firm 3v3 lineup. It's crates versus houses, and the fight is going to break out at any given moment. The zone's going to be coming in right back behind them. Not a lot of opportunities to work with. It's all going to be about movement and control. Information gathering on both sides. You can see the fact that Pinky Finky is still just trying to find these flank positions. Going to opt into playing where we saw All Diablo go for the play for just a second ago. Trying to see if maybe he can exploit it. Gets a lot of damage. Fibonacci, they have the angles, they have the control and what's working in, and they are just running into them right now. There is no options really for the other side of this to try to exploit. They're trying to turn it around, but they finally managed to find the shots onto it. They hold it down inside the bubble, and Astralis somehow managed to make that work.
You thought it was FBs based upon their positioning. Obviously, you saw it. You know, El Diablo, commendable, man. You tried. You got lasered down. You're out. It's now a 3v3. You've got FB. They've got the high ground. They've got the positioning, and they also flank both sides. They have the pinch, and somehow with the bubble, they hold on to it, and they turn that into a 2v1 and just completely demoralize FB. What a play! What a play and way to secure that victory.
I mean, there was so much stacked against Astralis in that situation. I mean, they had a solo rat that was trying to harass them. They got flanked on, what, 3 times, counting El Diablo's positioning as well. They had the aggression that came at them, but then they repositioned away from it. And yeah, I know the highlights are going on, guys. There's cool stuff, but I am extremely impressed by how they managed to weather the storm that Fibonacci was trying to bring at them, and how well that they just managed to keep their cool, collect it together, and turn that around.
I'm interested to see on how the point totals end up coming out for the scoreboard after we go to this break eventually. But honestly, you know, with Astralis, it all started at that first fight. The ability to come in on the backside of Flying Camels, they remove them. They win the sequential fight immediately after, take that team out, and then carry it all the way through. And for this fight, positioning wise, they were in trouble. There was no reason they should have won that. FB had the positioning. They had both attacks coming from both sides. They had the angle. Like, they played it perfectly with their positioning. The way they engaged it was phenomenal, but the execution was just a little bit off.
The awareness to realize, okay, we're being flanked on 2 different points, so don't stay where we are. Instead, push one of those points. That's what got Astralis that position. If you realize, they just left Pinky Finky's side alone, and instead pushed on the other side of it. And the awareness of that to make that call that quickly shows some great shot calling and some great execution on it, and just being able to clutch up a desperate situation. And again, I am just, while it's been a quiet day for them, we have seen Astralis have a couple of, you have to like over extenuate like the Australis on it. You got to put the U inside of it there. But like that right there, just, that was entirely so well played, and I can't clamor enough about it. It's so well done.
I mean, to talk about the swing, it hasn't updated yet for me on my individual side, but you're talking game 1 and game 2 for Australis. 15th in placement with 1 kill. 15th in placement with no kills. I can't see how round 3 went, but you're telling me that they go from 15 spots with 1 kill, I can't see what third is, to a first place with multiple eliminations from squads, at least probably 6 to 8 kills. That is a huge swing and puts them back in the running just like that as we hit the halfway point. So well done. We got another contender, man.
Well, we are at the halfway point, guys, so we're going to take a little bit longer of a break. It's going to be like closer to like 5 minutes, so no big deal.
Nothing crazy.
We'll be back in just a second. We want to give everybody some time to grab a drink, grab something to eat. Make sure you guys grab yourself something because, again, we're only halfway done for the day. We'll be back in just... Hello, we're back, and you can see everybody grabbing the knobs. I mean, come on. It's 8 rounds, guys. I have snacks sitting next to me as well, so I'm just going to continue to film for just a second and let you enjoy that nice little bite of food. But you do have to tell me what you're eating whenever you're done, because I'm over here just like on quick snacks, like having snacks I probably can't say. I don't know. I don't even care. I'm having Cheez-Its. That's the only thing I got.
Hey,
I'm
man,
just trying to keep
Cheez-Its
something
great.
in my belly. Cheez-Its are amazing.
I can't eat Cheez-Its, man. I'm so jealous.
You can't eat Cheez-Its?
No, so I'm on this new diet workout program and stuff, and I had a very yummy, tasty protein bar.
Oh,
Exciting,
yeah.
I know. Super. It was pretty good, actually, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I've got a plethora of candy just hiding over here to help
You
keep the
suck.
energy up.
I miss candy so much, bro. It's been 3 weeks of just like, hey man, do you like chicken and rice? Here's some more. And that's all. Chicken, rice, and steamed veggies. That's my diet right now, man.
I was expecting something to be
boring.
like phenomenal. Like you had like a burger or something, and now I feel like I put you on blast. But
Burger,
yes,
no
guys,
patties, or burger only patties. Yeah, it's been a trip, man. But let's take a look at some of these points. The big one we're paying attention to, man. 14 kills for Australis, and man, coming with that first place victory. That is a big jump for them. My goodness.
I mean, that's going to be a big step up for them. Also, 1907 Fibonacci. They needed a big game there because I want to point out over on the other side of it, we saw a couple of kills that were happening all stacked together. And there we go. Flying Camels now has to be a little bit more worried about Fibonacci than they were beforehand. Only 5 points back behind them. But 34 points behind 1907 is going to be Australis. God, that's a commanding lead for these first two teams. Can Australis manage to string it together and get some more of that last game because they need it?
Yeah, the other big swing too. I mean, you're seeing with 1907 FB the ability to keep it within 5. Flying Camels actually only got 7 points that last round, and the reason why is they had 6 kills. So despite what looked like an early elimination, I think as like 13th or something in placement, they wiped 2 squads and still keep it close. So again, able to maintain their lead just because of that aggression. That has been the meta. You're also seeing teams like HLDC throw back. So again, a lot of these teams really picking it up. We've definitely still got the top 2 with a little bit of a gap, but again, it just goes to show all it takes is one good game and you can throw yourself into the running.
DMNK, please, you've had a couple extra minutes. Drop somewhere else. It's not working. We know that you're a strong squad. We've seen it through the other rounds. We're about to get our information. We're moving into game now. Question comes into play. I've got my eyes drawn back towards them. Are they going to go somewhere else, or are they going to try to fight this one out? Because yes, we still have 3/4 of the rounds to go, but you don't want to. You've already sacrificed 1/4 of your rounds. I don't think you want to put too much more into this horse.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Obviously, we still got a second day ahead. So for those that do not know format and stuff, obviously we've got $5,000 on the line. The first place team is going to be taking half of that, and it splits down from there. But we've got 16 matches we're doing over the course of 2 days. So we're 4 in. We've officially hit our halfway point of day 1. We still got 4 more to go, and Anka and a bunch of these other teams kind of just balancing it out. I mean, Anka again going to land at Epicenter. That is their tried and true, sitting in the middle of the pack at 8. So they've had a couple early engagements as well. ATK decided DMNK does not get to play. Some other sort of rhyme here. I don't know how to end it. I'm sorry.
Well, they've only lost 1 at this stage, and they have weapons to work with. Nope, never mind. I guess it doesn't count as a caster curse if it's happened 4 times already. Last one up, and this is
poor
bad.
guy.
Hey, get some damage out at least. Go down swinging. I respect that, and they did manage to take down 1. But hey, look, there's a little bit of extra that's happening inside of this. So now 2 members down for ATK, and mutually assured destruction between the 2.
Yeah, it's Dojo Unity coming in and going to secure some of those kills. So the unfortunate thing as well for DN is nothing to show for it at all. And you've got another team coming in as that third party and being like, yeah, we're going to reap the benefits. So for ATK, going to have to back off completely and then try to hope that within that 60 seconds or so that he's going to have to go back and get those banners that the other team isn't camping it still. So this is a tough one for ATK, a team that, again, towards the top of the standings, roughly 7th place, 8th place right now as well overall. That's a tough situation.
What are you talking about? The Alternator Sentinel combination is so meta right now. It's like everything that you
like
want to go
watching me
back
play,
and try
bro.
to
That's not
get
what you
your
want.
teammates tags. It'll be perfectly fine.
No,
So
no, it won't. Not in a 1v3.
what do you mean? You can reload the alternator 46 times in one fight. It'll be fine, and it doesn't matter that he only has 40 rounds.
Yeah, we'll see how that one plays out, man. I'm not feeling too confident about it, but you know, color me surprised if it does.
So looks like here's the opportunity. How sneaky can you be? It's ninja time. Crawling in, trying to keep the footsteps as silent as possible. So finds one, finds two. Looks like everybody was content to just massacre everything that was over here, and you can now at least be able to have hope. The question comes into play is, can you call on somebody in time to make it work? And we've been seeing a lot of Southern Circles, so it's time for us to pop back up next to Epicenter. So it's going to make it a little bit easier for ATK to at least manage to string something together, maybe get their res off, and not going to have to make it too far back into the... Well, technically, they're already in the first safe zone. Should be able to make it the second safe zone pretty easy as well.
I'm actually a huge fan of this end area, not just for the sake of diversity of what we're getting, but primarily just the fact of what the zone brings. Obviously, there's a lot of hard cover with Fragment and Overlook. A lot of people really enjoying that Overlook spot. You've also got a lot of open area and a lot of hills, so there's a lot of angles you can take on this approach. One that sticks out to mind, Rogue usually always does a really good job of handling those kind of areas on the southeast side of Epicenter and the way that they can take those angles. So I'm curious to see on what kind of emphasis we see put here in MEA in the regards to how they're going to take that approach, because some teams recognize, like, yeah, we'll give up the hard cover just so we have the better positioning, but again, with how much aggression has happened, does it really matter? These teams, again, you're going to see ATK here solo trying to get 2 back, and 25 just immediately recognizes, like, these are some free kills, let's farm it.
And there's one.
I mean, I was kind of joking about the farming it, but like, it doesn't get easier than that, Matchroom.
I mean, we've got It's Mario in here, but that was just a Mario Koopa stomp right on top of them, right as soon as they landed. Just jumps on top of their heads, destroys them, and, well, I mean, you managed to res them once. Maybe you can do it again, right?
He's not going to let this go away.
Oh, 25. This is just cruel and unusual punishment. Poor ATK. They tried, but now it is the rat life, I believe.
Yeah, that's a tough one for ATK, especially with HLDC right on the other side. And that's where it gets even worse, is you're trying to avoid one team and you end up just going into another one. So ATK will have to keep tabs on here throughout the round and see if they can make it all the way to the end. But it worked for El Diablo, so we'll see if it can happen for him too. Taking a look at the zones here, though, and based on where teams are positioned, West side probably going to be the biggest concern, I would say, with how many teams are possibly going to run into.
Yeah, and the funnel points that the hillsides make.
Yeah.
That just makes, if you're going to camp, those are prime gatekeeping positions. But I don't think that this lobby believes in gatekeeping. Why would you gatekeep whenever you could just jump on top of somebody and kill them? That's the directed strategy with it. We might have a little bit of a skirmish happening in the north, as I think a couple of teams are starting to get vision on each other. Epicenter, there's a lot of opportunities for teams to jump in, which is what we've been seeing a lot of, but also long range.
So cinematic, dude. Look,
there's a lot of control points. I know, dude. The observers for GLL just so good.
Don't go to his perspective. Go to the other one. Like, give us a little song like that. Either 500 miles, we can't play it, right? Or Making My Way Downtown kind of situation. The do 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 do. You know, kind of. No. I love it.
It's all Diablo again by himself. We saw him.
Yeah, he's only got one other teammate. He's in a rough spot, but he's having fun with it.
Hey, he managed to rat himself a lot of position points last time. Managed to creep into third. So man. Respect where respect's due here. Maybe it's the master strategy. They know El Diablo is like the best rat ever, so you just sacrifice the other two early, so that way you just get all your points based off of rat strategies, right?
Imagine having that title. Hey man, you're the best rat. Good job.
I think it's respect worthy. A lot of times we really pick on rats in this game. But being able to figure out a way to navigate with the amount of teams that are still alive and find opportunities for your team, I think is respectful.
You're in their sights.
So, an idea on a fight that suddenly becomes an idea on not taking a fight anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm like, okay, blind peekers, what are you up to? Oh, never mind. Okay, you're out. I got it. Like,
they blind peeked that one and decided they didn't like it.
Gonna have to disengage on this one, obviously, the other teams, and benefits of the horizon here, getting that high ground immediately too. It's a good way to turn it around. Get a team facing you low, and all of a sudden you're on the other side of it too. And the way they place it that inside as well, is it might catch the other team off guard. So good job here by blind peekers disengaging and getting in a good position, able to defend that pretty easily.
So they've got control, they've got vision, and now it's just a matter of what they can string together with it. We haven't seen a lot of them. 20 has been our, I guess, center point where we've been seeing a lot of action happening around him. But a lot of the times they're kind of like the secondary fight that's happening while there's 6 teams that are fighting. So they're doing a good job in their fight selection, but we just haven't had a chance to see them a ton regarding just the overwhelming amount of octane jump-ins that we've been seeing going on. Speaking of running, you can see it's a lot more of running. See, look, this, they give me more what you want, Lawler. Giving you that nice,
Looks like
that
a
power
walk
walk
at this point. Yeah, it's just like, use those hips, man.
That's about it. Well, you can see what's going on in the tunnel. We got WRG on the other side of it, and oh, hey, Fibonacci finding themselves in a little bit of a spot as they're making a rotation through, but this is one team you probably don't want to catch mid-rotation. They'll go ahead and take it back to you as fast as possible. Quick retreat coming out of this as they're trying to get away from the throwables. No big surprise off of that one. No real need to overcommit, and this leads back to what you were talking about beforehand. There's a lot of potential fights brewing along this corridor just due to the nature of the terrain and how teams have had to collapse into this point. Fibonacci's going to have to retreat away, as you can see. Draconian going to go ahead and get knocked. Already going to be down in a bad position for this one. The other 2 members that opt into going for something looks like they're just going to go ahead and... Oh, I was going to say, were they throwing it down to jump him away? But no, yep, okay, jump him away. That's the better strategy. Don't stand where the snipers can see you. And, oh, hey, this is actually a pretty safe spot.
Yeah, 1907 in an interesting situation. They're actually trying to punch their teammate onto that jump pad. It's a little bit faster than having to walk. You've seen that plenty of times from people when they get knocked by zone. They'll actually go behind them and just punch them into safety. So just a kind of a movement skill. We've got now 3 teams here. HLDC was the one that initially engaged on 1907 FB. We now got Onyx coming in from the north side as well, and it's going to be Pinky with a Kraber. Ooh. Big shot, and that's kind of what you're looking for. 150 damage right off the top. Damage on the outside, trying to close it down and just going to escape. Here's if they're going to chase. Of course they're going to chase it. They got an Octane. Sending it down the hill. Just got to find that player. Gonna be a tough one to disengage from, and on the heels, nipping and gonna get it. Good damage here by Pinky.
There we go, managing to secure that one in. Technically, I don't even think it counts as a third party because Fibonacci was like in the first part of the fight, retreated, and then came back into it. So technically, aren't you third partying the team that was trying to third party you earlier? So they do manage to get a kill out of it, and now going to go ahead and make their way into zone. And with this inside track, going to go ahead and favor them. We did see FB having themselves a pretty centralized position for a while now, but this is the downside of whenever you hold down a centralized position for quite a while, as a lot of people seem to want to take over your home. You're gonna have to fight this one out, and you can see aggression all coming through one doorway, but trying to get the shield down to block it out, goes down inside of it, and here comes the rush. Quick pickup coming inside of that one, and FB finding themselves in a lot of trouble, trying to shotgun their way through it. Nowhere to go, and it's 25 Esports that ends up on top.
Yeah, it's a commendable effort from Favela on the back end there, but 25. You even got a player that's like walking up, he's like, I'll protect you with my shield, and they just run right past him, don't even care, and completely overwhelm that last player. So good job and commendable fight, but it's not going to be enough as we then go over to Oxygen, who's, you know, doing their in a rat. Let's see if I got a poem. Let's see if I can find a poem here. One sec.
Inside of a pipe. Too many bad jokes pop in my head to make a poem right now, so I'm just going to leave it alone. But, I mean, it's do what you can do from the stage for him. Just, he's safe. Just hopes that nobody comes into his pipe. So I'm patiently waiting to see if a poem is coming.
I'm not that creative yet. I'll have one for tomorrow. I would do that. Last time I did that too. I'll make sure I have a fantastic poem for you guys tomorrow.
Well, no need for poems when we've got 1907 on the move. Still trying to line up another Kraber shot. Oh, 152 to crack it off the go. That's an instant retreat. Pinky Finky has just been absolutely impressive so far today. It just, from flank positionings, I mean, the only misstep we saw was them really not taking that last fight in the last round as cleanly as they could have. But Pinky Finky regularly trying to find outside angles to just propel his teammate into success.
Still shots have him down. 13 squads remaining. One up top and actually catch him on the back end. So 1907 gonna be down a little bit here. Let me heal up and then see if they can get the revive. Should be in a pretty safe spot. Just kidding. There's Plenty of utility coming in. They're
Wow.
pitched in between two. HLDC on the right. You've also got Pat and the rest of the guys from Australis on the other end. And for a team that's been towards the top, this is a really dangerous position. No real rush from either of the sides.
That peak angle coming up from Demotivator is so strong. And you can see the fact that they can't retreat. This is good awareness from both teams, realizing the fact that they have somebody pincered in between the two of them. They're really just trying to make sure that they take it. Stralis really wants to come in with this one. It looks like they managed to just wipe through what was going on with 1907. So now they've got control point to play from, and now it looks like they're just eyeing the next circle, and they're content with what they've got so far.
Pretty happy about their positioning as well as their performance in the last round, trying to carry through that momentum. And again, another big way. They were the ones to take out Flying Camel, see if they can do it to 1907. They're going to push on it. Don't find anybody with the Bloodhound. So just going to find some loot, and good loot in that regard. So again, big eliminations here on FB. That's going to be pretty detrimental. A team that we haven't seen much of. And shoutouts to Observer knowing where my mind is going. Microfiber is here with Flying Camels up top, and we've got our rat.
I have to give massive respect to Australis so far. We've seen them take on Flying Camels in the last round. That gave them positioning to go ahead and move in, win that last round. We saw them fighting up against 1907, won that, and now taking another fight into 1907. We often talk about momentum being a big factor for these teams, and you're starting to feel it kicking off for Australis, and the progression comes into play. Can they keep continuing to ride it and find the opportunities? Because sometimes it can lead you to overstepping a little bit, as we've seen this be problems for some of our more aggressive teams. But I like the control that they're moving in, and El Diablo, again, just continued respect, man. You find ways to get into positions every single time.
All right, let's see if I can do this. This one goes out to El Diablo. Roses are red. And it's gone. Never mind. I'm sorry.
And
I have
Australis is killing.
Yeah. Roses are red. Australis gets a kill. My rec home is dead.
You can stay up on top of that hill?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Teamwork.
Yeah,
I actually had one
powers
ready.
combined.
I actually had one ready. I'm upset now.
Oh, great. Go ahead and go back
it's
to
fine.
it.
It's
He's
fine.
got
We
to still
don't-
be up there.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't care.
I'm
It's
sorry.
just my feelings that are hurt. You know, it's not
I
a big
ruined
deal.
it. I took it from you.
Nah, you didn't. I mean, real talk. Observer does a really good job, but like, you know.
Well, you can see kind of what's going on with the lay of the land right now. Hestia and crew trying to get a little bit more control of the south, and that looks like that's going to be our clustered category for a lot of these teams. 25 Esports getting a little bit more information as well. This valley, problematic to play around to say the least. Information now you can see getting fed back over. Trying to leave this point a problem, but if you've gotten yourself an Octane, maybe there's an opportunity to be found. Tries to go up the wall, doesn't work. Maybe he tries to go for the strategy again, but I don't know. 25 Esports, you can't let this one go.
25 Esports just waiting for that bubble to go away. They're going to transition into the next one. They actually have a little bit of Deathlit here on the cliff side, so curious on if they're going to get aggressive.
Just playing it patient.
No, that's really smart from Salem. Actually checking the backside, just making sure there's nobody there. So if they do want to push this, and part of the reason they haven't is because El Diablo on the other side getting lit up by the triple take. Going to drop a bubble, but does get removed elsewhere. So if fight happening elsewhere across the pathway, need to be careful. And just trying to hide at this point. Secure themselves some points on the kills.
Yeah,
All
I
25. High positioning, not wasting any time here.
Just got so much control from this area. Finally, it's going to be the third party that forces it away a little bit. And you know, that one's going to be a little bit annoying because while it has been replaced, there's still multiple teams that are looking down in the valley. How hard are you going to commit into it becomes the question. Looks like HLDC doesn't really want to be too involved in this, just content with taking their shots. So it all comes back on 25 Esports to make sure that they clear out that corridor back behind them, not allowing anybody in. Rez is now starting to come in on the other side of it. So what do? You're kind of trapped in a terrible position. You got a ton of teams around you that all know where you're at, and all of them want to kill you. So
You
what's your
distract your
opportunity?
eyes to the sky, man. You revive your teammate and hope they shoot him instead so you can run. He's bait now. Flying
throw
Camels
him
though
in
on the
front
back
of
end
you.
side in a dangerous situation. Able to get some heals off, but not a whole lot of room to work with. Zone's going to be closing in soon here too. Trying to take a different angle of approach.
What do we got? Oh, good sprays coming in for Flying Camels. Going to go ahead and open this up just a touch more. But it's a lot about this hillside fight right now. A lot of the teams have opted into playing along it just due to the cover that provides with the rocks and the control But the issue comes into play of now how are you going to opt in making the play around this when White Rabbit still continuing to harass those trying to leave the valley. But it does look like they're going to find an opportunity. The hillsides do open up, and now we're starting to get a better idea on what's going on. 6 squads still remaining. As you can see, Microfibers, rest of the crew now looking back over to Salome, seeing if they're going to go ahead and opt into this. And yep, it's going to be a little bit more of an aggressive play right up into their faces. Bubbles come out on both sides, and here comes the bubble peak battle between the two. It's going to be kind of coordinated off, but the zone is going to be coming in right back behind everybody. Microfibers going for that flank position, reveals himself to double up onto it, so it's going to be a quarter flank on both sides, trying to find the opportunities for it. And Flying Camels gets the first knock, looks back down, spots out another one, but it's a quick exchange as on the other side of it. Trusty does go down. Now going to have to play this one a little bit more carefully. They've got to be cautious as they're going for any of these peaks up this hillside.
Need to be careful though. Luckily with the high ground, they do apply some pressure. So again, gonna let the Gibraltar go for the heal while Microfibers tries to apply the pressure. Shots on the left side. Need to be careful as well as another one flanking on their other direction. Need to be careful. Those grenades coming out. So the Gibraltar shield is popped. And we've got a rat. All right, here we go. This is my time to shine. Okay,
look at this. He managed to survive all the way up into 6 squads alive.
Match him.
Okay, take it.
Roses are red, violets are blue. This is a rat on camera for you. Last alive, trying to survive on his lonesome, makes me cry.
Well done. You snap for palms, right? You don't clap for them. I don't know that proper.
That only deserves one.
Okay,
that's all you get.
Snap.
One snap. I'll have a better one tomorrow. That one was literally made in the middle of this broadcast like 5 seconds ago.
Hey, well, it's very well done. I enjoyed your poem, and I will put it on the refrigerator. Thank you very much.
If you want, it's on a post-it note next to me. You can, I'll ship it to you, man. That's fine.
Hey, yeah, I'll put it up there with pictures of the kids and their artwork. It'd be phenomenal. All right, so Anka, they're in a odd spot. Not a lot of, doing a little bit of stretching before they make the run through because they know it's going to be rough. Jumps out. Not a lot of third party coming in, so they get the bubble down. They do lose one of their members as they make their approach, though. As the Microfibers crew now starting to look down, it's going to be HLDC. That's some vision as well. These are two different teams you don't want to jump in between right now. Let's be honest. 5 still squads up, but do note the fact that there's a couple of solos still hiding this one through. Now, it's just going to be about aggressive plays off to the side. You're starting to get an idea on where all the players are starting to line up. Now it's time to make your own destiny. Get control of everything that's happening. As the top of the hillside is just going absolutely nuts. ADK still has one of them up, and you can see it is just a back and forth between it. Trusty still has the high ground back into it and looking into WRG, but can't find the angles with it. He does go down, but look, on the outside of it, it's going to be Demotivator making his way up the hillside, trying to find his way through. He's the last one up for his squad, tries to get the res through off of this, and looks like he is going to be able to get one. There are only 2 squads left. They shouldn't allow this to happen. Getting this res back up could really turn this game back around. Are they going to be able to get the 3rd one back up as well to completely reset into this? You're kidding me.
You have a chance to push and close that out. What is WRG doing? Spectator, if you can hear me, man, go to the other team. I want to see if like they're just being patient or yeah, they're all fully healed. Why didn't they push? I mean, they've got high ground. Maybe that's why they're just trying to hold the angles. But in a situation like that, you come in on a back end of a fight. I mean, make a count here. They're going to drop down 1 and now in a 2v3. HLDC trying to fight off. One comes on the back end side. They drop one down. It could be an opportunity. They get one. Can they get the other? And at this point, it's just going to be a difficult test to fight off. Gibraltar last one. It's going to be White Rabbit, and they take the victory. WRG a little bit scary on that back end. Could have been difficult, but man, they do clutch it out. They do get the victory, and they get all the points to show for it.
Look, they just wanted to make it fair, right? They were confident in their position. They were like, you guys go ahead and reset. We'll go ahead and take the fight to you on your terms. So White Rabbit, great performance coming out from them. Also great logo. Can we talk, like, if you guys have seen it online, I love it a lot. But this is, it's starting, for lack of a better term, there's no way to say it other than the fact that this is just getting a little bit more wild ass the further we get in. Every single round, it's just a new team bringing it and finding their method to their madness in this. And I gotta say, we're seeing a lot of teams really impress me, but the latecomer in this is going to be Astralis, managing to string together several kills.
Yeah, this one was a pretty crazy one. There were some interesting fights here too. This is the one where 25 was up top, and eventually they do end up pushing down, trying to catch the there was 2 players there that got a revive. I can't remember the team off the top of my head as we're looking at the highlights. But again, Flying Camels, FB, a lot of teams that you expect to go towards the top are still in the conversation, but you're also getting some of these new challengers. You're getting WRG, HLDC that's in 4th right now. A lot of repeat occurrences, and it's pushing those rankings actually closer and closer. So again, even though we've got like a 30-point spread towards the top 2, it's going to be closing that gap relatively quickly here.
Well, with the fact that we've seen teams stringing together such high kill count victories, 30 points is a lot, and it does give you the space to function around. But that means that whenever somebody has one of those big games, they're now joining what is the top 2 at the time. And I also have to give a small shout out, ATK. I think it was Deswitzka that was over there and managed to survive out for his team. I think he went out somewhere around 5th. I don't know exactly. We'll have to look back on the leaderboard, but remember that was that early game fight that that was against
which one, you know?
No, yeah, which one of the early game fights? But there's opportunities in there, and managed to survive for the entirety of that game up until that stage as a rat. So strong performance coming up from them. But I think I heard that we've got everything set and ready to go to a break. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to that, and we will be back in just a few minutes, guys. Welcome back, guys. It's time to get everything set and ready. We move into another round. We've already got scores situated. Lawler, let's go ahead and run through those real quick.
Yeah, 5 rounds down, 3 to go. And HLDC, a little bit interesting situation towards the end there. They are actually going to get the victory, not due to placement, but due to the kills that they end up picking up and getting the overall points. White Rabbit, though, it was a weird situation. You know, we were talking about that before we went to the break about the situation of, why are you allowing them to revive? What are you doing? Guess they just wanted more points. They wanted a couple more kills. That's got to be it.
I mean, letting them get the res does end up favoring them as they do manage to pick up another 3 kills out of it, as well as the win. Flying Camels still sitting up at the top of the leaderboard, and it's going to be 1907 Fibonacci right back behind that one at 69. Nice. Then we've got HLDC. I always forget their initials for it. There's so many vowels inside of that. They're going to be in 50.
Try to pronounce that one for me. Let me know how it goes.
Halidisclire. I can never say it. I don't know.
HLDC.
I'm going to lean back into our Australis at 38. There you go. White Rabbit Gaming, who did get the round win, but kind of didn't inside of our last round, going to come up at 35 points.
Yeah, you're talking to see kind of that gap come together. HLDC been making a lot of leg room up. And again, you're looking at other teams and DNMK trying to find some footing, but getting challenged and contested on everything that they do and just can't be on the beneficiary of it. And even the times that they do, like ATK comes in and still, like you mentioned, you know, they also get engaged on, but they do manage to get one away and keep it all the way to the end. So getting the placement points, making a big difference. So again, it's starting to see that separation, but it just goes to show, you know, 12 points for placement in a first place. You get a couple kills alongside that. You're shooting straight back up, probably a good like 5-6 spots at a minimum. So again, things are coming down to the wire for the first day towards the tail end, but 3 matches, that's a lot of points still up for grabs as we've seen. So again, can't count anybody out in the first half here.
We talked about contested points because we've been seeing that being a big factor for a couple of teams early. And I did glance over and I saw some people talking on chat about it, and it's like, hey, isn't somebody else landing on them instead of like them landing on somebody else? It doesn't matter. If you're committing to making a drop and somebody's landing on you, or you're the team that's dropping and it's not working, you just got to move. That's this summation of that story. It doesn't matter who the aggressor that's dropping is. If you're the one that's not opting into being the aggressor and other people are dropping on you and taking you down,
yeah, you gotta back out. Clearly the fight's not working. You know,
if you are the one that's dropping on somebody and it's not working out, move. Situation really doesn't matter one way or the other. If the fight isn't working out in your favor at the very beginning, just stop dropping in that spot. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah, it's, I mean, commendable, right? Like, it's cool. Like, you never give up. You know, you're trying your best, but sometimes your best just isn't good enough, man. Like, it's time to back out. It's time to try a different approach. And unfortunately for DMNK, they've been on the receiving end. You're talking 2019, 18, 20, and another one in round 5. You know, it's tough. It's really tough to be in that consideration, especially considering they were top 3 in their semifinals. So again, just not able to find it here. Whatever team it is that's been landing on top of them, we'd have to double check again. The kill feed just goes so quick in the beginning with MEA. So
ATK is usually the ones that end up fighting up against them pretty early. And I think that we saw 25. Was that the one that mopped them up last round? Somebody came in and mopped them up last round. And I don't, because remember we saw only one member of ATK managed to make it out there.
That's right. And
so
yeah, it's been a crazy attack. I mean, you finally get people backing off, and this is kind of the point to your approval is, you know, Epicenter was highly contested at the very beginning. A and K, winning every single one. So now they get it to themselves. The first 2 rounds, like the other team got wiped both times, and they even tried to reinitiate. I think in round 3 with a 2v3 at one point. And again, they're just like, you know what? We're done with this. It is not worth it. So again, you're finally starting to see that place solidified. Whether we'll see that challenged again tomorrow or not is a different story. But for Tay, they've wrapped it up. So it's gonna be exciting to see on how that one develops. But ultimately, we've got some names that are definitely towards the top. Obviously, Camels, 1907 FB, Australis, kind of jumping up to a big surprise, actually. But I'm loving the fact that HLDC is back in the action. Onyx is continuously towards the top. So we are getting some teams. The battle for like top 3, I think is pretty solidified. But who's going to take that 3rd spot? I think is right now like really close.
And don't forget, it's top 5 for money. So that's really, while we've been talking about a lot about the top 2, that's a factor, yes, but really everybody in the top 5 has opportunities. So yes, whenever we have 2 teams that are just eating every single point inside the lobby, that means that it's more opportunistic for everybody to get those other 3 spots. So there is a lot of opportunity for the other teams to really just manage to get to a win or 2 together with some high kill counts that could put them into a decent position to maybe even contest a little bit higher than that. Now, I do want to let you guys know, we have been running into games very quickly. We've been trying to make sure that we're running through as fast as possible for you guys, but there was a little bit of a remake, so it should just be 1 second. We're just going to fill for a little while we're getting everything situated. So if it seems like we've been coming back from break, into leaderboard, into game really fast, and this time we're talking a little bit more, that's why. Again, we just want to make sure to get everything set, everything situated for these players, so that way they have the best opportunity to get into those top 5 spots.
Yeah, trying to do it right the first time, because it doesn't feel good when we go in and then we have to DC, come back, and then do it all over again. So
yeah,
trust me, we don't want to be on camera as much as you guys don't want us on camera. We'd much rather be in the games watching the action. So we're on your side, we promise. So kind of switching gears then and kind of talking about the overall situation. We did see some changes actually in the picks of the Legends. But ultimately pretty persistent, I would say. A couple of those changes are happening. The big one that I wanted to keep focus on was HLDC, who has been top 4 majority of their matches, even without the Octane and everything else. So you are seeing sometimes it isn't just the meta, it is just individualistic ways to bring it together. So glad to see a little bit of diversity, just because it adds a little bit more for us to talk about like right now, but it helps with Phil. So yeah, ultimately, man, I'm happy to see a little bit of change of pace from some of the other teams and how it's playing out. But again, you're seeing the tried and trues, the Gibraltars and stuff like that. Like you can't not nowadays. So I'm excited to see how it develops.
Octane, but it also feels like it slowed down. It wasn't like, as you were
that
describing
game was
earlier,
definitely way less aggressive, I feel.
It wasn't as bouncy house as we were seeing beforehand.
Yeah.
Like there was a period of time where it just seemed like every single time we cut to a new camera, it was somebody flying in to jump onto a squad.
Yeah,
it's starting to feel like those fights are happening much earlier now, and we're kind of having like an early game brawl, then a middle game calm for a second while everybody repositions, and then it kicks off again towards the end, where even then we're not seeing a lot of very high aggressive, high movement style plays coming in. It's a lot more just like terrain plays. Like if you look at our last couple of rounds, whenever we saw Australis win their round, it was the 2-point flank that was being brought out by FB across from them. No real hyper jumps coming in. And that one was just a fight around a hillside. No jumps coming in yet again. So it feels like it's being a tool used to make sure that you scavenge out those early kills to really push up your average points per game by getting those early kill points.
Yeah, I mean, it's made a difference for a lot of different teams. I mean, the one that easily comes to mind is Flying Camels, a team that we know is super aggressive. They only get 1 point for placement, but they get 6 kills, and it's enough to keep them in the lead over 1907 FB. So again, there's a lot of difficulty with trying to play aggressive. Obviously, there's a lot of high risk, high reward, but with everybody playing Octane, that's the intention. We are willing to play aggressive. The whole purpose of this play style is because we know the aggressive kills will outweigh. And I think that's something that's, really commendable to just EA and Apex as a whole. The format has adjusted throughout the years quite a bit, and seeing battle royales and people just don't want to sit and wait. We don't care to watch people loot. We want to see action, and players are now being rewarded for that. The format is specifically made to make sure that priority does happen to kills. So I'm happy that we are seeing probably in the most way people lean into that now. That was kind of dictated, I would say, back in like February, with some of those hop-up changes and stuff. Came with, hey, let's play some Octane. Let's play aggressive.
It allows for diversity and strategy. Yeah. Instead of just playing for the victory, you can realize that, oh, hey, we probably can't win this one, so let's go for kills. Let's go for a little bit hot. Like, if you're always just playing for placement points, it means the fact that you're playing passive because you don't want to.
Right.
You don't want to risk losing somebody because you want to win that late game fight, not the early and mid game fights. So instead, now with the placement points, you just get more opportunities and more options for winning as we made their way through that. Now, one other thing I did want to think about though,
Before you do that, kids in the background or ice cream truck?
I have an ice cream truck that's driving by, so yes.
They
blare their music.
I hate that I can
so
hear
loud.
that. Like the fact that I just instantly know, like a wave of childhood, man.
I know. Like every time I hear it, I'm like, man, I want ice cream, but I can't go
I'm
up there and
surprised
grab
you
it right
didn't
now.
just get up and leave, like
Well,
run down
you
the
know
street,
what?
man.
They're having to do another remake. Screw it. I'm gonna go get some ice cream. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go chase down the ice cream truck, and we will see you guys in just a. We did it, guys. It looks like everything's set. Lobby is positioned, so we're not gonna stay here for too long. We're gonna go ahead and get everything set and make our way into game in just one moment. And also, I didn't catch the ice cream truck. I'm sorry. It was already gone. I feel bad.
So sad.
No ice cream for me, and my hands are empty.
That's so sad, man. I've got some ice cream in the freezer, but it's just like not the same, you know? Like, real talk. What was the like ice cream? Like, did you go with the SpongeBob with the weird eyes? Like the
Ooh, the weird eye one, like the character ones were always really good, but it was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ones that I always liked the most.
Nice.
You know what I mean?
Nice.
Those were so good.
I always went with
so
the
good.
what was it? The strawberry one. It had like 3 layers and then had all the weird sprinkly things on the outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I know we're not sponsored, but drumsticks, bro. Drumsticks are where it's
Oh,
at.
God.
Now I really want ice cream. Like,
You know the worst
super
part is
bad.
because I'm in this new workout program and diet and stuff. I can't eat any of that stuff. Like none of it. So
See, I've always just been scrawny, so that means.
oh,
back to
ATK?
ATK loses one of the members. Are we seeing it getting turned around?
What a grenade.
Glad you got him. Wait, is this the turnaround that we have been waiting for?
They're actually
DMK.
still gonna fight it out. No way.
You got the first knock. You've got guns. This is your opportunity. You've been waiting all day for this moment.
No, grab the
Get
helmet.
it.
Clatchy, what are you doing?
Get some damage. We don't even know. Chaos is ensuing. Get shot back over into him. Spots him out. One member down. Glitchy, low on life, trying to go for the reel. Goes for the punch. Boom! Gets it.
DMK finally clutches it out, but need to be careful. There's another team on the other side taking some shots. So again, finally able to secure one for him. You know, we talk about, hey, it's not worth it. I guess that extended break was exactly what they need. Regain composure as we now have ANK fighting another team up top here. That is 20, who's been kind of left on the lonesome a few times throughout the tournament. And blind peekers, man, rough spot. Just need to clear out one. Can they also turn the tide?
Ooh, this is going to be much harder trying to go for the peek back around. Gets a little bit of tick damage off of it, but there we go. Do manage to connect enough, so trying to go for the res quite quickly. They might be able to reset this. I think they've got it, yeah. I'm kind of curious, though. Whenever we kept seeing the ATK fight that was happening on the drop every single time, there was always a third party. Are we going to see the third party aggress into this again? And because that would make me so sad.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like they were kind of across, so I don't think it's gonna be too much of an issue. Because they were shooting from like Fragment West. Yeah. So Dojo, I don't think is gonna go and push that. I think they're pretty happy with where they're at. So should be fine. Flying camels, looting up and
They're just
enjoying a little
doing
bit of PvE action. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, who's the tank? Who's the healer? You know, just doing a little bit of MMO life, trying to get
Well,
their
we clearly
loot.
know who the hunter is. Microfibers with his kite.
Yep. He's just rolling it through. There we go. Trying to secure some more loot. Spot out. Poor Prowler.
There was still a chance,
he
man.
was just hungry, man.
That's a big reward.
It is. That's tasty right there. You can see whenever we're caught up
gosh.
watching people shoot, kind of. Whenever, yeah, no. This is beneficial. That was like the best Prowler kills ever. Yeah.
Jeez. Microfibers with that out of the gate. He's been their aggressor on Octane. Coming in with gold everything just that scares me a little bit.
And see the circle set up. Harvester yet again. Nobody loves it, but it's where everybody's going to be forced to go. So a couple opportunities. 25 already in a decent spot as well. With really, they only have to control Sorting Factory. That wall's going to provide a little bit of control for them up to the north, so don't have to be too concerned with that. Nobody's really in here, so opportunity abounds for early rotating teams.
Yeah, we've seen the circle actually quite a few times. Again, Harvester, nobody landing there, and that's something that I just don't know if people are aware of is the capabilities of some of these teams that are getting contested early. You're looking at a team like Blind Peakers, who keep losing fights over an epicenter. Maybe they want to switch over to that. This is something that they could possibly, if they are the ones that are sitting and watching, feel like, what? This is now like the fourth game in a row no one's gone Harvester. Maybe we should land there instead. So again, maybe mixing up some of the strategies here. This is kind of that time to make those adjustments and notes to be taking as well, because we've got a full second day tomorrow, 8 rounds as well. So again, just wait on this round to close in, pushing everybody in. It's starting to force it, but it won't be fully closed for another 3+ minutes. But it looks like 1907 FB find another fight. Let's see how they engage.
Well, it looks like they've already found opportunity. They're pushing into this one pretty quickly, just trying to hunt down remnants, catching some airtime, gets a little bit of damage onto him, but not enough. I don't know if they're going to really confirm to commit to chasing that. Instead, just be content in the early game. Linking back to what you were talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of VOD review changes.
Yeah.
As people go through, whenever we're looking at this stage, whoever has analysts and coaches, that's the big factor for it, because then you can make those like quick modifications. Go, hey, nobody's going Harvester. Go Harvester this time around. If not, if you're just playing with your player, like just the players themselves or the entirety of the team, that lack of resources makes it a lot harder to have that awareness. So it's all going to be in VOD review. So that leads to a second set of dominoes that could fall if somebody goes and reviews and 2 different teams go, hey, nobody's going Harvester. Guess what? Now we get contested Harvester.
Cool. 1907 FB, perfect timing as well. Gonna land on this drop and get rewarded for it. They got a 50 cal, also known as that Kraber. So put it in the hands of the Pinky, who has been honestly pretty dominant with those shots. So gonna be exciting to see how that one goes. I feel for these guys on top of the building. I think this is Joe Savvy. It would make sense, right?
Yeah.
Joe Savvy.
Yeah.
So
just look for Savi. If you spot Savi, yeah, you know where you're at.
So hopefully they aren't on the receiving end, because one of them is going to drop instantly if they get hit.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage back over towards Lord. I mean, 907 has to play this a little bit carefully. Again, Pinky kind of being the breach or the hard push that's going to be the one that's usually committing into this one, having to armor back up and got himself the toy to play with. The question comes into play is, I mean, 1907 seems like they're committed into this. It's just going to be a matter of how they choose to opt into it. Are they going to go for a little bit of damage, or are they just going to jump into it? Sneaky little angle there. Oh, don't you peek back around that corner. You're going to regret it. And the Sixth Sense kicking off right now, realizing, okay, I don't want to do that. Spotting out one, and you can see it's just angle peaks right now. Let's see if is he going to pull the trigger onto it. I mean, the patience is coming in.
No matter what, like, he's pretty much safe, and the best part he's doing is giving information here. He's like, hey, there's 2 over here, 2 there, and honestly, if they want to, but I think positioning wise they can kind of just do it. I think Pinky's done a really good job of repositioning and putting themselves in an advantageous spot. So while the other 2 are there, maybe this shot completely catches somebody off guard. Maybe they start to distract and waits for the opportunity, but again, they don't want to spread themselves too thin. We saw what happened last time where they actually lost that fight in the final circle by pushing multiple zones, and a team just re-engaged on the one and overwhelmed. So time to see how this one plays out. He's just waiting for that shot. I think they just needs to take it at this point.
Gotta wait for somebody to step forward, and good awareness from the opposing side of it. Nobody's really wanting to step into a dangerous area, so I mean Gibby finally steps into the wrong spot. There you go. 123. It's time to go. You can see Pinky was wanting to go off of this one. It was patient for so long and now wants to get something out of it. The rest of the team comes flooding in alongside of him. Shots coming out. 1907 really just trying to make sure that they chase this one through, but they managed to scurry them out of position. But you can see now it's just going to be a couple ultimates coming out to stop them in their tracks. Draconian's going to have to stop in position as well. And as quickly as it started, it ends.
Yeah, it's a good disengage, but at the same time, that's a lot of noise being made, and they're pushing them actually into another team. We talked about how nobody starts at Harvester, but we do have It's Me back in that area again. You've also got another team just up top in ALS. So again, there's a lot of teams in the area. WRG also finding themselves on the back end of a fight.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, trying to disengage on that.
High end angle. It's going to be White Rabbit, our last round winner, as you can see coming in, feeling their groove a little bit more now. harassing down on this point, but over peaks that just a little bit. Instead, is going to have to crawl his way through. I don't think that the rest of White Rabbit is going to turn around for him, so looks like Death's Joker is just going to go ahead and be Death.
Nice thing though, at that high ground, I don't think anybody's going to really have a chance to go up there, so potential to drop down or just going to have to wait it out. Either way, they got to get the banner, and I don't know if they're going to be able to, so probably playing at a disadvantage here. Might make the swing back, but a fight breaking out here. FB finally decided to push in, and one player trying to crawl away. It's not going to matter. And removed, getting some points on the board for themselves. And a little bit of loot with it.
Most teams are pretty healthy at this stage. We've just got Josefimo, that's down to 1, as well as DGC down to 2. You can see that from there on down, it's just 2 Onyx, as well as White Rabbit Gaming. We saw lose 1 earlier. Hestia, Stralis, we've been seeing these guys perform, but now in a little bit of a difficult situation. Hestia, last one up. I believe Hestia is the god of home and hearth, if I'm remembering my mythology properly. So now it's just a matter of finding a home and maybe setting it up, regrowing some players at some stage.
Watching this one develop. Bruv gonna come down and overwhelm. That is definitely one way to take a 1v3.
Long range shots, you can see kind of what's all going on in positioning.
Oh,
A couple
teams.
teams, yeah, stacked up on top of each other, but it's kind of the nature of the beast inside of this terrain. You can kind of navigate through it. It looks like they're finally starting to get a little bit of vision and kind of tick damage between them. Nothing really coming out yet, but there's a team we know will not be afraid to jump in as they see an opportunity, as one team's going to get a little bit more separation out, and it's going to be Gosh Junior looking back there, but just harassing shots, the only thing we're seeing so far.
Yeah, again, just kind of holding that positioning. Nobody up top just yet. WRG's been doing a really good job of holding that high angle. So has FB at points in the past, but jumping on with Flying Camels. These are our leaders at the current moment. And been relatively quiet compared to previous rounds. And honestly, it's kind of showing in their results. Kills down quite a bit, but still placement top 6, not the worst. Ultimately, just trying to find something going here. Rotating smart. Nothing too threatening, I would say, on their behalf. But there's a lot of teams here to their side. 13 squads still remaining. Lots of action to go. And
the fact
at this
that
point,
you can see them eyeing it.
Yeah, you can see Microfiber's just pinging some spots, and he's like, hey, where do we want to go?
There's fresh meat down here. We can go get this. Like Nye, living the not so best life. Got himself a sneaky little spot though. That's kind of one of the things whenever people move into houses, they don't tend to look up all that much. So it can give you a little bit more safety for a while, but these circles are popping, and you can see kind of the setup on where we're going to be going several times in a row here, as everything's going to be going back down around where we see Fibonacci at. Actually, it's going to be that's FB over there, and it's now a lot of different fights breaking through as Bruv getting in the thick of it, finding themselves outside the zone, taking some damage, just nomming on the orange.
No difficulties here. This is just round 2 closing in, so should be able to get in with relative ease. Just a matter of what they may receive as soon as they do. And there it is. Top side, you got some shots coming in. We're going to use that Octane and going to try to reposition. Difficulty is there's another team on the back end here. It was, I'm pretty sure, Flying Camel's on top, so need to be careful. Now within 2. Rexu is going to get the first one here.
They committed in. They had one person that was shooting him at the side. Well, technically one squad that was shooting him at the side, and instead jumped in the thick of it. And now you can see there's a ton of different people hunting them down. Sneaky little shots on the toes right underneath the position, but doesn't want to overcommit into this point. Flying Camel's idea of what's going on as well. Trying to peek this one through, and you can see it's just kind of an exchange back and forth as everybody's gotten vision on each other, and it stalled it out. Flying Camel still really wants more out of it, but can't really commit into anything. They've got themselves a beautiful point that they can play from with a ton of vision, and they can really control so much of the circle from here. They don't want to surrender that by making too aggressive a play just quite yet.
Yeah, it's really difficult for a lot of teams to actually have to push onto their position, but they're going to rotate early. They recognize that that drop's coming down, and honestly, trying to play positioning here, Flying Camels. Normally they would go and chase down those teams, but taking a little bit of a different approach, even with the loot they got early on from the Prowlers. It's interesting to see the way that they're approaching this. And I'm kind of curious as to what the reasoning is, as on the other side, we've seen OGC kind of lurking around, primarily El Diablo. They were on the north side, actually, just above Flying Camels at the beginning of the game, but now they're going to start engagement. with Flying Camels. So finally this fight coming to fruition.
Gotta be careful though, as you can see that Flying Camels do have a lot more armor and utility to work with. Neo not finding too many good angles to work with, but it's gonna be Atrocity. Looks like it's going to try and go for a flank around this. Microfiber's holding the aggression on the other one. Neo's already down to near on no life. Quick pick up there, and voila, easy said, easy done for them. So now high ground control is still favoring so much of what's going on. Fibonacci though finding themselves in the thick of it as they are just getting caught out. A lot of different teams all condensing down to the point. One member down, trying to fight their way through it. Do manage to survive, but they have to be very careful of third-party sniper shots.
Yeah, shots, you can see them flying through, just trying to get that revive off and get some heals, but need to be careful. Gonna drop down the Gibraltar shield, so should have a little bit of time, but need to get out. Shots coming from behind and plenty of jump pads.
Truth. That's 100% truth. In this lobby, there are a million pads. Jump a direction, there'll probably be another one.
And of course, you see yet another one drop down, of course. So again, a lot of elevation being used in something that a big play here from Microfibes, trying to actually just destroy it, gets rid of it so nobody else can rotate behind, just
Smart.
in case. Again, covering those tracks. Good mental IQ on that one.
Yeah, I mean, they know that that's going to be one of the main ways that they would be weak, given the way that the circle is set up. Not anybody's going to be coming in behind them. They already took care of the threat that was El Diablo and crew. So now, really, it's just about harassing and hurting other teams into each other. Nye's trying to juke that one through, but just can't quite matrix it enough. So with this DMNK, look at them. Look at them. They made it through the early game all the way into the late game. This is what we were expecting to see from them much earlier on inside this. Flying Camels up top, harassing teams down below them, stuck out inside the lava, and a pretty, I mean, this is a pretty strong position to be playing onto another team. It really limits the options on people down below them.
Again, you got to be careful. Obviously, you want to close this team out, but depending on how much time you spend on it with Tunnel, can be a very dangerous situation. The team comes in and overwhelms, but at this point, just trying to close it out as quickly as possible. Got to get ready to engage here. As soon as this bubble drops, they need to close out this team quickly. Right now on the bottom side, just fight for time, honestly, because I mean, where are they going to go, right? Like,
I mean, there's a couple of options if they wanted to tank some damage for a bit, but they're just going to be walking into just death. If they're going to try and make a move, hitting those shots onto Atrocity will be their opportunity. But I think that they're saying, okay, this is just going to be a med battle for us, and we're just going to try to survive it as long as we can. They might regroup just to drop all their meds on top of each other onto one person. That might be about all that we're looking at. 8 squads left, and this is a tiny circle to support it. But it's due to the terrain. You can see the fact that there's still a lot of walls really kind of barricading out different teams as they go. And it's going to be movement abounding for a lot of these teams, just trying to get into points. And that's never a good position to be in whenever you just get that little smidgen of cover to work with.
Well, congrats to Bruv. The team that was down below does manage to get out. So Flying Camels is going to have to back off, and they do find a different team. And of course, here comes the engagement. Micro5's going to chase one down. Beautiful shots, and running in a straight line makes it easy for those to land. 301 doing quick work of the team and removing yet another. So Flying Camels in our top 6, it looks like. And we've got 25 on the other side with Eventic and the rest of the lads here.
Oh, 25 wants this one there, just after it quickly, just demolishing everything that comes across them. You can pick that up, spots out somewhere in the background, realize the fact that they might have overextended into this one, not realizing how many threats were along this corridor, trying to retreat. Salem's going to get away. Shadowcat's in a little bit of a risky position, but yeah, at this point, you just got to surrender that one and let it go.
Yeah, it's actually a really big play, but now you've got a lot of teams roughly in the same area. It's actually Micro5 from Flying Camels that goes down. Atrocity on the other side. Staying patient, actually gets picked up by the sonar, so curious on how this one's going to play out.
Oh,
MV coming in aggressive.
They've got so much in what's happening in here, but it's just the shotguns back and forth between the two members down. Now just trying to circle around. Nirvana's trying to find an angle. Does manage to connect with a little bit more with assistance on the outside, but it's just turning into a bloodbath right along these crates. Everybody's stacking up into it. DMNK down pretty low off of it, finally starting to stabilize, trying to get the res back onto their teammates, but you can see how close that was. Both surviving members on near on no life.
3 squads remaining. DNMK, a team that's been knocked out so many times early because of their fights, bringing it down. So trying to hold on, trying to do what they can. Right now, the kill leaders as well. So this could be a huge game. You got 25 on the outside. Trying to see on how this one's going to play. So our last 3 teams just holding up.
Bruv managing to get from very dangerous position to play around it. You can see Kalachi on the other side of DMK, who've had the woes upon woes on dropping in and instantly getting into those fights. And then Salem, the last one up from his squad. So now everything's kind of settling down, information trying to be gathered between the two. Having to play this one pretty cautiously as they go. But Bruv, I gotta say, I'd almost written off Bruv. Well, I had written off Bruv to just kind of med battling their way through what was going on inside the lava. But they managed to find a sneaky way to get through it. And look at this. They've just been killing as they go.
Honestly, it's kind of the way to go. You know, sneaking on the radar is not the worst thing. Right now, they are in 16th, I would say. So, again, a lot of room to make up. But, again, DMNK, same situation. So, a lot of these teams that are towards the bottom making a statement, trying to come on back. So, again, 3 squads remaining, trying to close one out. Everybody looted up. So, this one's just going to come down to individual skill. A little bit of positioning. But, again, good fights here from Bruv.
But this puts Salem behind Bruv. So that means that Salem can pop up, really choosing into third partying this. DMK has so many tools. Look at the armor, the situation that they're just working with right now. Salem does get spotted out. No backstab that's going to be happening with that one. Good trace coming out from DMK. Now here comes the push. Using that little bit of a distraction. You can see Salome trying to get in position, trying to get right up under this. Bubbles coming out from both sides. Now a little bit back and forth. Ult's going to be coming down, raining in destruction, forcing everybody to stop and just hang out inside the bubbles for just a second. But reposition coming up from DMK. You can see trying to play the outside flank on this. Just the fence separating all of the violence as it goes. It's peaked back and forth, trying to get a little bit more information, getting a little bit more risky. You can see the Demon Case trying to pop up, finds an angle on one side of it, and getting a ton of damage to work with, has to step around on the other corner for him. But now, high ground advantage starting to be favorable, peeking up along the sides of this. It's Demon K having so much trouble in the early game, time and time again, just taking it to these guys in the late game, finding opportunities, really tearing into them. Demon K finally steps up and finally gets themselves a round victory.
Finally showing us why they were a top 3 team in the semifinals. All they needed was the loot. That seems to be the issue. They just had to get past that first initial trial. And after that, smooth sailing. So congrats to DMNK. A good bounce back round from them. Might be a little bit too late in the rounds for today, but still plenty of action to go as we take a look at the highlights. And we saw it, man. 2 teams after a little bit of a break under very dangerous situations. You even saw 1907 trying to go with some entry frags and couldn't chase that one down. So again, a lot of interesting fights here. And surprisingly enough, our favorites were the ones that were knocked out this time first.
But that provides opportunity for some of these struggling teams like Bruv to find really a way to string together some points, pick up some kills inside of it. Also, naturally, Demon K, we kept talking about them. You want to know why I up and talking about that early game fight? Now you see the capabilities. When they can make it out of that stage and get into the late game, they can really turn some games around. And this was just so well played coming out from DMK, finding opportunity upon opportunity to really establish what was going on. You can see always flanking, always moving, and just kind of a pack mentality with them.
Yeah, it was really smart too. I mean, you talk about initially it was just going on around on that outside and you thought, you know what? Okay, this one's going to be over. But they put up a really good fight on the backside of Bruv. You know, I thought Bruv, you know, completely got overwhelmed initially, but eventually you see that trade and those shotguns obviously showcasing, especially with a Mastiff, just how quickly you can turn it around. And you see those big chunks come down on those health bars and you're like, oh, okay, maybe it's pretty neutral. And then you're like, wait, they still got one more in the bag. They're fine. And they come in, they overwhelm, and they close it out. So again, we talk about the ability to bounce back, the ability to get back into it. There's still a lot of games left to go. We've got 2 more left for you guys. So let's go to a quick break. When we come back, you guys, more GLL action. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back. 2 rounds to go. So buckle up. This is where it's going to start getting crazy. Is now it's a live or die commitment coming out from these teams. But Lawler, no surprise. We got scores. Let's go ahead and run through them real quick.
Yeah, some exciting results here. Obviously, we talk about a lot of the heavy favorites towards the top getting dropped down. But I say that, and they're still in 3rd and 4th. So again, the kills, bouncing them back up. We talk about, you know, top 4 is kind of where the placements really start to really pick up. But if you can secure some kills below that, case point, you look at 1907, only 2 points for placement, 7 kills. They put themselves tied with Flying Camels. So again, the big ones here, the NMMK, Bruv, big placements and a lot of kills from DMNK. 19 kills. That is massive for them.
Yeah, just this is what they needed. Let's be real. They were having some struggles trying to really establish drop location, but it pays off big. And remember, ATK is who they've been regularly skirmishing with. ATK walks away with no points inside of that. So a little bit of a moral victory to go ahead and start getting them into position, start trying to get a little bit more out of it. And you can see instantly DMNK in 7th after that round.
Yeah, big performances all around. You're seeing stuff start to kind of balance out. But again, a little bit of a gap between 1 and 2, which has come to expectations. But again, HLDC, again, another consistent performance puts them now in 3rd as compared to 4th. So again, bouncing back. And then you're starting to get some more breakouts. But you're talking about that one game in general for DNMK, going from what is essentially like bottom 3 spots all the way up to 7th.
I mean, that's
That's
huge
huge
for them. I mean, this is opportunity. They are now in touching distance of getting that cash. Remember, we were talking about top 5, but let's be real. We've got some real contenders in those top 5 spots. Flying Camels, 1907 Fibonacci. We've got Haldeclire. I'm going to say Haldeclire.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Sure. Haldeclire. Sure. And Australis. Got to put the U in there because I know the fact that whenever we say it, it sounds kind of the same. But yes, it is not officially Australis, with 25 esports back behind that. I mean, all 5 of those teams have been just performing time and time again, round upon round.
Yeah, a couple other teams too that are in the mix there. You get stuff like Favela that have been putting up a pretty good fight. Dojo Unity always feels like they're in conversation at some point. Ironically enough, OGC, despite playing down, I haven't seen most of their team fielding at all. And whether it be Ratcam or whether it be Al Diablo running around, they still get some placement points. So again, there's some teams that kind of sneak in there here and there, and then every once in a while you get like Onyx, It's Me. So you are getting a fair share of teams in every single capacity. Alien Cosmos had a pretty good round recently. ATK with their early fights. You also get Blind Peeker. Like, honestly, everybody's
White
getting
Rabbit
some
just got a
love.
win.
It's been pretty good, man. It's been a pretty good balance. Obviously, you got some teams towards the top, but there's a good mix in there as well.
I mean, this lobby has just been generally impressive. Just one, with the confidence that they bring in. I think that's the key factor. Whenever we're looking at a lot of these teams, they execute fights quickly and efficiently. And that's just always a pleasure to see in any esport. Just, the fact that the communication has to be on point as we've been moving through. Now, the question I have is, DMNK, are you committing again to the ATK fight at the start? Or, I mean, they won the last time, and we can see whenever they can make it past the first drop, they can get so many points. I just want to see it. Now, are they gonna commit and try to win it again, or are they just gonna say, okay, look, we finally got the moral victory, we're gonna do something else?
19 kills. I don't expect another throw up like that. Like, I just. But maybe we haven't gotten the chance to see it past outside of that first fight. So this is the first time we do, and they put that up. Maybe they've just been like channeling all that energy and are like, all right, finally time to unleash it. So we'll see. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see how it plays out, but we get to keep eyes on them. I know this production does a really good job of making sure we always follow the kill leaders and the winners from last round. So we're going to drop in on them immediately once this round gets going. And as a reminder, everybody, obviously we appreciate you guys being here in the chat. We appreciate you guys coming and hanging out on this broadcast. But don't forget, some of these players are actually streaming as well. Don't be afraid to go check out their perspectives, listen to their comms, kind of the pro perspective as well of things, of why they're doing what they're doing. We can always speculate and assume certain things and theory craft our own ways, but sometimes it's cool to kind of get that insight. If you're a player that's trying to take up competitive and you want to get that insight on your own on those next steps, you can go and do that. It's a great way to do it, and commendable to a lot of players trying to build that brand, as they say.
Well, it's just so much more pivotal than just the branding too, is like just having somebody come and be like, hey, I saw you on this last game, you did a great job, just getting a little bit of moral support. I mean, trying to break your way into esports is almost as much of a mental task as it is a physical task, and figuring out everything to go with it, and just trying to power through all the naysayers and everything else like that. So any little bit of support you can show these players, whether it's following them on social media, going by and watching them, anything along those lines. We do have a little bit of an update. One of the teams did just no-show, so unfortunately it's a me. Mario is no here anymore, so it's not a Mario, so feels bad. We're going to go ahead and track that. That's what's taking us a little while to get into lobby, but I just want to let you guys know moving into this. So we are going to be coming in with 19 teams off of the drop, and here we go. Oh, actually 18 squads off the drop. So let's get everything started up. Lawler, 2 rounds to go. This is where it's going to start getting chaotic, and I can't wait.
Yo, DMMK, we said let's see what's going to happen there. Are they going to fight ATK? Are they going to take that engagement? And both teams already on it, both getting a building and getting looted up quickly. So we've got Havoc on one side and Glatchy again wanting to get involved. So early peaks trying to find the team. They have the high ground. ATK on the other side.
Making contact with enemy.
I mean, it looks like they've got control. They're not taking a lot of damage off of positionals. Why I say that on the other side of it,
oh no,
Truly has to make sure he gets that reposition. Does get a little bit of cover from the teammates. This is getting a little bit more hazardous. There's not a lot of loot to be had quite so far as meds come into play. So you can see it truly does manage to get something, a little bit more control. But you can see the bubbles right up next to the compound. They have to play this very carefully. ATK wanting a little bit of vengeance for last round as both teams firmly committing in their stance that this is their home. I feel like this is one of my preferred drop locations whenever I'm just playing just randomly with friends, and just because of the heat that it brings early. But Dojo also just on the outside of this getting involved in a little bit of what's going on, and that's already gonna be one member for ATK down and flushed.
Need to be careful here. Again, a lot of noise being made. I will say in favor of ATK is they do manage to make that early push across the street, so getting a few more buildings to work with. Again, open an area, so got to be careful, but do not get punished for it. It's going to be beneficial. Dojo Unity, again, another team. We also saw, to my knowledge, Favela Vandalos on the outside as well towards the east. That is also nearby. So, again, those two teams in a ATK as well as DN need to be careful. You never know who could come pushing in.
Kind of see the stretch out right now as ATK is getting pretty close to DMK's positioning. Jojo's on the other side of the lava, just kind of surveying, getting an idea on how this is going through. If we do see a firefight break out, there might be opportunity. With the way that the circle is set, there is no rush to really commit into any fight in this positioning right now. So we might see both teams kind of separate out, firmly just committing into being neighbors, as unruly and loud as they're going to be against each other and just taking pot shots. A lot of teams to the south could find themselves with a little bit of a difficult rotation, though, as there's going to be a lot of condensed points if you're wanting to move past Harvester.
Just kind of curious on where that circle is going to close in. I don't know if we're going to get another one that swings kind of close to Epicenter like it did last time. Personally hoping a little bit more towards Skyhook. Like, I really enjoy that area by Countdown for fights towards late game. Train Yard's also a really fun one late game too, that open valley, but this is something that it might be the first time you have Onyx that's in the area that primarily is actually flying camels to get an advantage of, but they're doing a good job. Not only are they, looting the area, but they're giving some angles too, trying to apply some information and say, hey, so far so good. Keep your loot up, keep doing your thing. So maybe they're going to get surprised here. They know, they can hear it.
I like this. I like the awareness coming. The problem with it is the longer you sit here, the higher likelihood that more and more loot is going to be picked up. So they're just trying to find the right moment to really make their play with it. You can see Microfibers right on the door, set and ready to make any form of push if it were to happen. But Onyx already content with what they've got, leaving position, and the bright side is just due to the way that the cave structure is set up, Onyx is going to be able to see them. So if we see Onyx commit into jumping into the city itself, that means that we will see Flying Camels having the capability of shooting them in the back as they make any type of play.
Well, it looks like they just got found, so interesting to see how that one plays out. 25E on the back side, though. Catch one, trying to engage the other way, and gonna take it back the other way. So on the back side of the vehicle, shots coming out, trying to close this player out, and they collapse quite well on that one player. And immediately look downfield, seeing if there's anybody there that they can find for a kill. They're gonna thirst this one, secure points, and then find the others. So unfortunately for ATK, receiving it at 25 esports, they're gonna get dropped.
I mean, ATK has been having a rough go. Again, the other side of what we've been looking at with Demon K over and over again, usually just trying to rat their way out of it whenever they managed to make it out with one solo remaining, but couldn't quite do it this time. 25 esports brought the speed to chase them down. See, a little bit of harassment coming in at range towards 25 esports, but not the worst thing at this stage. This is kind of that area that I was concerned with, where we're going to see a lot of teams really maybe finding themselves gate kept out, and if 25 esports opts into playing this, there's the opportunity for a lot of kills. But from the way that they're playing this, I don't think that they're going to commit to a gatekeep along this cliffside. I think that they're just maybe going to spot as they go and circle around the outside of it. Is these interesting statues all set up over here. The All-Father overseeing everything. I'm assuming that's what the statue is a reference to, right? I don't know my lore well enough.
Yeah, my brain went to a different show in the Three-Headed Raven, but there's 6 eyes and 3
True.
ravens, so 3-headed raven instead of 3. I don't know, man.
So that's it. The show that shall not be named because of how bad the last season was. We'll just make references to for the remainder
God,
of
don't
this.
remind me, man. It's been a while, and now I'm back in the head. I'm just like, oh, God, such a disappointment.
Dude, I was a book reader, so excited. Saw the first season, completely true to books.
The latest
was
one
super
still isn't
psyched.
out yet, is it?
No, no, we're not gonna talk about that. That's another different point of sadness and pain. Let's leave
You're
that one alone. Nerd me is getting super sad now.
Well, we got OGC here. This is the duo that has been traversing, you know, the whole game. All throughout all 7 games now. Just kind of taking their time, you know, casually strolled.
Demon
Also,
K outside the early game,
alive.
and you can see managing to string together kills yet again. They had themselves a huge last round. If they can get another one together, they could become a contender.
Yeah, you actually get some people, and we're kind of in the future right now compared to chat, but you get people to chat. Why are they landing together? And it's actually a pretty common thing. You know, there's a lot of teams that kind of have their, this is my place I want to land. And in some circumstances, you get teams that will fight for that spot and don't want to back down, as we're going to have another time where DMNK does not back down again. They engage on this fight. He's actually got the near, and he's going to laser him for it. So one in the red. Need to be back off. Trying to find the other teammate, trying to see if they can close it out. This could be a big swing again for DMNK. And on the backside, they're going to find it. A good drop here, and it's a down from Klatchy. Trying to find the other teammate. No, they're going to secure the kill. So guarantee on one already. And with the zone coming in, this is even easier. That was on the back end side, super low. If they can find him, that's almost a guaranteed kill. But it might be able to lurk away.
Ooh,
Yeah, they're gonna take time to loot this up, which makes sense. But you've also got Kickman on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, just with what's going on, Cakeman probably pumped the brakes, being not wanting to get involved in what was going on with that. Desmos does manage to at least get a little bit of freedom and can scout out for Cakeman to let him know how to make his approach. Cakeman's in some trouble, though. You can see the overall weapon utility that he's rocking right now is not the most favorable to work with. So we'll have to see how he chooses to navigate what was going to be a very difficult situation. Just to follow up with what you were talking about regarding DMNK as well, and
Yeah.
ATK dropping, a lot of strategies hinge on your drop location, because you'll drop, loot a specific way, then rotate a specific way, and you really rinse, repeat that until you get it down into a solid strategy. The more diverse teams have like 2 to 3 of those drop locations, but if you know that there's one that's a primary for you, and your second and your third could potentially be taken by teams that you also wouldn't want to drop against, you can sometimes see a commitment into what we would see these hot drops on top of each other.
There's also the mental side behind it too. You know, it's this concept of like, hey, this is our drop, and the other team's trying to challenge that, and you're like, we're not going to back down. If you're going to try to make us suffer through this, we're going to bring you down with us, and eventually it just becomes this challenging of egos, and that's why we do call it an ego challenge. For that exact reason, it's more so just saying like, we're not going to back down from a fight, and it's going to be you guys that have to do it. And sometimes 2 teams are both too stubborn to go away from it. And honestly, for DMNK to not only continue to do it after 6 rounds, now the 7th, and get a huge victory with 19 kills, that's going to be a huge confidence booster with them the rest on the tail end of this series.
See our boys Alien Cosmos, who we haven't had a chance to check in with for a while. Playing around an area we see them they frequent this pretty popularly. They tend to enjoy playing around this point. You can see you get a lot of vision, and really you can herd teams, you know, just take some shots at them and force them into other teams if you have the awareness and the information to work with based off of it. A couple of other small, see HLDC fighting up against a DMNK. Looks like DMNK is going to go ahead and take that one down, get the last couple of kills onto it, and should be able to get their res as well. So again, once you see them leave the earlier stages of the game, such a solid squad, and still has opportunity, and you can see trying to string together these kills because they know they need every single point that they can moving into tomorrow.
Yeah, good credit to NK as well. You saw KK on the outside as well as Dymos. They do lose a teammate, but are able to both get outside of that. So again, still too strong. It's a big deal as you get down to the laters and not having to play Rat the whole time. They might be able to pick up some kills and possibly play third party. So again, a really big importance for them as we get down to these kind of last couple of games of the day. But it's Dojo Unity. Gonna push on this last player. They are pushed up against the wall, so should be able to suffocate this player out. Just gotta hopefully not get tagged by another team, and they got to make this quick. Again, the more noise they make, more teams on the outside they can possibly come in.
He managed to survive. Now it gets to feel what it's like to be not inside the damaging zone, but gotta be careful dropping down. It's gonna be
They got the revive off too.
they've managed to get quite a bit together for their team. 1907 on the other side of it, and a lot of trouble. Pinky, near on no life. Draconian trying to make something work. Pinky has nothing to work with right now, trying to run his way out of this. You can see the problems right along the edge of the zone. This is where the gatekeeping is going to become a much larger factor. Bruv getting involved in a fight as well inside the compounds, trying to do a little bit of peek back and forth. As you can see, it's pretty difficult. A lot of teams just choosing to get away from these fights, but Bruv just trying to chase them down.
Really smart play as well. They allow two to aggress and drop one down, but the other side of it is now they've got another team on the outside. So again, there's a fight going on in, but the outside is just sitting there and covering the angles. But again, another team on the backside of them. Pinky is still somehow alive. Draconian's able to get back up, so they are aggressing, trying to keep this team off, and they're doing a great job of it. Throwing some utility, trying to block off that wall while the team heals. The difficulty, though, is they've got to find a way to get that banner, which is on the backside as well. So again, multiple teams covering multiple angles, shots coming out, fights coming out. It's going to break down, and good shots from Pinky. Can they close it out? All they need is one left. Trying to hide behind is actually an ultimate that survives for it. And again, somehow 1907 FB is still alive in this.
They've gone from the brink of disaster to somehow now getting enough tools and utility to work with. 25 just on the other side of them still has vision on what's going on, and this is going to be difficult to get out of point. 25 realizes the fact that these guys are probably pretty weak if they're playing up against the wall. There could be an opportunity to exploit, but hesitancy coming in as they don't know exactly what's going on in tower, so they don't want to run right out into the open and get shot to pieces. Instead, they realize that they can take a southern track around what's happening. So now Fibonacci running around the outside of this might find themselves with their own play, instead sneaking into a new point, still pretty close to where we see 25 playing from. But I mean, you can see that 1907 is trying to find some options, but there's just really nowhere for them to go, just with the positioning that's going on around them. They have to wait for the other teams to move, or at least take a strong fight against somebody, as it does look like 25 has found themselves a new target that they've set their eyes to.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting one for the backside of FB, is how do they want to approach this? Obviously, they got a team inside to their left. They know they've got another team in front of them, and they can hear those shots as well. So the fights here between DMNK and everybody else, is this an opportunity for them to move out? Are they going to try to third party it? How do they want to play it? But again, DMNK, ever since they've broken out of that initial fight with ATK, have been nothing but aggressive, and it's really paying off. You're seeing them right now with 4 kills to their name, and just seeing if they can hunt for some more. Looks like, target is found and immediately turns back around. So almost 200 meters away, going to let that one probably go and try to regroup here. But the nice thing for DMNK, the player that we're looking at right now, this Gibraltar, just basically needs one hit and you're going to level up that shield, and everybody's going to be at the top level of the Evo.
And that's going to be so strong based off of positioning. They do have to rotate back in, so it means that they're going to be taking a couple of shots, most likely coming their direction as they make their approach into the new safe zone. But I mean, it looks like a lot of teams are kind of caught up with each other around the outskirts of this. 25, you can see, doing a little bit of a juke on everything that's going on around them, as grenades did land next to them. But still pretty long range fight, as it's going to be WRG on the other side of it. 25, though, trying to close the distance, and it looks like they found themselves an opportunity. Jump pads coming into play as Bouncy House back into effect. Shadowcat near on the tail of this, gonna spout out Hikari in just 1 second, gets a little bit of a peek, but not enough just due to the way the rocks are set up. Instead, they're gonna go ahead and use the bubble as cover to continue to push into this point, finding the angles to work with, get the shot and the flush onto one of them. Now can they just continue on in their press? They spot out, repositions come out on the other side of it, and it looks like this is not done yet. 25 Esports is on a roll.
Need to be careful though, because Dojo is right above as well. The benefit though is this circle is actually going to push them all into, so this choke point is actually perfect for 25 Esports. Just need to find some kills. Gonna take their time, hold on the count, and just trying to let that orange damage do most of the work from the circle. Shadowcat support, it's actually not going to matter. This is actually dangerous for 25. They're actually probably going to have to back off, because yet another team here up top putting down the damage. This is all aim, no brain. They've got a perfect vantage point.
Well, if your name is all aim, no brain, this is the position to play, because you can aim at near on everything around you. You can see DMNK in a little bit of trouble. They're getting harassing shots thrown at them as well. 25 Esports just huddled up against a rock, and you can see Fibonacci still just trying to fight their way through this one. Pinky still up for his squad, trying to get in some damage, but he's taking a ton of it. He's going to have to retreat away from this. You can see he was trying to get inside the new safe zone, but not a lot of options to work with. Instead, going to have to retreat away, but hopefully, with all the fiesta that's going on and everybody third-partying into each other, he's hoping that there's going to be enough of a distraction that he can at least get his meds up and retreat.
Taking a look at the team tracker, you can see obviously FB at the very top. Pinky the only one left. Gonna have to get that banner on Draconian. 25 Esports full strength, all aim no brain as well. Same with Bruv, DMNK, and many others. But there is a couple teams there on the bottom. Dojo Unity, OGC, who has only had 2 this entire time, and Anka down to 2 members. So again, a couple teams with advantages. The shots coming out here. DMNK with the high ground, absolutely lasering another player, and immediately Patchy turns for that spot where they're originating from, trying to get a pre-fire. It's not going to pay off. As low-key just a little bit hesitant on that one. He just saw his teammates getting murdered, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stay here, guys."
Yeah, you go ahead and go for that res. I'm just gonna chill here and cover you, quote unquote cover. You know, he's got the quotation marks around it. DMNK is getting harassed on the backside of this now. 25 is finding an angle to work with, and that's gonna make their life a little bit more difficult as they're aware of the fact that they know that they have to take the high ground fight first. They need to make sure that they don't have anybody contending against them. And guess what? Out in the distance, all Diablo. This guy, the amount of points he manages to string together, sneaking into these late game positions, just phenomenal.
DMNK and 25 Esports up top.
Cancel that.
Trying to see if anything's going to happen. They've done a good job. A team does manage to sneak underneath. So OGC again playing for placement. These are the 2 that have been sticking together for all 7 rounds.
Use this jump pad here.
Just kind of inching their way in. And might get spotted out here actually by 25. Maybe they already did. It looks like, no, 25 might actually wrap back around. Are they trying to... Yeah, they're actually going to find him. They're actually going to engage on this.
Looks they were looking for Onyx and instead found something else, but look at El Diablo finding a way to get this, gets it down onto Shadowcat. Now has control around this positioning. Salem the last one up, has to be super cautious based off the positioning. You can see the multi-tiered fight now breaking out. Not a lot of options to work with. 25 Esports wanted this fight, but it's going to be DMNK that's coming in back behind it and wants to make sure that they finish it off. Good control coming out from them now up in the top, and 5 teams remaining. You can see it's getting a little bit more dangerous for everybody having to contend against DMNK's positioning.
That's a fantastic repositioning by DMNK. The ability to use that drop pod and use the jump pad to get back up. You know, they were low ground. They had a good fight. They played third party and then immediately back to their original position without any trouble. So gonna see another team here. This is all aim no brain using that Horizon. Gravity lift up top and catching the team off guard. See how this fight plays out.
I mean, there is just so limited options. I mean, they've got the angle to work with. You can see they've been doing jump on this one out. All aim, no brain, no fear and encroachment. Going to go ahead and looks like they're setting up to make an aggressive play into this. Keep in mind, they're on the edge of the zone. Circles on the other side away from them, so they know that they're going to have to fight their way through it. They've got a lot of utility to work with. Going to go ahead and stack up a little bit more before they push for this last fight, because they know the moment that they take a fight from here is going to be whenever the third and fourth parties could potentially kick off. Bruh, being in the brunt of everything that's going on, just trying to survive through the harassment. Multiple teams now starting to look at them, and they have to play this very, very carefully. Opting in to go ahead and remet, reposition, and just wait a second. Go ahead and block off all the doors. Very good strategy from them, and now they have the time to work with as all the fighting is starting to happen around them.
No, I definitely agree. Obviously, standing behind these doors and just trying to find a way to buy some time. And at this point, they don't really need to push. Obviously, they're close to the zone. They might be able to get into that top left corner, but again, it kind of pigeonholes their decisions. So this is where you're going to see that Bloodhound really come in handy. You know, information is key here. The ability to just know exactly where everybody is in the area with one ping is absolutely advantageous.
2 jump pads next to each other? How much jumping you need to be doing from that point right there? Kind of keep an eye on that one, as it looks like they are starting to stretch out just a little bit more. You can see DMNK off in the distance, as well as Onyx that's down below. Onyx has been living in this low ground right now and letting everybody in the high ground fight it out, but Bruv finally seeing the opportunity, gonna go ahead and try to take it, getting in some damage. One member already down. Bruv's gonna have to play this one very cautiously. Gonna go ahead and try to get reses on both sides with it, so get a little bit more control. 3 squads now remaining, but this is where the firefight's gonna break down, and everybody just heard what's going on, and DMNK wants a piece of all the action as it's breaking through. Quick connecting shots coming out of it, and you can see DMNK runs in with full-on authority and says, "This is mine. You can no longer have it." Next contenders are starting to look their way, and DMNK already in the fortified position, trying to hold it out.
Doing a really good job as well, swapping shields rather than wasting utility or anything to heal it up. There is a couple on the back end that need to be careful as another flank comes in from the rear side. It's Onyx coming in, trying to make their positioning known. Shots coming in, and DMNK says heck no and drops them down, doesn't even care. Back-to-back wins for DMNK.
Woo. Make it through the early game, and voila, like that. Back-to-back round victories, and again, a hefty amount of kills coming out for that squad. This is starting to get feisty. We still got one more game to go, and we're starting to see a lot of these teams coming alive.
You're talking last game for DMNK. I said, I don't know if they're going to be able to get as many kills, but with the way they're playing, as long as they win that first engagement against attack, ATK, honestly, maybe they can. Another first place victory, pretty dang good, but you're seeing the top dogs. Flying Camels, 1907, maybe not in the safe position we thought. Luckily they bought a big lead, but the thing I want to pay attention to is actually something that's not on camera right now was DMNK's decision on that other side. They heard two teams in that lower ground. One was engaging against OGC, I think it was. They go down, they clean it up, and then use that jump pad to get back to high ground. That play completely secured their positioning. It puts them in a really good job to be in a place for that last fight. And from there, they carry it through. It's a really good job, and there's a reason why, you know, top 3 in that semifinals, just a little bit of rough start, has pretty much been negated by 2 rounds, and that's it.
Can you imagine going from the bottom? I'm talking like just trying to scrape together a point in a couple of rounds into catapulting yourself into the top 5 just in back-to-back victories with phenomenal kill counts to stack in between them. I mean, ATK at this point was kind of like, for lack of a better term, was just kind of setting everything up and letting the other teams kind of run amok. It feels like they were the sacrifice to the beast that was DNMK at this stage. But we still have one more round to go, guys. So make sure you stay tuned in. We will be back in just a few minutes. Here we go, guys. We had 8 rounds of action so far. We still got that last one to go. Don't forget the fact that there's still going to be more action after this for an entirely other region. And we're still going to have 24 more games tomorrow. I mean, shout out to the production team. These guys.
Yeah, can I get an F in chat for production?
Dude, I
poor
mean,
guys.
they are working their asses off. Let's be real. That's 48 rounds of esports in 2 days. That is nuts. But I know we got one round to go. It's time to look at the scoreboard.
Taking a look at the scoreboard as well, kind of wrapping up here our round 7. You can see DMNK, even more kills. They made me eat my words. I said, hey, 19 kills is a lot. I don't know if they can do it again. So they outdo it all together. What a massive day for DMNK. You're talking, we were like, man, this is such a big lead. 60 some points. They're up by double the other teams. They make that up in 2 rounds. That's insanity.
33 points. I'm just glancing at chat and I'm going to give a shout out. Punk's Colder, that's a phenomenal comment. This just in, DMNK takes the fight to COVID-19 and saves planet Earth. It definitely feels that way as they have now climbed into 3rd place. What? And if they can string together another victory, they can contest up against Flying Camels already.
You know, I've completely changed my entire idea of how this format's supposed to work. You know what? Consistency, you know, solid performance. No. One. Just one big game, kill the whole lobby. You're fine. That's all you need.
I mean,
DMNK just happened to do it twice.
Just think about the amount of kills that they are stacking up and how much of the lobby they are killing time and time again. We were seeing that Flying Camels in 1907, that's where their victories were coming into play. But now that there's a new contender that's eating up those points, you can see that they've kind of been stalled out. They haven't had the same opportunities to just run around and quite literally jump on top of every single team to just continue to escalate their leader. So now other teams are starting to encroach in, starting to catch up a little bit. Remember, we saw these massive drop-offs after these top 2 teams, but slowly that's being eroded away.
You can also see how much is changing to the rest of the scoreboard. I mean, particularly look at 17 all the way up to, I would say, probably 5th, and how close a lot of these teams are. You get them kind of in groupings where like 17, 16, 15, 14, all within, you know, 5 points. It takes up another jump then where that grouping is within 5 points, and then another. So there's different like tiers to it, but ultimately that's a game. You get a couple kills and maybe some placement otherwise, which is kind of, they go hand in hand when you're getting further on. But man, it is unreal how close these matches are actually going. And special shout out to OGC. These guys are playing obviously down 1 player, keeping it super close, obviously playing placement. And even though they're getting in some pretty rough engagements, still keeping it competitive. So special shout out to them for not giving up, because there's a couple teams that have.
The heart that they have to be fighting with just 2, while other teams have been like, oh, we can't do anything and quit. That shows at least the heart of a competitor. And if anything, earns my respect. The fact that they're willing to play through this at a disadvantage and still manage to find ways to gather points while they know that they can't necessarily take all the team fights. They are finding ways to sneak their way in and get those placement points, which is putting them in not the best of positions, but a respectful position given them against.
Yeah, I mean, hey, worst case scenario, they get their full roster tomorrow. They pop off just like DNMK is doing. That name is just not easy to say quickly, but yeah, I mean, that stuff happens. you automatically jump up and all of a sudden you're back in the running. So you never know. You never know. It's exciting. We've still got 8 matches tomorrow, but before we do that, we got one last one here. So to you, Matchroom, I guess I'm going to present a question that I'm curious on your take. ATK, DNMK. It's kind of been the focus the last 3 rounds. It's going to be another one here.
Yeah.
We're going to hop on board. Do you think because of how well it's gone lately, they just keep doing it? Or do you think it's like, okay, we've gotten what we want out of it. Time to be a little bit smart?
Well, the thing about it is now the question flips back over towards ATK. Remember, I was talking to DNMK and being like, why are you guys committing to this whenever it's not working? Well, it hasn't been working for ATK either. We've been seeing them kind of limp into the later stages. At this point, I would say they're the ones that need to switch something up, or either that, again, just be the sacrifice and say, okay, maybe it is our job to stop the beast that is DNMK, trying to make something happen here, because they're the only team that's been able to stop them. Whenever the fights break out and they stop them in the early stages, that's the only time DNMK hasn't won around.
Hey man, when you're seeing it as they drop in, another team right next to him, it's the same old, same old. And this time, he's going to land on their spot. You want to talk about an ego challenge? Why not take their loot at the beginning as well?
Oh, disrespectful, and I love it. And to walk away with an LMG to start it off in these earlier stages whenever people don't have strong armor. So much power to be found inside this, just bouncing around looking for more. One member down on DMK, so it is an exchange between the two of them, but gotta be careful peeking up the top of that. They do have the numbers on top versus the numbers on bottom. ATK has control of the top of this, but now it's going to be a little bit more problematic as it goes. Don't forget there's been a lot of other third parties that have been getting involved. So if this goes on too long, that's where we're going to start seeing teams like, I don't know, Dojo making their play into it, or maybe even 25, who's been also aggressing into the tail end of these fights.
Yeah, I think FE is a little bit too far, but again, all 3 players back on DMNK, just healing up. But not going to go well for the first side of it. So again, going to have to drop back down, see if they can find an angle with the high ground coming into play. Now it's a 1v3, 1v2 technically. And we have to Swika. Can he play this off? Throws out the silence. And here comes Dojo trying to play surprise, and they've got a lot of loot to show for it.
This is just such a huge opportunity for Dojo to absolutely decimate both these squads. You can see that they came in with a firm plan. They were paying attention to what's going on, and they've been able to perform from this position several times. Whenever we've been able to see Dojo really take it to these teams in the earlier sections, they know exactly where the retreat angles are, and you can see Kalachi just trying to get away from this. Not a lot of good options on retreat as everybody from Dojo is positioned around it, but somehow managing to just navigate the buildings, jump through, and finding new angles. But notice how Dojo knows exactly where he's moving through, finally spots him out, gets the angle onto him, trying to run away, and somehow just narrowly keeps finding angle upon angle to creep away, but the hunt is still on. No options, and there we go. It is finally finished. Dojo Unity coming in and playing spoiler.
Hey man, we talked about the difference maker of how it could be, and now you're looking at it. DMNK and ATK both removed, and all it took was that third party. We talked about the potential of it possibly happening, but this time it does come to fruition. They get the reward for it, and now they've got multiple bodies to loot from and all of Fragment to work with. That is a lot of loot in a high density area.
If Circle had gone and favored them, boy, that would have been the pinnacle of everything that you could want. You can see where, with our eye in the sky and our extra knowledge, we know that it is going to leave that location. 20 going ahead and getting the ultimate high ground right now to try to harass Orpheus as well as Desmos off in a different angle. Cakeman also in a little bit of trouble, but the way we see them kind of separated out, looks like this might just be a little bit more of a hello bullets situation where both teams are just kind of shooting each other until maybe Gutbuster could go down here. 20 also pretty low. Cakeman and the rest of the squad starting to feel a little bit more in control, and Anka now starting to make the more aggressive plays into position.
Aggressive plays into positioning, of course, this is going to be the way to do it. Take that high grounding. Surprise from behind and a punch to boot. And it's not over yet. More engagement, a reload, and trying to jump around and get the shot. So they are going to finish off one, but they need to be careful. A lot of noise being made in this one. Also trying to get off a revive.
Come on, compadre, get up.
Swap the shields and going to pick this player up.
Here's a team we haven't seen in a while, but Flying Camels finding themselves in a low ground disadvantage position right now. See, the armor not the best. Microfiber still sitting on white armor at this stage, so looks like they're just trying to make sure that they can get the proper angle on how to handle this fight. They have the information to work with, but it looks like the other team is just trying to backtrack away from it, not content and really wanting to fight this one out. So looks like that is going to be XR that does get the positioning, but Microfiber says, screw it, I don't care anymore. I have got blue armor now. It jumps in and takes a face full of lead, getting instantly dropped on his approach, but gets a little bit of vengeance back as the team does manage to get a couple of secures out of this. So now Flying Camel should be able to get their res up, and you can see it is just near on hellfire in front of them. Vision quite limited, but they do have control angles to play from. Res does come through, and now it's just a matter of sweeping through and picking up the remnants.
Doing a good job here. And again, this is the Flying Camels that we came to love at the very beginning. That aggressive play, no hesitation. You know, you see some damage, and when those red numbers are popping up, it's like, hey man, like maybe they'll get it by the time we get here, but that's a lot of opportunity for us to slow them down and catch up. So glad to see that aggression coming back. It's something that I think has been missing from Flying Camels. They've been playing pretty passive lately, and I just don't think it suits them. So doing well there. As we look on the other side, it is Onyx that is backing out. Alien Cosmos as well over by the Geyser. And we're recently looking like they were in an engagement. So trying to heal up and get ready for this next one if the team decides to collapse back on them. But they've got a pretty good spot to fend off. Only two places that they really have to worry about. But they do find them on top of the building. Shots coming out. And Shadowcat rethinking that peak.
Yeah, Salem down off of this, so 25 Esports looks like they're going to have to just go for a reset. They do have enough control inside of this to where they should be fairly safe, but here comes the sin. Jumps coming into play. 25 Esports making a jump of their own. When it coming right back behind it, starting to toss in a couple of grenades. Alien Cosmos wants this one. One already down for Alien Cosmos as they make their approach. Quick exchange of fire between them. Another one starting to get in a terrible position. Does go down as well. Now just one up, but do manage to squeeze it out in the end, and do manage to take down 25 Esports and should be able to get both of these reses.
It's a big play for Alien Cosmos. Right now, they were sitting in like 19th spot. I'll have to update the rankings to make sure it's most current. But again, you're seeing a lot of these teams that are just getting aggressive. They're like, you know, we got nothing to lose. We got to make something up. They're actually in 16th right now, so I do correct myself. 1 point difference here, tied for 15th. And trying to push up higher. I think that's going to be kind of the exciting thing, especially tomorrow when it really comes down to the wire where it's make or break to the fullest extent. They're going to blow this door open. They actually end up kicking it open. So there's a player on the other side. And HLDC trying to get this player out of the way. But being smart, dropping the bubble and backing off.
When you're trying to go through the door, you finally kick in the door, and then there's just somebody with the shield back behind it, trying to make a play based off of it. See, all aim, no brain. Rexu, the last one up. Got a couple of friends around him, so shouldn't have the safest of rotations, but when you can catch the hang time like that, should be able to get just fine. So rolling way through and got himself couple of options in front of him that I don't believe are claimed. He just has to be cautious to not draw too much attention on these high jumps. And there you go. Does manage to get away from position now. Australis. I guess that's how we should say it. Australis. Just so that way we can hit the proper.
I was going to say Australia, but with an yeah, Australis.
Whoa, Hestia takes some damage off of this, and you can see this is a complete bridge battle, but luckily whenever you can throw some things up on the high ground makes it a touch more easy.
Still Australis.
Another contender.
Australia is nailed it.
Well, it looks like 1907 wants to get involved as well. Australia does go down, so we don't have to worry about how to say it anymore. But Fibonacci now starting to see the fact that they have some opportunities to cling to as well, taking a couple of shots, but it looks like they might also have a third party coming back behind them. A couple of long-range shots, really harassing them, but they're trying to mop this one up as fast as possible to go ahead and take this out. They want to get control over this area and have a ton of loot to work with. So while they do manage to get it, now long-range harassment has got to be something they're worried about. You can see showing a little bit of hesitation and going looking at those crates.
Yeah, the other side of it as well is just making sure they secure those kills. Obviously, with teams trying to third party from the outsides, they may get the downs, but securing those kills is actually a big deal, and those points add up quickly. Taking the side of Rexu, who is just hiding at this point, and rightfully so. I'm pretty sure this is, if I remember, all aim, no brain. This is the one that was up top that was hiding and just trying to find a spot. And the crazy thing is we're into this lobby now, and you look how many teams are left. We're halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, this is about to be rough. Geyser going to be our centralized point where everybody's going to have to make their way to. Geyser has a lot of peculiar things that can happen around it, just with the long, I guess, compounds and how people navigate those. You have teams ending up sharing them. Naturally, the Geyser itself being a key factor for how a lot of things break down. HLDC back to the south of this could find themselves bumping into Fibonacci to the west in just a little bit. Meanwhile, to the north, looks like really still not keen on leaving Epicenter. We have two teams that are starting to break it down just a little bit more. But really, Geyser is interesting because the limited amount of options on how to approach it. Really, you end up with a lot of kill box locations.
Dojo Unity just south of Epicenter. And might run into OGC here. This is our dastardly duo. And this could get problematic.
Yeah, to say the least, you got to be very cautious with this. A lot of teams.
Onyx.
Neo's already taken some damage, and whenever you're just always down to 2, you know the fact that you can't fight unless you just get the most optimized of positions that you can fight from. Unka now finding their own approach into this, stepping into the doorway. Orpheus takes a lot of damage off of that. Desmos also taking a lot of damage, goes down. Cake Man now still sitting on some shields. We can see being contested at the time, trying to figure out a way to make a play around this one. But now it is just Cake Man who has to just beat feet and get out of this position, realizing this fight has turned entirely against him and his squad.
Yeah, it's a tough one for him on the back end and still being chased down. I'm trying to find some hard cover and should be able to buy a little bit of time no matter what. And smart play, just trying to see any information that he can get. And that shield battery off, gonna reload and try to take a different position. And at this point, it's like you got the cliff to the other side. You can probably rotate down to the southwest, but at what point are you gonna just run into another team? So probably going to take a little bit of time on that one while they have a breather and just figure out, do I want to go back and get the banners? How do I want to play this one out? As for 1907 FB, in a pretty good spot, all healed up. We talked about how they were a little bit under fire with that third party and seemed to have gotten away scot-free. So they cleaned up their kills. And at this point, they're just kind of looking for someone on who is going to be their next victim.
That's kind of the deciding factor. When you're looking over this terrain, you can see how just dangerous it can get whenever you have the level of aim and the aggression that these teams are bringing out. Most notably, we're looking at Fibonacci, or maybe even back over to Flying Camels, and the way that they're going to play this. You know the fact that these teams have no hesitancy in making a jump. If they see an opportunity, they will try to make sure that they get something out of it. I'm going to go ahead and reposition around this, and it should be right along the western edge of the zone. It's going to be, I believe, 1907 that was back behind them taking those shots. That Bubble's going to go ahead and provide a little bit more cover, and you can see the zone coming in. Now, firm gatekeep position coming up from Flying Camels. They do have defensive lines that they can play from, but have to be careful. They do not want to take too much damage before this push comes.
Yeah, doing a really good job, though. Obviously, they take a blunt end of the damage as they rotate, but the fact is they do rotate. They get there first, now can play gatekeep. We jump into another situation where Brub is fighting a team. Pretty good positioning, shot below and dealing with the zone. So if they can get a good angle here, they might be able to capitalize on this, but they're taking a ton of damage. Don't know if that's Dojo Unity. No, Dojo Unity on the other side of the map as well. Also fighting Onyx. So you've got multiple teams in this area.
Oh,
and it looks
who's
like
going to come join in.
Yeah, Flying Camels wants to get involved too.
Oh, this is a dangerous spot, and you can see that Flying Camels is like, oh, we thought that there was a little bit more damage had been done on this stage. Instead, just going to jump down the cliffside just a little bit to those little dips. And that's great awareness on what's going on. You can see the fact that it's going to deny a little bit more vision. So that means that team in the compound now has to focus in on them and provides a little bit more of a reprieve for Dojo, who has opted to leave this fight and now has kind of put Flying Camels in a little bit more of a dangerous position. But Fibonacci's on the outside of this, getting an idea on what's going on. Not the best of vision on what's happening because they're on the other side, I believe, of that building. Or are they actually in that building? Nope, they're actually inside that building. So there's a little bit of vision, but not the best in what's going on.
Pretty happy for Flying Camels, though, to back out of that one. Obviously, they're pushing into another team, and they're still on the back end, but they need to be careful because FB is right above them as well. This team has been pretty stagnant, not actually taking any fights, just waiting for it to develop. So curious. This is kind of the two teams that are at the top. And under a pretty big threat.
Yeah, 1907 having the high ground.
A ton of damage here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking in on everything that's going in right now. Really refereeing a lot of the fights with the position that they're playing from. A lot of these teams are really being forced to make it very difficult, or really just entirely stalling their rotations to try to make it into zone or the positions that they wanted to play. That's opened up kind of the centralized points a little bit more, as now you can see that 1907 very aware of where the next circle is going to be going to go ahead and try to get the position before anybody else moves, because there is so much strength to be had in some of these compounds, and you can just control so much of the movement and what's going on.
Well, FP doing a really good job utilizing that Bloodhound. They know there's two people in the area, possibly OGC, maybe a team with the leftover, but shots coming out from the further compound. You also still have all aim, no brain, still alive and still in it, playing for placement. HLDC on the outside, trying to push in.
I mean, this is just starting to get a little bit more clustered as we go. You can see that rotations, and so glad that we're getting a kind of a lay of the land on how everybody is repositioning through this, because you can see it's starting to get very stacked in several locations. So if we see a couple of fights break out, most notably, HLDC is going to get vision on Flying Camels, but not going to be able to exploit too much out of it. So Flying Camels now going to have to reposition potentially back over into Fibonacci's direction. So I have to be a little bit more careful, or based off of how they're playing on that. So you can see it's just kind of a stacking domino effect of a couple of teams taking pot shots at another team, forcing them to reposition, now gatekeeping out another team. And that's kind of the domino effect of what you see happen in Apex so often.
Flying Camels need to be careful, though. They've got a team over to their east. There's another one to the north. And there it is. You can see the team on the outside. Shots coming in. Do they want to engage this one, or do they want to back off? Because now they're stuck between two. And what they thought was a great gatekeeping position, they're now stuck in a really bad spot. Possibly getting high ground here. Not sure if he can make the jump. He does. That's a great reposition, and it provides an angle for the teammates.
At this point, I'm going to assume anytime Flying Camels think that there's a jump that can work, it's going to work. These guys seem to know the ins and outs of how to play this legend so well. I mean, you can see the fact that they always know the distance just to a T. Now jumping down, trying to make sure the fact that they're still playing for position, because you don't want to have too many teams just trying to hold down. All right, I respect it. Okay. I mean, if you can't take fights and you're still in the late game, respect. Just do a little bit of dance. Make a little bit of run. Get down in tight. So you gotta put the spacings on it. Try to avoid the DMCA. All right, now let's see what we've got going on. Dojo Unity in a little bit of a situation now as they're trying to figure out how they want to approach, and they've got rocks all around them, so their approach options are extremely limited.
Dojo Unity still in the same spot, controlling that high ground, and for pretty good fashion. They do push up a little bit just to make sure that there's nobody that can kind of rotate back through their direction. They're going to use that to get up high here on the inside, trying to get closer to the zone. They do have a team in that compound that's just south of them. As for Flying Camels, they were able to push up all the way through. Another team in the area. I'm pretty sure 1907 FB was around the corner as well. So a lot of dangerous squads still up for grabs here, as we have 7 squads remaining. And Flying Camels just going to wait it out. That's a nice rock.
This is the most calm that I've seen Flying Camels play so far. Like, we've been seeing them be the aggressors onto everything, but I feel like maybe seeing a couple of teams stack up some wins around them's kind of brought in a little bit more control. Say, all right, we're going to wait for our opportunity. And you can see so much of the fighting is happening away from them. They know the fact that they need to make a push into zone, but they were hoping that maybe they could catch a couple of people on edge, just completely unaware. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen, so they're now going to abandon position.
Smart play as well, using microfibers, obviously, with Octane and that mobility. Keeping him all the way back, just make sure the flank is okay, and then uses that speed to catch up to the team now. Thought FB was up top. They are actually just on the other side of the compound. So we're going to have a fight in Geyser. A lot of positioning you can take inside. There's going to be some teams that obviously try to fight for the top side of these buildings. The difficulty with no Watson on most of these teams as well. Defensive isn't going to play. So it's going to be pretty much Gibraltar and his shield and seeing what they can do with it.
Oh, Geyser. Just doing Geyser things. I mean, this is what you see so much. Like, 2 teams that can see each other through the glass can't do anything because there's another team that's holding down the long hallway, or I guess tunnel, whatever you want to call it, into the other section of the compound. It's just an awkward situation where everybody has a lot of information but can't do anything.
The scary thing for FB is, like, do they go down inside and pigeonhole themselves to one direction as the zone pushes in, or do they come outside and take the fight and try to get high ground? Like, they're in a really tough spot. As for Flying Camels, they just got to wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a game of chicken right now. Everybody is just trying to get an idea on what's going on, because Flying Camels can't commit to a fight because they know at range if they do that, they come after him.
Kramer. Pick one.
Oh, I wanted it. I wanted it so bad. And you can tell Microfibers wanted it as well. So now a little bit more space to work with, and they got themselves a jump pad too. Look, see, extra spare jump pad to work with. Always nice.
The other fun thing too is obviously with that Bloodhound, they know there's people down here. With the Kraber, you want to talk about being able to push in through this hallway? Why not an entry with 140, 150 damage?
We should make the fight a little bit easier, yeah, right? I mean, Flying Camels got a good awareness on what's going on. They know the fact that they're not in the zone from this position, but they're close enough to it. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. Still, 7 squads in such a tiny circle means the fact that we're going to start seeing something break out. These guys can't continue to dance around each other for forever. So now it's just a matter of who's going to make the first move, who's going to reveal themselves and let the other 6 teams take shots at them.
Gonna go back to that high ground and gonna get punished a little bit from it from the other team. Immediately drop down. So a good positioning here by Microfibers. He's got cover from both sides. Just needs to be careful. His mobility is quite limited. As the team on the inside starting to poke a little bit. You got Dojo also taking a fight with HLDC. And as soon as he comes out of that bubble, I was expecting a shot, but staying patient. And it's good to have that trigger finger. Just sometimes people get a little bit too eager. I mean, again, got to be careful. A lot of close range. Not too many times to take that shot. So you've still got like 8 rounds left on that Kraber.
And that can turn the entirety of what's going on right here. Just think, if you hit 1 shot onto each team, you just turn the entire game around. You can see getting a little bit more hazardous as it's going to be Flying Camels trying to push into this compound. Not a lot to work with. Already one of the members down. It's going to be Atrocity. Microfiber still peeking up into this one. Aware of the fact that there's going to be a reposition. Should have been able to spot that one out. Instead, leans back into the close range. Kraber is like, that's some confidence in your aim right there. Believing that you can hit the flick onto it. Takes a little bit of damage for it. But now it's just a bouncy house like you were talking about before. Look how many jump pads are in this tiny little area.
Again, it's a good idea, though. You know, the best part about that Kraber is as soon as he takes that shot, that player backs off. He understands if I get hit by that, we are done. So again, the fight breaking out between the two teams. You got Dojo Unity going up against Flying Camels. So far, even trades, but eventually it is the EVA 8. And Flying Camels still trying to close it out. Gibraltar in the shots, trying to use the teammate shield. They actually get the benefit. So Bruv able to hold on. Great plays from them with a bob and weave and get rewarded with all the loot.
Latecomer to the party, but definitely making themselves known as they make their approach in. You can see HLDC trying to make sure that they try to figure out some way to survive what's going on, but it's going to be 1907 making a push over towards their right. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, you can see it's just really just corridor control. Everybody is just fighting in an entire urban environment, trying to make sure that they handle their peaks, get their lean positions quite efficiently while trying to cover 2 different angles. You can see 1907 is having to hold down 2 different teams, making sure that nobody approaches after them, and they're taking weathering damage as it goes. It's a little bit of tick damage here, it's a little bit of tick damage there, but they don't have time to reinvest and get those shields up. Meanwhile, Dojo Unity is getting a little bit more control, now has the outside dominant positions. Once you can start getting control and getting this high ground, you can start control everybody that's moving through these different corridors. If they have to leave, make their way through it. Still 5 squads left in a tiny circle, and it's still anybody's game.
Difficult to hear as it is final circle. Still a lot of teams left, and the teams right here in the midfield trying to push in under a lot of strain. But you look at this one compound, 3 teams all on top of each other. 1907 is able to push out and get one of the teams, so in a pretty good spot. Need to be careful with their flank though, and able to swap shields, so able to heal up one. And an ultimate. Gonna see if they're gonna use that for cover. They do throw it outside, should buy a little bit of time, but they've got a team above them, a team behind them, and one on the other side. In the heart of it, all 3 teams. Final fight, here we go.
How many teams can you put within about a 5-meter area? It looks like right now it's going to be about 5 to 6. So quick exchanges going through. You can see high ground waiting for the bubble to go away. You can see Data, the rest of Dojo, opt into making the jump down into it. Data sees an opportunity, but that's going to be a lot of damage coming back into him. And now the domino effect kicks off. It's going to be 1907 that comes out using this opportunity to start running amok in everything that's happening. It's just pick up kill after kill, and there we go. Like that, it is over. 1907 managed to pick up the round victory. Woo!
That is an important one.
Out because of it.
That is an important one for 1907. Obviously, both them and Flying Camels towards the tail end of today have been struggling to get those dominant performances and have become a little bit more passive, primarily Flying Camels. You know, they've got that Kraber, they take the engagement, they actually end up losing it to Bruv in the underside, and could have been a dangerous one. You also see DMNK, who back-to-back wins, 19 kills, 21 kills. They decide to re-engage on ATK. They win that one, but then Dojo Unity comes in from the north and takes them out. So again, these teams all neck and neck. I'm really excited to see these final standings because with FB, how much of a lead is that going to give them over the top? Did Camels have enough kills to keep it close? A lot of these questions going to be answered here in just a bit.
Well, also Dojo. We saw Dojo being involved in a lot of these fights from early on all the way into the end, and were really the X-Factor team in a lot of these fights that we saw as they went. Sure, great shout out to 1907, the way that they played all through this. I mean, they were in a desperate situation, but you can see that they had the benefit of being the inside team. Usually being the inside team is kind of the downside because everybody is holding that doorway waiting for them to come out. But with Dojo playing the high ground and Data committing to jump down, you can see Runachi jumps out, finds the opportunity, gets the shots into it, and you can see it just turned into a mess so fast. But Fibonacci had full on control of everything that was going on, and just again, good awareness to realize when the fight broke out and how to pounce onto it.
Yeah, it's just really smart. You know, obviously on the inside, they're the only ones with hard cover. So rather than being the ones to be like, hey, we're at a disadvantage here, how can we turn this in our favor? And it's by delaying their push. Yes, we're going to take a little bit of tick damage, but as soon as they push out, those two teams are focused on each other. So you get one who gets into the heart of it. I think it was Draconium who's just like, yeah, I'm going to get right up in there. And then the other two flank around the other side. And just, again, that crossfire completely overwhelming the other two teams. And then it's just a matter of cleanup at the end. So a really good job, a little bit of damage, but then they come out, huge advantage for them, and they close it out. So 927 FB, we're having big expectations from you early on, and you step up when it matters most in the last round of the day.
100%. I mean, we're starting to see very reoccurring names. We were talking about that towards the middle of the pack section whenever around game 4. But we're starting to see it kind of start to cement in. Some of these teams are really starting to find their groove, their control points, and the way that they want to play them. And specifically starting to find more and more momentum moments, ways that they can propel themselves into the late game. And really, I just love to see that growth and that play style and the resiliency of how you have to handle this lobby. Because I mean, think about it. There's people flying everywhere in this lobby, and it's really hard to track
there's
what's
literally
going
3
on.
jump pads, and like
I know, inside of a little bitty, like, I don't even know, like, how many meters would you want that to be? Probably
not
like
much.
5 or 6.
I don't know the scaling of the legends, but it's not much, man. Like they're bonking their head every time.
That is the epitome of the bouncy house you were talking about. Could you imagine you just kind of sit in there and like, unfortunately we don't have It's Mario in here to kind of like hit the top of the roof and get some coins out of the situation, but we were tailing for just a second, guys, because we want to go ahead and get you those scores, and we don't want to go to break anything. That is the last round for this region. Do note that there are still another 8 games that are going to be coming up shortly after this. So yes, again, 24 rounds per day for this week, or for today and tomorrow, and then there's a whole nother set of action next weekend as these teams continue to climb their way up in these leaderboards. So make sure you guys stay tuned in. If you love some Apex, boy, there is a ton, but enough of the fill of what could be. Let's take a look at where we're at right now with the leaderboard.
On results here, and man, it's a big one here for 1907 FB. Not only do they get the placement points, but also 13 kills. So again, it's not as crazy as what we're seeing from DNMK, but it's still plenty to put themselves on a pretty good lead. That's 25 points. That will make up a lot from where they were behind of Camels. I think Camels had them by roughly 12 points. So the placement alone should make up for that. And Camels only having 5 points here. That should definitely put FB in first place overall. Dojo Unity, the ones that played spoiler to DNMK, also ending up in second, 19 points for them, so a big jump. Also get Bruv. Bruv was the team that was in 6th place, and as we look at the overall standings, some big shifts, but 4 things remain constant. 1907, Flying Camels, DMNK, and HLDC still in the same areas. Glad to see that one ending the way that it does.
Dojo right back behind them, and Bruv as well. 25 esports. We're starting to see again this left side of the leaderboard is starting to get a little bit back and forth. White Rabbit Gaming getting themselves a round win, jumping up into the left side of the leaderboard, but then slowly sliding back down into it. There are still opportunities, as keep in mind we're only halfway through the action. So with this, there is a chance that for some of these teams to really just try to climb their way through, but we're seeing a little bit of like Fibonacci still holding that lead on Camels, then the drop down to DNMK. But we saw DNMK can chain it together whenever it matters. So there's still a ton of potential for these teams to try to figure out some way to really string together some kills, get some wins in tomorrow's games. It's all about VOD review and bringing what you can.
Yeah, I think the exciting thing about the whole situation is you look at all those teams that are outside of the top 2 still, all within striking range. You've seen it from DMNK specifically, 33 points in 1 round. That's enough from a 3rd place spot to jump all the way up. And with some of these teams, you know, coming back a little bit of a refocus and re-energized on strategies and drop places and everything else on how they want to tackle this event, you're going to see some pretty interesting results coming down to the wire. Like you mentioned, 8 more games tomorrow. We get a repeat of everything we did today, but this time it's do or die. So it's going to come down to the wire, and I'm excited for all those teams that are specifically like 5 to, I would say, like 12 that are in that like 40-50 point range. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, because those are the ones that are going to really determine how this plays out.
All right, well, guys, that is going to be it for this region. Again, remember, there's still 8 more rounds of action. Also, give some love to production and all the players that competed inside this today. We still got more action tomorrow, but these guys that are doing production right now, they are just stringing together game after game and bringing you guys so much quality. So make sure you tune in, watch the next 8 games because you know that you're going to enjoy it. Till then, Matchroom, got Lawler with me, and we will see you tomorrow.